I just left my best friend's birthday early because she called me a B-list guest. Storytime. So I'm 30 years old and my best friend Amy and I have been friends since we were 8 years old. We were literally inseparable all throughout school. As we got older, we would always visit each other at uni. And as usual, when you get older, you know, you do tend to drift apart a little bit, but we always remained very, very friendly and we communicated often. And then when she got married when she was 25, I did get offered maid of honor, but I declined that and just chose to be a bridesmaid instead. I lived about 3 hours away from her at the time and I didn't feel like I'd be a good maid of honor being so far away from her. Since then, we have also found out that her husband that she was getting married to has cheated on her and I was there to support her through it all. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that we were always there to support one another no matter what. So last week was Amy's 30th birthday and since it was a big birthday, she booked it out. It was this big old thing she booked out, a hotel banquet hall. I booked that same hotel so I could stay overnight. So when I arrived at the party, I was ushered into this other room with about 4 tables and 10 people in it. There was a portable TV in the corner of the room and this TV was streaming the main party that was happening in another room. It was like some sort of Met Gala Super Bowl weird stream situation. One of the other guests told me that Amy had invited more people than the capacity of the main room, so she was hoping that quite a few people would RSVP no and then they could be transferred to the main room. But when only like 1 or 2 people RSVP no, she was stuck, so she hired out this second room for the B-listers. There was people arriving after I got there, so I knew for a fact that I wasn't just like relegated because I turned up late and I was actually on the main list. So I was really hurt by this, obviously, so I grabbed my gift and I took myself away after 15 minutes of being there. A little while after that, I get a call from Amy and she's like, hey, where are you? Like, I came to check on the leftovers room and you weren't there. The leftovers room. So obviously I tell her, Amy, I did attend, but I didn't realise I'd be live streaming your birthday party. Which in this case, I could have just done this from home instead of trekking halfway across the country, paying money for a hotel room. She then says to me, well, do you want to catch up for lunch another time and you can give me my gift then? I'm sorry, what? I told her I'm so sorry, but I have plans, so I'm going to go back home. Cue the Instagram story. She basically posted a story saying it's so sad when people claim to love you, but then don't show up for you. She said that she can't help that so many people wanted to celebrate her birthday with her. That's what tends to happen when you invite people. And then during my drive home, her mum left me a voicemail telling me that she was so disappointed in me. But I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be your best friend. You've left me in the B-lister room, then being weird when I said that I left because I didn't want to be in the B-list room. Should I have handled this any differently?
Am I the asshole for telling my sister not to buy things for my daughter if there are strings attached? I, 35 female, got into an argument with my sister, 33 female, over a donated pool toy that she bought for my daughter years ago when she was little. She texted me asking me if I still had it. I told her that I donated it because my daughter outgrew it a long time ago. She then told me that she thought she had previously asked me to save anything she bought for my daughter instead of donating it, and that moving forward, she wanted me to ask her before getting rid of anything she purchased. No, because if you're giving me stuff for my child, unless it's specific, I'm not gonna call you every single time she outgrows a pair of fucking pants. I'm not gonna call you every single time she can no longer fit on a bike that you bought her. You need to specifically tell me what items you want me to ask you about. The issue is that I genuinely only remembered her specifically saying that once about a particular item, not every single thing that she's ever bought my daughter. The conversation escalated because she started bringing up how much she's bought for my daughter over the years and how frustrating it is when things she bought gets donated or given away. To me, that immediately felt like gifts and help were being turned into emotional leverage. You're not the asshole. You're not the asshole because I don't have to ask your permission to do what the fuck I want to do with an item that belongs to my daughter. Yes, you gifted it to her, but it's hers. And as her mother, I do with it what the fuck I want to do with it. You can tell me about specific items again, but I'm not going to ask you your permission to donate or throw away something that my child no longer uses. If you're giving it to her, it is a gift. If you're expecting me to give it back, it's a loan. Learn the fucking difference. For context, I grew up hearing a lot of, after all we've done for you and after all the money we've spent on you from my parents. So this hit a huge nerve for me. I'm very sensitive to the idea of gifts or support becoming something that can later be held over someone's head. I get that. I 100% get that. And it seems like a lot of that rubbed off on your sister. I told my sister that if gifts come with conditions, expectations, or future obligations attached, then I'd rather she not buy things for my daughter at all. I also told her my child is not going to grow up feeling indebted to people because they chose to buy her things. She thinks I completely blew this out of proportion and became defensive over a simple request. But it's not simple. You went back and listed all the shit that you bought for my child after telling me you wanted me to come to you to ask you, what do you want me to do with the items that you've bought for my child? It's not a simple request. It's not a simple fucking request. You're doing too goddamn much for items that you supposedly gifted. From my sister's perspective, she was just asking for sentimental or reusable items to be set aside instead of donated. Bullshit. Bullshit. Go back. Back. And I quote, my sister then told me she thought she had previously asked me to save anything she bought for my daughter instead of donating it, and that moving forward, she wanted me to ask her before getting rid of anything she purchased. So no, it's not just about sentimental or reusable items. She literally said anything that she's bought for your daughter. From my perspective, if you give a child something, especially clothes, toys, or baby items, the parent manages those items. Kids outgrow things constantly. I can't read minds or know which items someone secretly expects to be returned years later unless they directly tell me. Now I feel awful because the conversation got heated, but I do still stand by the principle behind what I said. So am I the asshole? No, baby, I don't think you're the asshole at all, but I do think your sister, on the other hand, is an asshole. And not only is she an asshole, she's kind of fucking weird. I feel like this situation is weird as shit. Your sister's acting like she's a goddamn library, and everything that she gives to your niece is just her checking it out and it's expected to be returned. That's fucking strange. So I did have the thought that it's a possibility that OP's sister has a child that's younger than OP's child, and that she's giving her these things hoping that it'll come back to her so she can use them for her own child. Doesn't make the situation any less fucking weird. In fact, makes it even more weird that you're buying things for someone else's child with the expectation for it to be given back to you as hand-me-downs. But came down to the comment section, OP made a comment stating that no, her sister has absolutely no children. They have one niece that's 6 months old, about 3.5 years younger than OP's child, and that OP's not willing to hold on to shit long enough until this baby grows up until they can get it. Also, the sister lives 2 hours away from OP. So basically, she's expecting OP to be a goddamn storage facility. She wants her to hold on to everything that she's bought her child until she decides if she wants it back or not. That's fucking crazy. All for a kid that she don't fucking have. All in all, OP, no. You're not the asshole for telling your sister that if there's strings attached to the things that you buy my daughter, don't buy things for my daughter. My child will not grow up feeling like nothing that they have truly belongs to them because it has to be given back to their auntie before they decide that they can do what the fuck they want to do with it. She's young right now, but what if when she gets older and she decides she wants to give a toy or a shirt or something to her friends? No, you can't do that because you got to ask your auntie in case she wants it back. That's fucking insane. Also, how the fuck is OP supposed to keep track of every single thing that her daughter has got and who it came from? Is she supposed to label it with her sister's name on it? And where the fuck is all this shit supposed to go until Auntie Stingy ass brings her ass 2 hours down the highway to come and pick it up? Yeah, no. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not doing none of that.
My roommate is pregnant with my ex's baby. Okay, so as you all know, this past weekend was Valentine's Day. For the past month, me, female 24, and my roommate Jackie, female 25, have been arguing and butting heads because we live in a 2-bedroom apartment and she just found out she was pregnant and claims that she doesn't know who the father is. But she basically wants me to either move out or room in the living room until I can afford to move out. We've lived together for 3 years. She's best friends with my stepsister, female 26. We're not super close. We're not best friends, but we're close enough to move in together, if you get the idea. Okay, so this past Thursday, I got home early from work, and when I walked in, I was just settling down, about to make something to eat, when I see my boyfriend walking towards the door like he's about to leave the apartment. And I say, Jaden? Male 25. And I ask what he's doing here, since I had just spoken to him and he said that he was on his way to work. He works on the opposite side of town, so he would have no reason to be on this side of town unless he was seeing me, because he also lives on the opposite side of town. He quickly stops and goes, oh, hey babe, and tries to hug me. Well, he's my boyfriend, so obviously I hugged him and I go, what are you doing here? And that's when Jackie comes out and says, oh my god, we didn't ruin the surprise, did we? I was completely dumbfounded and said, what do you mean? And she says, well, Jaden had a pretty big gift that he couldn't hide in his apartment, so he wanted to hide it here for you for Valentine's Day. That was fair because Jaden does live in a studio apartment where he has to share a bathroom and has a husky, and his place is pretty occupied. So it was a good enough story for me to believe. I just laughed and said I couldn't wait to see it and made a joke about how now I have to up my my game on gifts this year because usually we just do simple stuff. For context, me and my boyfriend have been together for 2.5 years. He rushed out saying that he had to get to work. Everything was going normal. Comes Valentine's Day, me and my boyfriend had planned on doing gift exchanges at my apartment and then going out for dinner and then a movie later on. So he comes over and immediately I'm like, quote, me first, because I'm always so excited to give him gifts. I give him a pair of Jordans that he's been constantly talking about and a gaming headset and a monitor. He starts talking about how happy he is, and then it comes my turn. I get a bag with Pandora on it and I open it. It's a necklace. Now usually I'm not one for material things, but I will mention that later on after all this happened, I did look up the necklace and the total of the necklace was only $25, and that was just for the pendant. He bought his own chain off of Amazon, which was $10. So I smile and I say thank you, and there was just kind of an awkward silence because I was waiting. And he goes, what? Why are you looking at me like that? And I laughed and said, I know you still have that big gift in Jackie's room. I never saw you take it out, and I can still see it in her room. My roommate is pregnant with my ex's baby. For context, there's a really big Amazon box in her room that was taped up, never opened, in the corner of her room. So I assumed obviously that was my gift. He laughs and goes, oh yeah, they sent the wrong thing, so I'll have to take it back. I said, what? What were you trying to get? What did they send? He says that he meant to get me a gaming chair, which is completely off topic considering that I don't game. I've never been into gaming. What I actually asked for was a vanity or new acrylic paints. He got really weird, so I said, what's in the box? Because I can tell when he's lying, and it just didn't add up. He kept saying, I don't know. It's supposed to be a gaming chair, but I have a feeling it's not a gaming chair. I got up and walked into Jackie's room and I asked her, do you know what's in that box? It was very clear she felt caught off guard, and she goes, well, obviously it's your Valentine's Day gift. So I said, well, let's open it. I open it and lo and behold, it's not a gaming chair. It's an Amazon box that had obviously been retaped over and had multiple smaller packages inside. As I'm opening these packages, it's baby clothes, bottles, diapers, basically everything and anything that was baby related. Hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. So I look at my boyfriend, who's now standing in Jackie's doorway, and I'm just like, what is this? What is going on? Why would you go out of your way to give her all of this stuff? I'm so confused. Like, when I tell you I was stuck, I was stuck. I had no idea what to do. I'm looking around and they're both looking so dumbfounded and guilty. I asked, what's going on? And that's when Jaden just decides to go, this isn't working. I think we need to end this. He grabs the gifts that I gave him and walks out the door. I start walking behind him. He quickly holds the headphones up in the air because I'm 5'2" and he's a little over 6 feet tall and says, no, it's a gift. No takes back. Like we're effing 5 or something. I said, okay, snatch the box of shoes out of his other hand and walk back to my apartment, close and lock the door. I walk into Jackie's room. I apologize for the outburst and I just say, why was he here the other day? Why was he coming out of your room? What is going on? Just tell me the truth. I'm not going to lie. I had been thinking about that day in the back of my mind, but I just didn't put 2 and 2 together that they would have been cheating on me. He's never given me a reason to think that he would cheat on me. I trusted him. And she goes with the most blank expression. Jaden is my baby's father. I don't know what got into me. Usually I'm not someone to shut down or not express myself, but I literally had nothing to say to her. I just said, I hope it was worth it. Went back to my room, closed the door, and locked it. I smoked myself into a coma. I woke up a few hours later. She was gone. I could tell she had packed up a lot of her clothes. When I get on my phone, the first thing I see is that I've been added in a group chat with Jackie, Jaden, my stepsister, and my stepmother, all telling me that Jaden ended the relationship because he needed someone more secure like Jackie. Secure? I've been paying 70% of the rent for the past year. Jackie can't even keep a job for the life of her. And I've been picking up all the pieces, putting food on the table. That's hilarious. Secure? More like a headache. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. Not only was it the group chat, but it was also all of them privately messaging me about how we can work through this as a family and that Jaden and Jackie deserve to be happy and that my dad is going to help me find a new place of my own so Jaden can move into the apartment and then they can start their family. I said, so my dad knows about this? And my stepmom goes, no, but he knows that it's time you and Jackie split apart and you retain your independence as a woman. Long story short, I left the group. It's now Tuesday. I haven't seen or heard from Jackie, Jaden, or my stepmom since. Part of me wants to reach out to my dad because I know he probably doesn't know the full story, but I don't know where to go from this. My roommate is pregnant with my ex's baby. I did want to add some context for those who were confused. Yes, my stepmom and my dad had an affair while he was married to my mom for 2 years. She found out she was pregnant, and that's when my dad suddenly decided he wanted to step up and be a great dad, just not to me and my brother, only to my stepsister and baby sister, 26 female and 7 female. And yes, my mom is still very much in my life. She lives a few hours away with her partner. There's distance, but she's always been there for me. Through all of this, my little brother, 22 male, has really had my back. I've had to stop him from confronting Jaden a few times, but he's been my support system and has been crashing on my couch for safety reasons. My mom is coming into town so we can talk to my dad and get this lease situation handled. My landlord is doing a room inspection and asking for updated pay stubs and employment verification, which I can provide. I know Jackie is going to struggle with that because she only works 15 hours a week, and Jaden only works about 25. When I first found out she was pregnant a month ago, she told me that she was 10 weeks. She's super skinny, like cheerleader skinny, so I couldn't even tell. I later found out that she actually is 20 weeks. My stepmom said 25, my boyfriend said 21, so clearly somebody is lying. After talking to my brother, even though I don't want to, I think it might be best for me to move, even if it's just to another building. I don't like them knowing exactly where I live. Now, about the monitor and the headset that he took, I had one of my male friends reach out to meet up and get it back. He sent pictures, both were clearly used and very obviously looked like his dog chewed on the headset. At that point I said, you know what, you want to break $300 worth of gaming stuff? Fine. I went on Facebook, I joined a local mom's selling group and sold almost everything from that box. I made my $300 back. I told my friend to take Jackie and Jaden and let them know that they didn't have to worry about the $300 anymore because I already got it back. Apparently they went crazy banging on my door while I wasn't home. Jackie didn't take her keys. They were yelling that there was $800 worth of stuff in there. I price checked and it's maybe $500 max, but I didn't care about $500. I just wanted my $300 back, so I lowballed it and I sold it. I kept the car seat because I know it's mandatory when leaving the hospital, and the pump supplies. Her baby shower is in a few weeks, and my friend joked about me regifting it to her as a joke. Yeah, I know it's petty. I'm mad. Call me bitter. I really don't care anymore. She was also behind on her car payments. I'd been helping her because she didn't want her payments and the fact that she was late on them get to her parents because she would be embarrassed. I didn't pay it this month, and I'm not helping her next month either. They even tried to charge my card, and she requested it, and I blocked it immediately. Apparently, she's been telling my landlord that I plan on moving out in May, which I never said, so that's fun. I'm hoping to have another update Monday after we talk to the landlord and my mom gets here so that we can handle everything. This whole situation has put a dent in my life, and I'm just ready to move on. I promise you that man ain't cute enough to be tripping over. I'm good off him. Thanks again for the advice. P.S. I'm not 100% sure about the small claims court. I know how dramatic she is and how dragged out that could get. I don't have the time or energy for that right now. As long as she agrees to move out, I'm good with how it ended. She can have him. She was never a sister to me, and evidently, he was never my man.
I caught my boyfriend cheating because of his fitness watch. Story time. So me and Steve have been together for about 5 years, and a couple of months ago, he decided he was going to get into his fitness era. And when I say this came out of nowhere, it came out of nowhere. Previously, his idea of fitness was to get up and walk from the sofa to the fridge. And at first I was thinking, oh my god, love this for him. Great, look at that stick. And then his gym sessions got later and later. It started off at like 9:30 p.m. One time, this man left the house at 11 p.m. and his excuse was that he felt guilty for skipping cardio. Okay, Glow. One night, he came home because he had done a mad cardio session. So a little while later, his watch buzzes and it says exercise rings complete. Now, I normally would not care about this at all, but underneath there was his little summary of his workout day, and his workout was not at the gym. It was at an apartment complex across town. Then I noticed that the workout is logged as other. But apparently whatever activity he was doing burned 600 calories in 47 minutes. No wonder my guy skipped cardio. This is blending like an absolute dream. So like naturally my stomach drops through the floor. So the next day we wake up and I was like, oh babe, I didn't ask how the gym was yesterday. How did it go? Full novel. He goes into depth. Now a couple of days later, this man leaves for the gym again. I'm suspicious, so I head straight to his fitness app, which is on our iPad. And about an hour later, ding, workout logs. 48 minutes this time at the same apartment. So I waited for him to get home. He was all sweaty. I'm gonna brighten up my concealer a little bit. I'm trying out the MCO Beauty Brighten and Perfect one today. So every time this man goes to work out for the next few days, I track him until I get absolutely sick of this. So one Thursday, I'm like, oh, hey babe, how was the workout? He goes, oh, brutal in this heat. I'm like, oh yeah, Pineview Apartments is horrific this time of year, isn't it? He just looked at me like, what? So I hold up the iPad. Silence. Pure silence. Also, guys, please do not sleep on this powder from MCO Beauty. It's one of the most brightening, mattifying powders I have. I love taking it for little top-ups as well. So eventually Steve admits to me that Other was actually his co-worker, Amy. Apparently, the craziest part of all of this is they have been hooking up for months. Steve is sat there on the sofa blushing the way this makes me blush. This is the shade of Rosy Pink, and honestly, oh, it's the most gorgeous summery blush. And genuinely, the craziest part of all of this is not that he cheated, but that he tried to get angry at me for tracking his location. I've never tried any of MCO Beauty's lip lines before, but this has just glided on so smooth. And if you like the way my base is looking today, make sure to pick up some of my essentials. I absolutely love the MK Beauty Flawless Glow. It's glowy without making you look sweaty or sticky or defining your texture. It really does blur. And of course, one of my favourite setting sprays. This is the Miracle Setting Spray. This makes your makeup last. And even though it's long lasting, it's also very hydrating and alcohol free. So if you like the way my makeup is looking, make sure to pick up some of my favourite MK Beauty essentials.
I almost had to call an ambulance because I refused to go poo in front of a guy. So the title pretty much says it all. But here's the full story for anyone who wants to witness one of the most humiliating experiences of my life. Lay it on me. I live for this shit. About a year ago, I met this guy on Hinge. We hit it off immediately and he was genuinely the sweetest guy ever. We had a lot in common, and on our first date, he cooked me traditional food that I told him I grew up eating. This man spent 8 hours making broth for noodle soup. And honestly, there's nothing sexier than a man who can cook. After 2 bottles of wine and great conversation, one thing led to another and I ended up staying over. We both agreed that we wanted to see each other again really soon. Important detail, we had only been talking about 1 to 2 months and we had only met once before this. So the second date comes around. Since I lived out of town and it was kind of long distance, I planned on staying for a few days. That morning though, I had the worst stomach pain imaginable. I also realized that I hadn't had a proper bowel movement in about 4 to 5 days. Sis, that's not okay. Weirdly, that's not unusual for me. I genuinely don't understand how some people poo every single day. Baby, you need more fiber in your diet. Anyways, we spent the entire day together having a great time. Then nighttime comes. We're cuddling in bed watching a movie, and then suddenly I start cold sweating and feeling nauseous. Immediately I think, there's absolutely no way I'm about to take a massive shit in this tiny apartment while this gorgeous guy is lying less than 2 meters away. But it keeps getting worse. Eventually he notices I look pale and asks if I was okay. He tells me not to be shy if I need to use the bathroom. He was being very sweet about it, so eventually I gave in. But I made him put on his AirPods first. I sat on the toilet fighting for my life. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It genuinely felt like a concrete brick was lodged in my rectum. I convinced myself that maybe it just needs to marinate for a little bit. And I go back to bed hoping that I can sneak off later during the night. 10 minutes later and I'm literally seeing stars. Baby, I have never been constipated so bad that it literally gives me the cold sweats and makes me pale. Girlfriend, you need to add a lot more fiber to your diet because this is not okay. At this point, he realizes that something is seriously wrong. And I finally admit that I think I'm severely constipated and I feel like I might pass out. It's midnight. Everything is closed. But he finds a 24/7 pharmacy on the other end of town and then offers to go and get something. Oh, how sweet. Before he leaves, we actually call the emergency room for advice because I'm convinced that something inside of me is about to rupture. You sound like me. I'm just as dramatic when something like this is going down. When I'm in pain, I'm convinced something has detached, it's broken, something is spilling into an area it's not supposed to. Something is wrong. I get it. Valid as fuck. I'm half crying while trying to explain to the nurse that I haven't pooped in days and now I feel like I'm dying. The nurse calmly tells us it's probably severe constipation and then recommends trying over-the-counter remedies first. Then says to come in if I start vomiting or the pain gets unbearable. He comes back after biking to the other end of town with fiber packets. Looking back, probably not the best move. He biked to the other end of town for you. Girl, he is a keeper. I hope you guys end up together. Attempt number 1. Fiber powder mixed into a giant glass of water. As you can imagine, nothing happens. We briefly consider calling an ambulance before I decide I should just sleep it off. The next day, he goes to work while I spend the entire day fighting demons in his apartment. When he comes home that night, he stopped by the pharmacy again and asked the employee for the strongest thing they had. Attempt number 2. The suppositories. Oh, did he put it in for you? Girl, at this point, I'm standing there questioning every life choice that led me here. I barely know this man, and now I'm considering sticking medicine up my ass in his bathroom. Then he goes, do you want me to help you put it in? I wish I was joking. Now listen, under normal circumstances, I would never agree to this, but my digestive tract was moments away from exploding and my dignity had already left my body hours ago. So I said yes. This man puts on a glove and inserts the suppository for me. He loves you. This man loved the shit out of you. And then nothing happens. At this point, I'm emotionally broken. That's when he remembers the final medication, the last resort. Attempt number 3, the enema. We open the box and pull out what can only be described as a medieval torture device, an enormous tube attached to a bottle filled with stool-softening liquid. Not a tiny medical bottle either. The thing looked huge to me in that moment, like someone had taken a full-size sports drink bottle, attached a hose to it, and decided, yeah, this belongs inside of a human being. I stare at it in complete horror while this man continues to try to comfort me through one of the worst moments of my life. Then, somehow, it gets even more absurd. He sets up a whole little station on the bathroom floor. A towel, a blanket, a pillow, and a scented candle for vibes, I guess. Like we're preparing for a spa day instead of a medical emergency. This man loves you. He wanted you to be comfortable. He tried everything that he could. That man loved the fuck out of you. I lay down. He inserts the tube and starts pumping what feels like an entire family-sized Coke bottle into me. Then he reads the instructions. Apparently, I'm supposed to hold it in for 30 minutes. Oh, help. 10 minutes in, I'm sweating. 15 minutes in, I'm fighting for my life. And during all of this, he's sitting there holding one of my hands while timing me on his phone like a supportive midwife. I keep yelling, I can't hold it in any longer. And he keeps going, just 2 more minutes, you can do it. But he's been saying that for the past 25 minutes. Girl. Finally, the timer goes off. I shove him out of the bathroom, slam the door shut, and sit down on the toilet. What happened next can only be described as Niagara Falls. It's not funny. It's not funny. This is someone's life. It's not funny. The relief was so intense, I genuinely think I ascended spiritually for a moment. After what felt like an eternity spent inside that bathroom, I finally gathered the courage to leave and face him again. I was fully convinced this would be the last time that we ever seen each other. Instead, I walk out and he's just laying there smiling. And then he asks me, "You good again?" Anyways, now we've been together for about a year, and somehow this story became one of our funniest moments. So yeah, nothing tests a new relationship quite like severe constipation. Bro, this is so fucking funny to me. This is hilarious. I am glad to see that you guys are still together, because I was going to be so upset if you weren't. You mean to tell me that this man put 2 different things in your ass to help you and you guys didn't stay together? I love that your relationship is still going. OP left an edit, and according to this edit, yesterday was their 1-year anniversary. So congratulations and happy anniversary.
Trigger warning for the big man up north, Santa Claus. Guy I'm seeing legitimately thinks Santa Claus is real.
This is giving Get Out. This is giving Why Don't You Have Wi-Fi?
I think he actually believes Santa is a real person in some capacity and thinks he delivers presents to his family personally, ? I'm probably going to leave tomorrow because it's been a awful trip so far and I just want out. Adam, 25, is from a pretty rural area up in the mountains, and his family are what I'd consider religious extremists. He told me this before I, 23 female, came to see them for Christmas, that they were very religious, as are mine, so I thought it would be similar. I've only been seeing him a couple of months, and his beliefs have only come up minimally, and Santa Claus was not a part of that. Adam and his friend call Santa Saint Nick to start off with. He has a large family, and we had a lot of regular Christmas Eve activities all day, including cooking, breakfast and dinner with his family, sitting around and playing with the children, going to a church event around lunchtime. When we went to church, his mom would shake her head disapprovingly at some references towards Santa Claus that the pastor made, and would whisper to his younger brother and her nephew next to her. When we made dinner, she told me to fix a plate for Saint Nick. And I laughed and said, quote, "Cookies aren't enough?" And Adam shot me a horrified look. I felt the gaze of his mother, and she gave me a sort of fake smile and said, "No, hun, that's not a filling meal." So I loaded up about as much as I gave Adam and the men in his family and put it on a plate. His mom put tin foil over it and put it in the fridge in the garage. The children went to bed after about an hour of it being dark. Adam's mom told them to go settle in a bed so Saint Nick can have his dinner and start to deliver presents. This gave me the implication that he would start his night here rather than just stop by and have cookies and leave. I'm not sure. His mom read a couple of passages out of the Bible about family as we sat around their wood-burning stove, and we discussed my family situation a bit. Adam's dad then told Adam and I, as well as his little sister, to go to the guest house to sleep. It was about 9 p.m. and was about to walk out the door with Adam when his mom snapped her fingers and said, quote, "Hun, you're forgetting the most important part of Christmas." Adam looked pale for a second before kind of nervously laughing and stepped back through the door holding my hand. We went out into the garage where he grabbed the plate. I said something like, quote, "She's really serious about Santa getting his food, huh?" Trying to lighten the mood. He squeezed my hand really hard and said, quote, "Yes, I'd say it's serious." We went back in to microwave the meal, and we awkwardly stood there in front of the microwave watching the plate turn around. I said something again. I can't even remember. Kind of lighthearted about Santa having a full stomach if he eats like this at every house. Adam gripped my hand harder than he did before, and the first sign of affection he had given me in front of his parents all night, and said, quote, "His name is St. Nicholas, and he only eats his dinner here. Don't be disrespectful in our home." It sounds calm, all typed out like that, but the way he said it gave me chills. His parents didn't say anything, and I felt like I was going to cry. I've just been laying here, unable to get to sleep because I'm so anxious, lol. And I already hear movement in the main house at this point, and I don't know what to think. I feel like I'm in a horror movie where they believe Santa is like a distant uncle or something. Does anyone know of any traditions like this? I might just head back and stay at my apartment a couple of hours away alone. I don't think I can continue seeing him. It's just been so weird.
It seems like the start of a horror movie, but
it really does feel like that.
Holiday-based horror movie.
I'm surprised.
Where Saint Nick shows up.
Yeah,
and
there
all
isn't
of a
something
sudden,
like this.
All this crazy stuff starts happening. That's not cool.
My fiance is a super famous politician. I need to know if I'm in the wrong for hitting a waitress because she tried to get with him. The only thing wrong about having such a famous and well-known fiance is that a lot of girls want to get with him even when I'm sat right next to him with a rock on my hand. Also, it doesn't really help that my fiance is quite attractive and politicians normally aren't. I am quite used to people wanting to get with my fiance in front of my face, as I said. However, I feel like this waitress took it to another level. Sat down at this restaurant, it wasn't actually too busy, which I was quite surprised about. We were actually going to have like nice conversations and like engage quite a lot because there wasn't going to be people like staring at him and take photos. You get the gist. First waiter takes our drinks orders and then goes away and gets our drink. And then a waitress comes back with our drinks and she is now our waiter, which I thought was a bit weird to begin with. Like, why would you change waiters halfway through? But whatever. Then started taking our orders, and every time she was talking to my fiance, she would be leaning over him, proper like looking at him like this, like proper flirtatious. So I was like, know what you're doing. My fiance also clocked onto this. Started to feel super uncomfortable, but there wasn't really much we could do. Anyway, we got all the way to the dessert. He brings over just his dessert, not mine. It has her number, her address. On the napkin she wrote, "Come see me after this dinner." We were like absolutely gobsmacked, but I just thought this was so rude. Came and gave us our bill. I smacked her. This caused such a fuss in the restaurant. Everyone started recording her. My fiance's security guard had to like pull us out of the building before it started to get too big and hectic. I've never done anything like this in my whole entire life. It was pretty random of me. I just thought she was absolutely out of order.
Am I the arsehole for not wanting my husband's family to stay with us over Christmas? Story time. So for some context, me and my partner Steve live in a 1-bed apartment with a 7-month-old baby. So as I'm sure you can imagine, space is already limited. Now my husband's sister is insisting on staying with us for 11 days and they are flying across the country to do so. And they are insisting they stay with us instead of getting a hotel.
He agrees to this without talking to me.
Well done. And it's not just a space issue either. The noise is going to have to be kept down as well when the baby's napping. Now, Steve will be working for the majority of the time that they're here, and he has already told them that they can use my car to go out and do stuff because I'll just stay home with the baby. The main problem I have here is that whenever I say I'm not comfortable with this or I'm not happy with it, he's like, well, you just have a problem with my family. Even though it's literally the other way around and Steve is always talking shit about my family. My family literally haven't even come over to meet my son yet because they know that it's going to take a hotel, car rental, all of these different things, which Steve is just apparently handing out for free. And you know, my family don't insist on uprooting our entire routine for the next 11 days. And what makes all of this 10 times worse is that their mum literally works for a hotel chain and can get a discount, but they're refusing to take it and get a hotel. They're insisting on just staying with us. I don't know, I kind of just think it's rude that they are insisting on sleeping on an air mattress, which is going to take up the entirety of our living room, meaning that my son is not going to have a safe space to play. I'm going to have to lock myself away to pump every 3 or 4 hours. Obviously, they have their kids as well, which I feel like they're going to be loud and they're going to wake the baby. I brought this up with Steve and he was like, well, you know, you can't get mad if Amy's kid breaks things. He's only 5. So I need help on what to do in this situation. I obviously want to see my husband's family. I just don't want to host my husband's family. So what do you think? Am I wrong here?
Storytime, my best friend and I did a loyalty test on my man and he failed. So a little background information, there was this guy Jalen who kept liking all my Instagram stories. Honestly, I thought he was ugly at first, so I didn't pay any attention. Then one of my friends was like, OMG, he's a professional dancer. You should feel lucky that he wants to talk to you. Like, okay. So I decided to hit him up and right away he answers. And he ended up being a vibe. So we started talking, but the only issue was I kept getting my phone taken away and we couldn't talk at school because we didn't even go to the same school. Once word got around that him and I were talking, everybody started telling me that he was a hoe. Like, he would dance and flirt with a lot of girls, but he said that was just part of the job. So I brushed it off. Fast forward to his birthday. He tells me some sob story about how he has no friends and nobody to celebrate with him. So I go over his house, I celebrate his birthday with him, and then fast forward the next week. He texts me, I need to focus on myself. A relationship is too much for me right now. Obviously, I get emotional over this and I block him. That same day, my ex, Marcus, crawled out of the hole that he lives in. Then somehow he ended up at my house, we hooked up, and then the next day he ghosted me. Should have saw that one coming. Anyways, Jalen comes back and apologizes. He also blamed me for everything, but I still took him back. Clown behavior, I know. While we weren't together, he saw that I was talking about Marcus to one of my friends. It seemed like he dropped the whole situation, but I know he never did. Because fast forward to my quince, Maya and I made a catfish account and we followed him on it. Well, immediately, his dumbass followed it back and liked all the pictures on it. And then we DM'd him, hey, are you talking to anyone right now? First, he said yes. Then he unsent it and said no. Fast forward, I pull up to my party. Then he pulls up 30 minutes late and drunk. So I confront him and then he plays dumb until Maya shows him the combo. His response was, I don't care, you messed up first. So I slapped him in front of everyone. And I'm not even joking, the whole room went silent. That night, I cried myself to sleep. And he blocked me the next day, but I can't tell you how much happier I am now that he's out of my life.
Am I the asshole for asking my pregnant sister-in-law, you heard me right, my pregnant sister-in-law to leave the family Christmas gathering? Ooh. Okay, so based on title alone, I sound like an asshole, but hear me out. Hear me out. So this year is our turn to host the family Christmas party at our home. We invited not only my significant other's side, but also my side as well. Overall, it was around 20-ish people in our home today for gift giving and typical American Christmas celebrating. Drinks were shared, food broken, the whole shebang. Among my significant other's side of the family was his pregnant sister. She, I think, was due maybe a week or so ago, but really it's just been taking time bomb for her little one to arrive. Everybody's super excited to meet the baby. I see where this is going. Now our problem is that sister-in-law came to the party with contractions and was obviously already in labor. Every 20 minutes or so, she would start having pains and would make noises to pass the contractions. At first, it wasn't so bad. I understand how sucky it is, and you don't want to go to the hospital too soon because they'll just send you home. Yeah. And then it became almost obnoxious. I feel terrible for saying that, but it really was. They got faster and closer together. A lot of my family members and some of hers were glancing around like, WTF, go home and do that in private. After a while, it became apparent that she was making everybody uncomfortable, and even my mother-in-law recommended that she rest at home before it gets too late. She refused and said she was fine. In the middle of the kids opening their presents, she went into pain again, and this time she even screamed. I then discreetly pulled her husband to the side and told them to leave. I did it politely, like, hey, I appreciate you guys for being here, but I think it's probably time for her to go. Like, I don't want you guys to give birth in our kitchen, that kind of thing. So after I said that, her husband got angry very quickly, got her and the kids packed up. She was visibly upset, and before heading out, called me and said that I ruined Christmas for her. A few of their sides family members gave me dirty looks and left soon after. I'm torn on this. I wanted everybody to have a good day, but it was very distracting and obnoxious to have her around doing that. I still feel bad though. Am I the asshole? That's a tough one, guys. It's a tough one because it's very true. If you, as a woman, go to the hospital too fast, yes, they'll send you home. Like, okay, we'll come back when they're, 3 minutes apart, whatever. But not only that, you can rack up a hospital bill quick, fast, and in a hurry. If you go too soon too. So, but also if I know I'm in labor, I don't know that I would want to be around a whole bunch of other folks, like, uncomfortable and like knowing what's about to happen, and you don't know, like, is your water gonna break while you're sitting there? Are you, all the other things that can happen, that come along with all of that. I don't know that I would want to be at somebody's house for a Christmas gathering and like, all the things. I don't want to miss out either. I get FOMO just like anybody else, but dang, I don't know. That's a rough one. I don't think you were the asshole for being polite about it. And like if you had said right from the beginning, oh, stop that. We don't, it's not what you were doing. But I mean, after it became more and more obvious that she was definitely in labor, I mean, that is distracting a little bit. I see. I don't know. Like, maybe she didn't realize how much she was doing it, like how loud she was being, or, and not that it's anything to be ashamed of. Like, it's a natural process for sure. Half of the world's population go through it, but it's still, I don't know. For me personally, it's a private thing. I wouldn't want to be that, personally. Now you may not though. Please feel free to share what you think about this, because everybody's got different feelings about what they would or wouldn't be comfortable with in that situation. I would love to hear. So please share.
My 17 female brother-in-law, 25 male, flirts with me, and it's gone too far. Like the title says, my brother-in-law flirts with me a lot, and at first I was able to ignore it, but tonight he took it too far. He started the flirting a few months after he and my sister got married in March, and it started lightly, like teasing, but as time has gone on, it's gotten heavier, like playing with my hair and being more forward with compliments, like, hey beautiful, or hey gorgeous. You're gonna make some guy really happy one day. I was able to ignore this stuff, and I never reciprocated or said anything. And I know that I should have, and now I regret it. Then about a month ago, he and my sister had to move in with us, my parents and I, and he took it way too far. He started making extremely sexual jokes and comments towards me, and he started hugging me and lingering for way too long. I always pushed him off and told him to knock it off and never hugged back. Then earlier tonight, he came into my room and laid in my bed and tried to cuddle me. I pushed him off and forced him out of my room, and he said he was just playing around, but it didn't feel like he was just playing, and if he was, then it was way over the line. I haven't told anyone yet because I don't know who to tell. If I tell my parents, then they're going to flip their shit and go insane and go above and beyond what's actually necessary. My 17 female brother-in-law, 25 male, flirts with me, and it's gone too far. If I tell my sister, I'm sure she's going to be really hurt and mad at me. Or they'll get into a huge fight or something, and everything will blow up, and I'd feel terrible because she really loves him, and I don't want to ruin a marriage. I just don't know what to do without all of this being one big, huge mess.
Yikes.
Girl, please tell.
Did she give age of...
She's 17 and he's 25. Also, you're not the one ruining the marriage.
He's
feel
ruining
like
the marriage. She should talk to her sister, though. I don't think she should talk to her parents.
She's 17, and if her sister is like saying like, well, like, what if she's on his side?
But I don't know that. I don't know the dynamic.
Yeah, but like, I'm scared for her.
So then she tells the sister and is like, listen, like, I'm a little uncomfortable. He did this, this, and this. And if her sister just, well, okay, wait, she should tell her parents.
No, I think she should because he got in bed with her.
Am I the asshole for refusing to forgive a friend for stealing from me, even though she's struggling? Update. You guys should know the drill by now. If you don't remember the story or you need a refresher, check the caption and the first part of the story will be linked there. First, I'm cutting not just Bethany, but everyone in this friend group out of my life, and I'm looking for a new recovery support group to attend. I feel, and the responses here have confirmed, that Bethany's behavior is manipulative and that she's doing what a lot of people who don't want to take accountability for their bad behavior do, and twisting recovery/therapy speak and concepts to suit her purposes. I, like many addicts, did plenty of toxic stuff when I was at my worst. I hurt people, and some of them will never forgive me for that. This is extremely painful. I was really sick at the time, and there are days where it feels really unfair, but it's not the responsibility of the people that I hurt to swallow their pain to make me feel better. Just like it's not my job to swallow mine to appease Bethany and our friends. Preach! Preach! I've been putting in the work for over 2 years now, and part of that work is accepting that I was shitty, and people aren't obligated to forgive me. I don't want to be around people whose idea of recovery doesn't acknowledge every part of that equation. I don't want to be around people who are willing to enable each other. Second, I'm 99% sure that Bethany has some kind of untreated mental illness on top of her addiction issues, and that's the root of her behavior. She needs help, but that help isn't going to come from me forgiving her and keeping her in my life when she's repeatedly demonstrated no willingness to change. Our friends giving her endless passes for bad behavior also isn't going to help her, and furthermore, it's not going to help them. If they're too far under her spell to see that, that's really unfortunate. But I'm not going to drown while trying to force them to put on their own life preservers. Third, with all of that said, addiction is an illness. It's not a moral failing, and it doesn't inherently make you a bad person. The way people talk about addicts and addiction can be pretty disheartening to read, especially as someone in recovery. I'd ask people to remember that everyone in this story, including Bethany, is still a human being. No, I don't forgive her for stealing my perfume, or for lying, or for manipulating our friends and trying to manipulate me. But I do acknowledge that whatever's driving her, she's not behaving like this because she's happy and healthy. I hope at some point she gets the help she needs, so she's no longer hurting herself and others around her. Thank you to everyone who's replied. This has been kind of overwhelming, but your words have helped me a lot. First of all, baby, I have to tell you that I am so fucking proud of you and how far you've come in your recovery. I didn't mention it in the last video, but I'm going to make sure to mention it now. I'm so fucking proud of you. Also, I know how scary it is having to cut off your support system, or what was your support system, and now have to branch out and find another one. And I think your strength is admirable. You are brave as hell for knowing that this is the healthiest thing for you. OP responds to a comment, and she says that the reason a lot of recovering addicts tend to give so much grace and so many passes to other recovering addicts is because they get so little from the rest of the world. And I completely understand that, because the way some people speak about those going through recovery, or those who are just addicts and not ready to start their recovery, is downright disgusting. They talk about these people as if they're not people. And I can only imagine how hurtful it is going through recovery and hearing the way the world thinks of you and speaks about you with no hesitations. OP goes on to say that Bethany's behavior is, one, not something that she can continuously give passes for, and two, a bit more than your run-of-the-mill addict. That she's not stealing because of her addiction. She's stealing simply because she wants something that does not belong to her. And then she's using her emotions and her trauma to manipulate others, to manipulate OP on her behalf. And OP's just not willing to deal with it. Once again, my love, I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you. I love that you chose yourself from one stranger on the internet to another. Snaps to you, my love. I'm so fucking proud of you. And I genuinely hope that you find your support group, that you find a group of people that have and are willing to put in the same amount of work, if not more, than you have. I hope everything works out for you, babe.
My wife, 30, got an abortion after she found out that I cheated. I need advice urgently. My wife and I have been together for close to 7 years. She's the most important thing in my life. She was 4 months pregnant with our first child. These first 3 months of pregnancy have been hell. She's been extremely sick. She's had horrible morning sickness, mood swings to a point where I had to start questioning whether I married the right person. So about a month ago, we had a team building dinner at my office where there was plenty of alcohol. After the team building, one of my coworkers, 32 male, invited the 5 of us to his place. I got very drunk and I made the worst mistake of my life. I slept with one of my coworkers, Lucy, 28 female. I knew immediately that I had made a mistake, and so in the morning I told her it was a mistake and that I love my wife. Things have been quiet from that time. The relationship with my wife had gone better. The 4th month of pregnancy was great. She's back to being the happy person that she was before. Everything changed on Tuesday this week when my wife asked me whether it was true that I slept with Lucy. I admitted immediately and asked who told her. Apparently, Lucy got in touch with my wife and told her everything. I tried to ask for forgiveness, but my wife basically told me that she's not interested in anything I have to say, that she needs time and not to talk to her. Yesterday, she went to work as usual and I thought that maybe she would forgive me. Thursday, she works from home. When I woke up, 7 a.m. to go to work, she was not at home. She's been sleeping in our spare bedroom. I got worried because she was not picking up my calls, and so I took time off today. About an hour ago, her best friend brought her home and immediately left. I tried to ask her what's wrong, and she just said that I would have to ask my wife, which I did. So she basically told me that she's done with our marriage. I need to look for a place to live for the next 1 year as we apply for divorce. I asked what about our child. She said that she'll give me the address of the hospital she went to so that I can get it, the fetus. I tried asking more questions, but she told me that she's tired and in pain and to leave her alone, that I should tell her when I plan on moving out. I feel sick. How do I solve this, please? I know that I made a mistake by sleeping with my coworker, but I don't think that I could live without my wife. Is there any way to fix this? It hurts because I feel like she aborted the child to get back at me. She didn't want children, but I managed to convince her to get one. So how can I fix a relationship? And how do I move on from this?
Am I wrong for always turning down hangouts with my friends when they ask to bring their kids? So I have a friend group of 7 women from university, and I'm the only one that's child-free, but 1 is childless, 2 are pregnant with their first, and 3 have kids. We as a group rarely meet up, and I've seen them maybe twice in the last year, and we all live in the same city. Every time someone wants to meet up and we finally find a date that works for everyone, one of the moms always asks if they can bring their kids. It's usually one of 2 moms, as the third actually wants to have a child-free evening. And before anyone else can answer, the other mom says yes. All 3 moms have husbands who can watch the kids, and most of them even have both sets of grandparents. But somehow they never manage to find someone to babysit. At this point, I've stopped answering until they set a time and place, and when someone's asked about kids, I say I can't make it. Instead, I hang out with them one-on-one or in smaller groups instead. Am I wrong for always turning down hangouts with my friends when they ask to bring their kids? Well, a few days ago, we finally agreed to meet up and no one asked about kids and we were having a barbecue and wine night. Well, who shows up with their 8-year-old? Yep, one of the moms. I clearly didn't hide my annoyance and one of the girls asked me why. I decided to wave it off, and 30 minutes later I excused myself and left saying I didn't feel well. The thing is, in those 30 minutes we hadn't had any adult talk and just entertained the kids. I'd rather go home than do this for another 3 to 4 hours, so after I left I think they realized this was a pattern. I got a text from most of the girls in the group, some calling me an asshole and others saying they were annoyed with me for leaving. But the third mom had my back and asked to meet up later that week to have a proper wine night. And don't get me wrong, I don't hate kids at all. I work with them every day and don't want to spend my time off relaxing with my friends having to entertain other people's kids.
How do I tell my boyfriend, 35 male, that me, his girlfriend, 25 female, and moving to Oregon in less than a week, 1 month after I found out that he cheated on me? There's a long story to this, but I'll keep it short. My boyfriend and I haven't had the best sexual relationship. We've done it multiple times, but I could tell that he was having some issues down there the very last time we did it, which was over 1.5 years ago. When I asked him about it, he said it was depression getting the best of him. So I wanted to give him space. I'm very kind, patient, empathetic, and understanding of his situation. I didn't bring it up again. I'm not the nagging type, so I let him work it out on his own, always reassuring him that I was there and he could talk to me. His grandfather died a couple years before I met him, and he lived with the guy his whole life. He was devastated. Then his mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer a year before I met him. His mother passed away in January of this year. A month ago, he had really bad abdominal pain. We went to the ER and he had a perforated bowel. Instantly rushed him off to surgery. He gave me his phone, wallet, etc. A year ago, I had a strange gut feeling to go through his phone and see what he was doing. He was being very secretive and distant with his phone, but I gaslit myself and told myself that I was being crazy, so I never actually went through it. While he's under for the emergency surgery, I looked through his phone and found that he had been cheating on me for a year. He was sexting, meeting, and having sex with this chick. She was well aware of the fact that he had a girlfriend too. I was devastated. Now a month after the surgery, I've been taking care of him hand and foot, paying his bills, taking care of our animals, chores, etc. Trying to make things work, but I just can't. He's more than capable enough to go back to work and take care of himself. But I've put my 2 weeks in and I'm leaving to Oregon in 4 days. I haven't told him that I'm leaving. How do I tell him that I'm blowing this popsicle stand?
I matched with a murderer on Tinder. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. All of this happened 2 years ago, and if you are on a dating app, please be careful. I matched with this really cute guy on Tinder. He said he was a doctor, and he had all of these pictures to back it up. So I completely believed him when he said he was an oncologist. I was 22 at the time, and I realized that we did have a big age gap. You see, he was 36. Talked on Tinder for a couple of days, and then we moved over to text message. And he was so charming. He was reciting poetry to me. We even discussed the movie Pride and Prejudice. Looking back now, he asked me all of my favorite things. And from there, he started talking to me about my favorite movies, my favorite actors, favorite foods. I mean, he even sent me recipes. He was perfectly charming in every single way. Finally asked me out on a date, and we went to a beautiful, expensive dinner. The restaurant was right by a river. Then he surprised me with the boat ride on the river. The date was magical, almost too good to be true. Then things just got really strange. He was texting me nonstop for 2 days, asking me how I was, literally asking me what I ate for dinner, all over me. That's when he shows up unannounced in my apartment, and he's carrying a huge duffel bag. I mean huge and super heavy. And he tells me that his apartment flooded and that he didn't have anybody else to stay with, essentially asking me if he could stay at my place. I really didn't know if I should. I thought, what's the worst that could happen? We already went on a date. I told him he could sleep on my couch, but that nothing would happen between us. He agreed and promised that he wouldn't try to make any moves on me. He comes in, puts his bag down, and just starts making dinner in my kitchen. He made soup and a beautiful salad. When I tried the soup, it tasted horrible. The first thing that ran through my mind was, oh my gosh, did he put something in this? But I couldn't believe that that would even be a possibility. We watched a movie and then I went to bed. I wake up to banging on my door at 2 in the morning. Do you know how scary that is? He yells, I left my phone in there, I need to get it out. Then I realized, hold on a second, you didn't even come into my bedroom. First I pretended to be asleep just to not have to open, but then he kept banging louder. And then his voice got angry. He said, I know you're awake, just let me in. I finally said, sorry, I'm not gonna let you in, you're acting strange. Then he laughed and said, oh my gosh, stop being so dramatic, just let me in. But I did not. I didn't tell him, but I called the cops. Luckily, I lived 2 minutes away from the police station. He did not know this. I went into my bathroom and told the cops to come right away. For the next 2 minutes, he went silent. I pressed my ear to the door. I could hear him unzipping something, putting stuff down, and suddenly he starts banging on the door again. That's when the cops knock on my door and he goes to open. 10 seconds later, the cops knock on my door and tell me it's safe to come out. But the cop says, be prepared for what you're about to see. I open my door and there on my living room floor, there's a plastic tarp, knives, handcuffs, whips. Apparently this guy had been terrorizing women all around town. But fortunately, he had not unalived anybody. He would essay them and then tie them up and do things. But none of these women had reported him except for me. He went to prison and called me apologizing. Be careful out there. My stepbrother confessed that he has feelings for me, and now I'm catching feelings. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. My dad was single for years after my mom and him split. I decided to move in with my dad because my mom and I don't have the best relationship. I was floored when I got to my new high school. There were so many cute boys, including my stepbrother. His mom was single and she was looking for a man. My dad and her met at a yoga class. They hit it off right away. I mean right away. A month into their relationship, they wanted to move in together. During that month, I developed a crush on several boys, but my stepbrother was not one of them. You see, he had a girlfriend, and I am no homewrecker. But when we moved in together, we started hanging out a lot. He was making the effort to be with me all the time. First, I thought it was kind of sweet. Like, okay, we're like stepbrother and stepsister now. But no, he broke up with his girlfriend and he started hanging out with me every day after school. We started watching movies together. We were cooking together. We would do all our chores together. And then finally, our parents told us that they were engaged. So we knew this was going to be for the long run. Prom was nearing and a boy asked me out to prom. He grabbed my arm and made me swear that I wouldn't go out with this boy. And I asked him why. He said this guy was a player, that he would only try to do the dirty with me. Then he confessed that he was jealous. Part 2 is up. Story time about how I'm catching feelings for my stepbrother. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. That's when my stepbrother confessed that he was jealous. I mean, I knew that he liked me, but I didn't know that he liked me. Essentially, he told me that he did not want me going out with this boy to prom because he was really bad news. So I told him that I wouldn't. Went back to the boy and told him I couldn't go to prom with him. After that, my stepbrother asked me if I wanted to go to prom with him. Okay, everyone in school knew that our parents were engaged. Essentially, we're stepbrother and stepsister. But let me tell you, after his confession, I could not stop thinking about him. I mean, his room was right across from mine. He had so many girls chasing him at school. A few days later, his ex comes up to me at school and calls me a slut. Apparently, the rumor was going around that him and I were together. This girl was not happy. When I got in his car to go home with him, I broke down and started to cry. Then he told me that he told his ex that he had a crush on me. And then we kissed. And I had never been kissed like that. He was so sweet yet so passionate. We stared at each other at the dinner table. He tried to kiss me again at home, but I didn't let him. I'm gonna have to update you guys. What should I do about this?
Am I the asshole for making a joke about my wife's intelligence? My wife has an extremely big heart and cares for everyone around her.
Which makes it okay that she's stupid as shit.
Yeah, that's why I can bully her. She always tends to see the absolute best in people, which leads to people taking advantage of her. She's been robbed because of her optimistic outlook on life. My wife is the timid type, never the confrontational type, and not the sharpest tool in the shed. I love her. I have a very good friend who I'm referring to as Stan for anonymous reasons. Stan and I have been friends for a very long time, and he is an extremely intelligent man with a PhD and a professor at an esteemed university. When restrictions eased, Stan came to visit me. My wife is very interested in Stan's line of work. When I introduced Stan to my wife, she began to ask him questions all related to his career.
Oh.
He answered them politely, but it felt more like an impromptu interview than two friends catching up when my wife was around. I told my wife that her fascination with Stan's career could possibly make him very uncomfortable. I didn't ask Stan, though. She apologized and promised to not ask questions and only speak when spoken to.
Nice.
Awful crazy.
Nice. Wait,
God.
Did he say that to her? Or she said that to him.
What? She apologized and promised to not ask questions and only speak when spoken to.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I got many things to say.
Yeah,
Go
you got
ahead.
a lot of things. Yeah, okay, yeah. I invited Stan and his wife to a friendly dinner, and Stan's wife complimented my wife on her multilingualism. My wife is stupid and doesn't, but knows multiple languages.
She's curious. She knows multiple languages. She sounds like a wonderfully intelligent person.
Yeah, and she's kind.
And she's kind,
And
which
she's
is the
kind.
smartest,
You got
most
a
intelligent thing you can
got
be.
a holy trinity right here of good person.
Yeah, and you're degrading her for no reason.
I invited Stan and his wife to a friendly dinner, and Stan's wife complimented my wife on her multilingualism, and my wife could not stop gushing about it when they left. She's very insecure in the presence of very intelligent people, and getting a compliment from an extremely intelligent person, especially a linguist, must have boosted her self-esteem.
Yeah, probably because you're tearing her down all the time.
Yeah.
If this is how you think of her.
I politely asked her to stop talking about my friends, but she started rambling about how someone saying, "You sound like a native," is a very meaningful comment to her, considering a bunch of other factors.
Absolutely. Oh my God. If I learned Spanish to that point and someone said that to me, I would be over the moon.
I made a harmless joke about why she's so surprised about someone complimenting her intelligence is because she's not that intelligent. Instead of laughing along, she got offended, and I tried to explain myself by saying that no normal person would keep talking about one compliment that a stranger gave to them, and that I knew she was obviously insecure being in the presence of very intelligent people, and that compliment is acting as, quote, compensation? She's very upset with me, and I've tried to have an adult conversation with her, but she's not listening to me, so...
Right, because she's a child.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I keep interrupting, but this one's pissing me off.
So am I the asshole?
Yes.
There is an edit.
Oh, God.
I get it. I'm an asshole. I'll apologize and try to fix this.
Am I the calling the police on my mother-in-law? I, 28 female, got married to my husband, 34 male, a week ago. We got engaged about a year ago, and when I got engaged, my mother gave me a pair of earrings, which she said every woman for generations in our family has worn to their weddings. They are 4 carats, dangling earrings, and they are worth a lot. I felt very honored to be given them, and it made me feel closer to my grandmother who had passed away 2 months prior. About 3 months after, I went dress shopping with my mother, sister, and my fiance's mother. I bought all the jewelry that I would be wearing with my wedding dress to see how they matched the dresses. When I put the jewelry on, my mother-in-law kept going on about how gorgeous the earrings were. My mother explained the story on how they were a family heirloom passed down generations. I found the dress of my dreams and bought it. On the day of my wedding, I had everything ready in my room. My wedding dress, my flowers, my shoes, my makeup, and my jewelry. I was in there with my soon-to-be mother-in-law. I then needed to go to the toilet, and when I came back, my mother-in-law was gone. I wasn't sure what happened, but I just thought maybe she got called away to do something. I then noticed my earrings were gone. I knew straight away that she had taken them. I found her and confronted her, and she said she didn't take them. I asked if I could look through her bag, and she said no and gripped onto it. I said that if she didn't let me look, I would call the police, which I then did as she still wouldn't let me look. The police arrived and searched her, and the earrings were found in her bag. They were returned to me, and they asked if I wanted to press charges. I wanted to talk to my fiancé first, and he said he would support me if I wanted to. I didn't want to decide in that moment, so I just ignored it and had a great night. That was a week ago, and ever since then, I have been getting loads of threatening messages and calls from my husband's side of the family. My mother-in-law has been sending extremely hateful texts, and I think I want to press charges, but I'm still not sure if it's a good idea.
Am I the asshole for yelling at my girlfriend due to her camera roll? Me, 23 male, and my girlfriend, 21 female, have been together for 4 months now. She's great, beautiful, crazy intelligent, and has the best personality. Genuinely my dream girl, except for one issue, her camera roll. For background, she dated a guy for 4 years in high school and the first half of college. She broke up with him last year and has dated other people since then leading up to me. She never really talks about him unless telling a past story about her friend group, which he was a part of until he suddenly up and left. According to her, the reason they broke up is she realized that they were on 2 different levels of maturity. When I mean she's intelligent, I mean she's well known around campus and every professor adores her. And we go to a Big 12 university. She also got life-threateningly sick, and while he was worried for her, she knew he wouldn't be responsible enough to take care of her in the future. Progressive heart disease. They ended on good terms, but don't talk anymore because he is kind of an introverted guy, according to her. The part that I get upset about is that every time she opens her camera roll to show me a past picture, she scrolls past photos or videos of him and her. I brought this up to her before, and she always laughs and says it's because she's too lazy to go through 30,000 photos. She hasn't deleted pictures since 2015. These photos and videos of him and her aren't romantic. They're high school shenanigans and usually involve her other friends, but I still can't help but feel jealous. Today she showed me a photo of her friends in 2018 telling me a funny story. He's in the photo, and I said, quote, "You have a lot of pictures with him," in an annoyed tone. And she said, "Well, yeah, he grew up with me and my friends. We were kids together. It's like a look back into my childhood." Am I the asshole for yelling at my girlfriend due to her camera roll? I told her I didn't like those pictures and she offered to remove them and put them on a drive. I told her that wasn't enough. She told me they were precious memories she shared with her friends and she wasn't going to delete them just because he was in a couple. I kind of raised my voice and told her that she should go back to him if the memories were so precious. She got up and said, quote, "I don't want to go back to him, but I also don't want to be with someone who is emotionally insecure. I have enough to deal with," and then left. I've debated on texting her and apologizing. Am I the asshole? You're the asshole. Straight off the rip. You're the asshole. Dude, seriously? She dated this guy for 4 years. It's not like she has pictures of them, like, making out on her phone together. It's like, come on. It's so weird to say that. And she even tried to, like, compromise with you and say that she would put them on a drive, which in my opinion she shouldn't have to do that. Like, that's so stupid. Just be a mature person. It's not that big of a deal. It's like, obviously she went to high school with him and she went to college with him. He was a part of her friend group, and not only that, but they dated for 4 years. Like, she's obviously going to have memories with him. That's just so annoying. If I don't really have a lot of pictures with, like, my ex that I dated for a long time, but if I did and my boyfriend was, like, offended by that, I would be like, okay, you clearly have stuff to work on.
I have not had my voice for the better part of 2 months. This is the best my voice has sounded since the beginning of January. Today starts the beginning of March. With that being said, there were a lot of things I wanted to say to you guys that I wasn't able to say that I'm going to say now. Will all of it make sense? Absolutely fucking not. Am I still going to say it? Abso-fucking-lutely. It's been a while, you guys. Get ready for a rant video. I have been drinking tea every day, all day for the last 8 weeks. If I never drink tea again, it will be too soon. If I never taste honey again, it'll be too soon. I didn't even like honey before I lost my voice. Couldn't fucking stand it. Now, we are mortal enemies. My apartment complex fucking got over on me. And not even in a bad way, but let me tell you what the fuck happened. Okay, so it's time to renew our lease. You know, baby and I are getting married next year. Ain't nobody trying to fucking move. So we locked in the space for next year, and we're gonna do it next year too, because ain't nobody going no fucking where. Anyway, baby goes up to the front office and he's like, "Hey, we're ready to renew our lease. Let's get the process started with all of that." The manager is like, "Cool, awesome. Let me tell you guys about a promotion that we've got going on. So if you come in by like tomorrow afternoon and you renew your lease, we're going to be having a pizza party for those who are renewing their lease." As if that was supposed to make me excited. Bitch, I pay over $2,000 a month rent. I don't give a fuck about cold pizza. I'm sorry. I'm back. Anywho, we're going to be having a pizza party. Also, if you renew it by, that day, you get a $250 Visa gift card. Me, free money for something I was planning on doing. Fuck your pizza, but free money, sign me up. Hell yeah. I would take a $500 gift card, but if you're only offering $250, I'll take it. I'll take it because that's $250 more than what I had. At the same time, baby and I are planning it's not an engagement party, but it was more so for him to ask his side of the wedding party to be his side of the wedding party. They were none the wiser. He was making plans for these people, but they had no idea that they were going to be groomsmen. So we organized a little party situation thing. I made boxes, all the shit to ask them to be his groomsmen. I'll show y'all later. Like I said, we're planning all this shit. And I'm like, fuck yeah, baby. Don't worry about it. I will buy all the stuff for your groomsmen's boxes if I get to keep the gift card for myself. Baby's like, fuck yeah, that works because I don't have the money for it right now. The party's on Sunday. Let's do that. So we do that. I buy all the shit. Baby puts the boxes together. We go renew our lease. We know this gift card is coming. Fuck yeah, I'm not even worried about it. I know you good for it because you don't have no choice. Either they going to give me $250 or you're going to give me $250. Either way, I'm going to get my money back. Party goes off without a hitch. Everybody says yes. Baby officially has his side of the wedding party. Everything's great. 2 days later, I get an email. Hey, your gift card is here. Come down to the office between this time, and you can pick it up. Period. Immediately, I tell baby, pause the game, go put some shoes on, go get my money. He does just that, because what the fuck was he going to do? Tell me no? He goes to get my gift card, and he brings it back. But it's an Amazon gift card. Immediately, I hit the fucking ceiling, because this is not what was discussed beforehand. The only downside is I have absolutely no proof. When baby went up to the front office, the manager told him what was going to go down. Later on that afternoon, they went around to everybody's doors and taped notices on everybody's doors about the pizza party and the little thing that they had going on. They knew what the fuck they were doing. And because I be cleaning shit up, I threw the motherfucking paper away. So when I get my Amazon gift card, I have no proof that they said a Visa gift card from the fucking start. Now I want to slap everybody. Do I still have my gift card? Yes. I'm going to use all $250 fucking dollars on it. Yes, I am. But bitch, y'all know what y'all did. You know what you did. Y'all know that I'm a gardener. It's not a secret. It's something that I've been for a long time, and I will continue to be. I definitely cut back a lot while my voice was down to give my throat a chance to heal. But one of the rare occasions where I decided to, lift my spirits, I just so happened to be on FaceTime with my best friend. Again, nothing new. We do this 8+ hours a day, every single fucking day. This is what the fuck we do. Now, one thing about me is I will never expose your children to something that you're not exposing your children to. So if I'm a gardener and you're not, your kids will never, ever witness me gardening. Ever. That's just, I will go out of my way to make sure, like I turn my camera off when we're on FaceTime. I'll move the phone. I'll flip it up if it's on a stand. I go out of my way to make sure her kids don't witness me. Fucking randomly, her oldest is in her room. I'm not paying attention to anything. I genuinely thought my phone wasn't where they could see me. I didn't even know the kid was in the fucking room. I was focused. I was paying attention to the project at hand. I was trying to high five God in that moment. Things are going good. Things are going great. It is smoking all over the place. Then I hear a little voice talking about the smoke, talking about he thought there was a fire at my house because of all the smoke that was in the camera. My best friend, without hesitation, tells her son that I was putting out a fire because I am a goddamn firefighter. Of all the things this bitch could have came up, she could have told the boy that I couldn't cook and shit was burning on the stove. Nope, I have a career. I'm a firefighter. If I could have wet willied that bitch in that moment, I would have licked my finger and jammed it all the way to her fucking eardrum. Cause bitch, really? Of all the things you could have came up with, the firefighter was the first. I hope he asked me. I hope when he sees me face to face, he asks me about being a firefighter. I really hope he fucking does. Last but not least, and on a more serious note, y'all hurt my feelings. You did. I posted a video of a dress that I was considering wearing to my engagement pictures that I genuinely liked and actually felt pretty in. And you bitches compared me to an ogre. A fucking ogre. I genuinely don't care how much you like Princess Fiona or if she's your favorite princess. I don't because I could have snapped like I'm known to fucking do, but I tried to be gentle about it. I made a comment and asked you guys to just chill out with the comparison because I really didn't like it. And some of you motherfuckers had the audacity to ask me why. As if, one, you don't know who the fuck I am and what I stand for, and two, like I had to explain myself to you. If I don't like something, I don't fucking like something. I absolutely did not like the comparison. I didn't like that you guys felt like I had to explain why I didn't like the comparison. And because of that, I've decided I'm not going to share anything else with you when it comes to my dresses, my engagement pictures, how I never planned to even share the pictures with you guys in the first place. And this solidified that decision. I'm considering not sharing anything else because my feelings were hurt. They were. There's a reason why you guys haven't got any other updates or anything else. And that's why. Listen, I know this is the internet and I cannot control what you guys comment because what you comment is within your right. I don't fucking care about none of that and I don't disagree if you feel that way. But what I can control is this platform. I control what videos get posted. The moment I see comments that make me feel a way that I don't like, I can control whether I want to continue to post content like that. And because I did not like the comments I got, I'm not going to post any other dresses. I'm considering still taking you guys along with me when I go shopping for my wedding dress because y'all just don't know how to keep your opinions on certain things to yourself. The comparisons, you guys, I can't stress enough how hurtful that was. Just, yeah, I just don't know. I didn't like it. I didn't.
Am I wrong for walking out on a blind date 2 weeks after my husband passed away? Story time. I recently lost the love of my life, Steve, to a car accident. And I am also 4 months pregnant, but I haven't told anyone. However, I had been planning on telling a friend when I was feeling a bit better. Now, my best friend Amy has been my shoulder to cry on throughout this whole time. So, my best friend Amy is dating this guy called Dave, and they normally hang out in a trio with this guy called Steve. When I first met Steve, he would compare himself to my husband and hit on me hard. He would say the strangest things like our kids would be way cuter than yours and my husband's. So, skip to the other night, and I get a message from Amy begging me to come to dinner. She said she wanted to treat me, that I'd been having a really rough time, and I had been feeling not so shit about myself, so I was like, yeah, okay, I'll go. When I arrived at the restaurant, she wasn't there. So I texted her like, hey, how long are you gonna be? And she's like, I will be there in 5 minutes. She said, I'm so sorry, babe, I'm just running late, I'm round the corner. So naturally, I sit down and I order myself a drink. 5 minute comes and Amy is still not here. So I give her the benefit of the doubt and I give her another 5 minutes. But when I'm about to call her, Steve comes running over. Steve, what are you doing here? He says, oh my God, I'm so sorry for being late. I was like, okay, but what are you doing here? Steve smiles at me and grabs my hand, to which I ripped away from him, because he was like, oh, I asked Amy to set us up on a date now that your ex-husband isn't a problem anymore. Sorry, it's giving he caused the car crash. He's like, honestly, it's so great that we can finally get to know each other. So I started to stand up, and honestly, I could not give a flying fuck about getting to know him without a word of a lie. This man stands up and goes, I know you're being overly emotional right now, so I'll forgive you for being rude. And then he goes, sit down with me, get to know me. I'm not saying that we have to have sex straight away. I'm sorry, but straight away is absolutely mad. I was honestly so disgusted. I could not get away from that man quick enough. Anyway, safe to say I walked out and left. And as soon as I got home, I had a message from Amy, who goes, so, how was dinner with Steve? With a smirk emoji, which really pissed me off. And when she answered and picked up, I was not letting her get a single word in. I said to her, how could you, of all people, be the one to do this to me? You've been the one holding my hand. I said to her the only reason I was even contemplating coming out with her tonight was because I was going to tell her then that I was pregnant. But last night, Dave, her boyfriend, came to my house. He was trying to tell me that I should let him in, and when I refused and said that I'll call the police, he was like, you've broken Amy's heart. Hello, I'm the one that lost their husband, and apparently on top of that, I have deeply hurt Steve. We don't care about Steve. He said that now is an even better time to get to know Steve because he could help me raise my child. Am I wrong for helping my brother run away from his own wedding? Story time. So my parents divorced when we were very young because of my mother's insane jealousy. She very, very quickly rebounded with a guy that had 2 kids and had shared custody for a while. But when my dad got remarried, she went crazy. She even tried to convince everyone that he was cheating whilst they were still married. That's you, babe. And I was always just so much closer to my dad and brothers because my mum was fucking nuts. Now, long story short, my stepmom actually passed away from a really bad car accident. And around this time, my mum told me she was going to take us away for the weekend to celebrate something. I have genuinely never ever seen my mum happier. And my mum got so angry that we were upset and told us that only worthless people cry over whores. The last time we saw her was actually at my graduation, where she told everyone how ungrateful we were. And her new husband would also call us really nasty names too. It's safe to say we have had absolutely zero contact with her since. So my brother Steve started dating his now ex Amy about 3 years ago. Amy had heard all the stories but believed that we were all just being dramatic. However, eventually she did drop the whole you need to reconcile with your mother crusade. During their wedding planning, there was no sign of things going wrong at all. But at the wedding, lo and behold, who was sitting front and centre? My mum, her husband, and 2 kids. Obviously, I immediately panicked and called my brothers. Steve thought that she may have found out all the details and wanted to crash and cause drama, so he called Amy to warn her of this. And Amy was like, no babe, it's fine, I'm the one that invited her. So Steve was like, you need to come and get me, and we sent our other brother to go and deal with things at the church. So we skedaddled from that wedding and we barricaded ourselves in our house. We had so many people coming to the house trying to make sense for Steve. Now that the dust has settled, the majority of people are on Steve's side, but Amy, his ex's parents, are now threatening to sue him. But he said he would rather pay them back all the money than marry someone that would betray him. My family is fully in support of Steve, but the backlash from all of this has been absolutely huge. So, what do you think?
Am I the asshole for refusing to apologize to my friend's boyfriend?
I don't know.
This is so fucking stupid. I feel like I'm in high school again.
Okay. All right.
I, 34 female, have a friend named Summer, also 34 female, who's a free spirit.
Okay.
In high school, she got sent home multiple times for going to class barefoot. She dropped out of college and hitchhiked to Mexico one summer, didn't tell anyone where she was going. She forgets to pay her phone bill, so she's occasionally unreachable. I know that sounds like a lot, and it'll sound like even more by the end of this, but we've been friends since we were 10. I don't care that she's a mess. I love her. We're in this for the long haul. Summer's boyfriend, Will, is the opposite of her, and I'd hoped he'd mellow out her wild side. You know how Summer forgets to pay her phone bill? Well, apparently she did it again. I found out when Will called me Friday morning while I was at work. He said he was having trouble locating Summer. I said, yep, that's Summer for you. If you get a hold of her, please tell her to call me. Best of luck. Then I hung up thinking nothing of it.
Okay.
Will rang me again and demanded to know where Summer is.
Huh?
I truthfully said that I have no idea, but I'll call her parents for him and see if they know. I went to do exactly that, but Will called me again before I could.
Okay.
I answered, and it was the same question, but angrier. Where the fuck is my girlfriend? I'll spare you the suspense. This went on for quite some time. Absolutely no clue why Will was convinced I know where Summer was. But I told him exactly when/where I last saw her, and that she disappears like this routinely, which he damn well knows they've been together for a year. I've used the plainest language possible, but Will just wouldn't relent. He called me about 50 times. I put it on silent at first.
Oh my God.
But by the 51st time, I'd had enough.
Dude's a freak.
And I answered and said, bro, stop blowing up my phone. I don't know where Summer is, and I'll block you if I have to.
Yeah.
You're going to get me fired. Then I turned my phone off. Today, Summer called me. I was expecting some form of explanation, but she opened with, I'm handing the phone to Will. He wants an apology. I stopped her and said, apology for what? She said, for saying that he blew up your phone. To which I replied, he did blow up my phone, and I was at work too. Maybe I shouldn't have threatened to block, but he didn't get the point the first 50 times I said it calmly. Summer said just apologize because he's really pissed, and here's where I'm probably the asshole. No. No to all of fucking that. I'm not apologizing because her milquetoast boyfriend, who is basically the human equivalent of a dry ham sandwich, is on some ego trip.
Dry ham sandwich? Okay, I get it.
I said that, but nicer, and she hung up on me.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking I should have sucked it up and rather than jeopardize 2 decades of friendship. Am I the asshole?
What does Reddit say?
Reddit says not the asshole.
All right, yeah. You kind of went in you didn't need to do all that, but it's fine.
I don't think asshole either, no.
None of anyone's actions made any fucking sense. Why? What does he think that she knows where she is?
So that's like the first comment. Apparently the OP would cover for Summer in high school. Like if she would sneak out, she would cover for Summer, basically.
But they're adults now.
They're adults now, though. That's the thing. Yeah,
why would Summer need to... Like, the boyfriend is a big red flag.
I have been carrying this burden for a very long time now. For over 10 years, I have been telling everyone that I am dating, and more recently, am engaged to a man I have only met once. I have been inventing the story of my life for so long, and I don't know how to go back and fix it. I first connected with this guy, Liam, when we were both in high school. We were in an online study forum and exchanged numbers. We texted back and forth every single day for 2 years straight, but because we lived far apart and were still teenagers, we only ever saw each other in person once. It was an incredibly intense, connected friendship that existed almost purely online. At some point, his messages dried up and he drifted away, but I didn't. I'm still right in that place, excited by his existence, infatuated with him and the idea of what we could be together, as if I'm still a teenager. Back when I was still talking to Liam online, my best friend told me a boy asked her to be his girlfriend and I panicked. I had an extremely strict, limiting childhood, with parents who didn't let me experience anything really. I was barely let out of the house. I knew my boring home life was going to damage my friendships. So out of desperation to fit in, I exaggerated my friendship with Liam and told her he was my boyfriend. From that day on, I've kept up this lie. It's literally a decade later, and I've only embellished more and more. On multiple occasions, I've generated new phone numbers for Liam and created fake WhatsApp conversations and Instagram accounts to keep up the pretense that we are together, madly in love, and now planning a wedding. Once I even pretended we were away on a week-long holiday together, but really just stayed in my apartment all alone.
That's the plot of a film.
Yeah.
A sad film.
It's like I'm a catfish, but the only person I'm catfishing is myself. I am 27 and have found myself in a bigger hole than you can imagine. At times, this lie has become so deep, so intricate, at some points I've genuinely convinced myself that we really are together. I feel like I'm on the cusp of losing my mind. And yes, it's not lost on me that I seriously need to book in with a psychologist ASAP.
Beat me to it, girlfriend.
As the years have gone by, the reasons as to why Liam can't meet the people I love the most have evolved too. I have told stories that largely revolve around drug addiction, that Liam is an addict and is often in treatment or in rehabilitation facilities, and therefore isn't in the right state of mind to meet my friends and family. Obviously, given they all now think he's about to become my husband, this is becoming increasingly hard to maintain. What's bizarre is that it turns out my fictional version of events hasn't always been that removed from reality. I created a fake Instagram account recently to talk to Liam and get to know him. And after getting to know him over deep and meaningful DMs, it turns out I was right. Many of the things I invented about him are true. This weird overlap between my imagination and his reality has only confused me more. It's like I really do know Liam, without actually knowing him at all. I am so in love with someone who is a stranger and yet isn't really a stranger, if that makes sense. This was a big mistake from me in the end. Liam figured out I wasn't who I was pretending to be on Instagram and called me out on it. I was and am devastated. Now I feel dangerously on the edge of everything falling apart and my friends discovering my big lie too. This has destroyed my life. I haven't been able to establish a single meaningful relationship because, even though I know it makes zero sense, in my mind I am Liam's fiancé. I feel like such a terrible person. How do I get myself out of this without losing the people I love?
Am I the asshole for calling the police on my fiancé? Disclaimer, this is not my story. Last night, my 35 male fiancé, 38 female, left in the evening to give a friend's son a ride back to his home. She said that she would be home before 9, she left around 7:45. 10:15 rolled around and she still wasn't home. I texted and she apologized to me saying that her friend's son was actually in the next town over, which was 30 minutes away, and she was coming home now. 11:45 rolled around and she still wasn't home, so I called her and got no answer. I then texted her and got no response. I was getting very upset. It was then 12:30 and I got no texts or calls. Around 1:30, my anger had turned into worry because there was no answer to my calls and my texts were not read. Around 1:45, I called the police. I've always heard that the first 24 hours of someone being missing is the most important, so I didn't want to delay. I asked them to let me know if there had been any traffic accidents involving her car, and the operator told me that they would put in the word and send the cops to check along the route she would travel. I called all the hospitals in the area to check if she had been checked in, and I waited outside watching the road for her car for 3 hours. At 7 a.m., she came home. She apologized for being out and said she had no excuse. She was driving home and felt tired, like she was falling asleep at the wheel, so she pulled over to the side of the road and slept. I called the cops and told them that she had came home safely and told them to stop searching, which they did. The police said they had to do a wellness check after a missing person is found, so they ended up going to her job to check on her. She's now mad at me for calling the police and sending a cop to her job and making her look bad. She said I was overreacting and she wasn't missing, and that I was punishing her for doing the responsible thing and not driving drowsy.
Am I the asshole for kicking out my future mother-in-law and not wanting her around my children anymore? For a little intro, my fiancé, 27 male white, and I, 24 female black, have been engaged for a year and together for 5. And yes, before you ask, the races will become important. I have one child that is not his biologically, female 7, but that is still her daddy, and she calls him as such. He loves her like his own, and it's honestly been such a blessing and so endearing to watch. That's really sweet. We also have a daughter together, female 3, and a bundle of joy on the way. Ooh, congrats. So over the Christmas stretch, while everyone was home, me and my fiance, Ryan, decided to have a get-together at our home. Altogether, it was his 2 siblings, my 3 siblings, his nephew, both of his parents, and his mother, so 9 guests plus our family of 4. Our families love each other and get along wonderfully except for his mother. This story pretty much just involves his mom, who I will call mother-in-law. The family gets together on the 26th and is having a pretty good time. My brother pulled me to the side and told me that mother-in-law had made a couple of racist comments towards him and my parents, and also started questioning why our people, would get so offended by the N-word. What a joy. I told him I'd handle it later and I did not want to spoil the party. About an hour later, things have picked back up and my mother-in-law is playing with my oldest and I hear her say, "Oh, don't you wish you had hair like 3-year-olds and not some heavy braids?" And before I could get there, saying things like, "You look like your mommy, but would be prettier if you had skin like daddy and 3-year-old." No, ma'am. Now my oldest looks like me with pretty dark skin, while my youngest looks exactly like her father and honestly doesn't even look mixed. Jesus. When I heard these comments, I saw red. I took my kids and nephew up to the playroom, came back down, and told mother-in-law to get the hell out of my house and never come back. Good for you. When my fiance heard the commotion and I told him what happened, he was livid. We kicked my mother-in-law out without much of a fight back from her. I apologized to both families and they said it wasn't my fault and understood, and we continued to have a great time. Good for you guys. For the past week, my mother-in-law has been blasting me on every social media platform saying that I'm a B and everything under the sun. Ryan has been completely on my side and we sent her a message together about her not being able to see the children anymore, and she's blasted and calling me a horrible mother and threatening me. Some of the family is angry with me, but otherwise people are mostly on my side, but I'm starting to think I went a little overboard with everything. And I feel bad about my kids not seeing her anymore, especially with the new baby on the way. Am I the asshole? No. Are you kidding me? No. No.
Am I the asshole for not telling my girlfriend I was going to break up with her if she went on vacation with male friends? Basically, my girlfriend went on vacation with her male friends. I told her this made me uncomfortable, and I didn't want her to go. By the way, she used to hook up with one of them before she met me. She told me that it'd be fine and that they're like brothers to her. I already made the decision.
Incest. Okay.
I already made the decision to break up with her right then and there, but I wanted to get my stuff from her place before anything, and I figured I should do that while she's gone. I didn't want to break up over text or call, so I waited for her to come back. I picked her up when she came home, dropped her off, and gave her the key to her place and broke up. She started crying, and she figured it was because of the vacation. She keeps saying that nothing happened. I told her that she knew I was uncomfortable with this, and she still went. She mentioned that I should have said that I'd break up with her if she went, and that if she knew that, she never would have gone. I told her that I didn't want to be controlling and threaten her with ending the relationship. We kept going back and forth for a while. Edit, and then there's an update. So edit number 1, a lot of y'all are assuming an awful lot here. Most of you are cool, but just to give you a bit more context, she never actually introduced me to these friends. Even though I mentioned that I wanted to meet them, she kept making excuses. She never told me she used to hook up with her friend. I only found out because I found an old picture of them kissing when she was showing me some old travel pics. And I was okay with their friendship until now. This was just too much for me. Most of y'all are cool, I swear, but some of you guys just act like cheaters don't exist. Did she cheat on me? Who knows? But at this point, I was sick of doubting. My post got a lot of attention. I responded to a few comments and even edited it, so I figured I should update you all. Her male friend reached out to me on Instagram, the one she used to hook up with. He asked if I was dating my ex, and I told him what happened. He actually apologized, and he said that he didn't know that we were still dating. He said that my ex was talking mad shit about me, and he was confused. Apparently, my ex-girlfriend told him that we broke up months ago, and they have been hooking up regularly since.
Oh!
Yes,
Yeah, right.
including the trip. The guy even showed me some pics of the two of them kissing during the trip, so that explains why she never wanted me to meet them. So all of my suspicions were correct. The guy actually seemed like a decent guy, though. He apologized a lot for what he did. I don't hold any resentment towards him, and I'm glad that I got confirmation that I made the right decision. So to all of you who supported me, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. And one last comment to some of you. My insecurity kept me from wasting any more of my time. And so, yeah. And then the top comment is, I hope that dude dumps her. So her the best friend, brother, kisser.
After about 4 months, my sister found out and told my mom, and my mom rang the police. I was scared when I woke up and saw 2 police officers in my room telling me to go downstairs. I eventually went downstairs crying because I didn't know why the police were there. They sat me down and talked to me and then left me alone in the living room blasting church music at me. I got left there for about 3 hours and my mom never said anything. She still brings it up and then laughs at me when I tell her to stop.
My sister is running away with my dad and they're going to be getting married. I feel like this story is so crazy. So about a year ago, my sister came to me and she told me that she is seeing this guy. He is older than her. A little bit worried because there's certain things that make her realise that they shouldn't be dating, but she's just so in love with each other. I was a little bit skeptical when she told me this. I've always envisioned her with someone a little bit older, so I weren't too concerned about the older part. In fact, she told me that maybe they kind of shouldn't be seeing each other and there's an issue in the way there. I was just a bit like, is he married? Like, what's going on? Anyway, the more she described this man, the more I went home and I put 2 and 2 together and I realised she was talking about our dad. Obviously, I called her straight up and I was like, please tell me I'm piecing this wrong together. Like, you're not actually dating our dad. She went super, super quiet and she just told me I am. I can't help it, but we're in love with each other and we're planning on going to America, being together for a year and then getting married. A bit of context is our dad isn't actually our biological dad. He became our stepdad about 20 years ago now. So in my eyes, this is just as weird and just as wrong. Obviously begging for me not to tell my mum about this, and I honestly thought she was pulling my leg. I thought, no way is this real. So I didn't tell my mum until I saw her the next day, and by that time they were already on a plane. My mum was in tears because this man left her a note and said he is leaving her, he is falling in love with someone else, but didn't specify who. So obviously I brought her up to speed. We're both just super shocked because there was no indication that my dad was like this. Like, he weren't weird growing up. We actually had really solid relationships with him, but not in a weird way. He was just a super normal guy and I can't explain it any differently. Anyway, me and my mum actually got over this quite quickly because of how weird it was. And fast forward to right about now, my sister and dad get married in a week's time. They've both not been quiet about this relationship. They've been posting all over social media about it. They've actually built a little bit of a following around it. They've moved to a state where it is legal. They've been dating for just over a year now and they get legally married tomorrow, which is just so crazy to me and it's so weird. Obviously me and my mum are not involved in their life at all because that would be super odd. I mean, whatever floats your boat, do what makes you happy, but this to me is just, yeah, bit weird.
Story time about how my sister tried to sell me for a designer handbag. A little background information. My sister and I were never close, mainly because I used to snitch on her for everything. And this had nothing to do with me being young and just not knowing that you should have your siblings back all the time. No, it was just because I hated her. As long as I was around, that girl was not getting away with shit. Not while I was around, fuck no. I did not let her have any good days. But this wasn't for no reason. Like, she was genuinely just mean as fuck. Like, I could name a few times where she literally locked me in my bedroom all day, no food or water, just to bring over some 26-year-old wannabe SoundCloud rapper. But we don't got time to talk about all that, so let's skip to whenever I was 14 years old. The entire household's lives revolved around her BS. My parents would miss all of my volleyball games. They missed my 5th grade graduation because she stole their car to go see her boyfriend who lived in another state. But then came the best day of my life. Angela, aka my sister's 18th birthday. I wake up and the bitch is gone. Nowhere to be found. Room empty. She left her phone on the bed with the screensaver that read, "I hate y'all so much and I'm never coming back." And when I read those words, a wave of emotions came over me. It really did bring tears to my eyes. Tears of joy. Y'all thought I was about to be sad about that shit? Fuck no. So later on that night, because she would block and unblock me so much, I had to make a burner account just to keep tabs on her. Mainly to make sure that she was never too happy in life. Like, as soon as I would see a video of her shaking ass on her story, I would be on this burner account and I would swipe up and I would be like, hey, okay, I know that's right. And right after I did that, I was screen recording it to send it to my parents. I check her Instagram that night and I see that she posted on her story, "Follow me on my new account, I'm deleting this one." And y'all know how in the Disney movies, bitches will turn into princesses overnight? Yeah, well, that's basically what happened to my sister. She turned into a Miami baddie overnight. Only 2 months after she left, she posted a picture on her story of her new driver's license that had the name Jasmine Sage, which isn't her name. Her name is fucking Angela. And then over the next 2 years, she's posting pictures in high-rise apartments, designer everything, in the club popping bottles every freaking week, vacation, hair and nails always done. Meanwhile, I had to move in with my grandpa because my parents decided to rob an ATM and they went to jail. So yeah. Anyways, out of nowhere, she messages me and she's like, "Hey, for your 16th birthday, do you want to come down to Miami and visit me?" I saw the way she was living and I was like, fuck yeah. So she convinced my grandpa to let me go. And I'm not even gonna lie, that was the best trip I've ever taken in my life. As soon as I got there, hair done, nails done. The rest of the week, she was getting me into clubs. She was taking me everywhere I wanted to go. But But after the trip, she went ghost for 2 years again. She didn't call me, she didn't text me, nothing. And my sister is one of those girls who loves to show people her life. So it was even weirder when she stopped posting on her story. She would only post like once every few months. Then fast forward, I'm 18 now, and out of nowhere, she hits me up super last minute asking if I want to come down to see her for spring break. And obviously I hadn't seen her in 2 years, so I say yes, but immediately something feels off once we start talking about the plans. The first red flag was I had to buy my own flight. But I told myself, you know what, it's fine. She's gonna be paying for everything else on the trip. So I buy my flight, which was like $500 because it was so last minute. Second red flag, when I landed at the airport, she picked me up in this old ass car that sounded like it was going to fucking explode. And not only that, but I could tell that she was drunk and just got back from the club. Third red flag, she's living in some sketchy ass motel with some creepy ass guy and his girlfriend. And listen, I am not a brat. I never judge anybody for their living situation or for what they have and what they don't have, because I didn't grow up with much either. But the reason why I came down and visited her the first time was because I knew I was going to be safe. Like, before I even got on my flight to leave, I felt safe and taken care of. And trust me, I know people fall on hard times. But why last week was she just posting like she was still in the same penthouse that she was in the last time that I came and visited her? Anyway, so the whole time that I was there, we would wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning, go to this guy Jerry's house. Actually, it was not even a house. This guy lived in a big ass fucking mansion. But I had a lot of fun. He was taking us to bars and taking us out on his boat. Like, I was having a good ass time until the one night we're at Jerry's and he's throwing this huge pool party, and all of a sudden out of nowhere my sister's like, you know, I think Jerry really likes you. And I'm like, girl, I got a man. And then she starts talking shit on my man. She's like, girl, he's a bum. You told me he doesn't even have a job. And in my head I'm thinking, this girl really has no room to talk. Cause how the fuck did you fumble living in a high-rise apartment to now living in some motel? Be so fucking for real. So now I'm pissed off and I'm like, well, you don't have a job either, so what does that make you? She gets pissed off, she walks away from me, and then one of her friends looks over at me and she's like, girl, do not talk to Jerry. He's fucking weird. And then her other friend jumps in and she's like, yeah, girl, he's so fucking weird. He has a camera in his room and he uses it to record the girls that he hooks up with and then blackmail them into doing shit for him. It happened to 3 of my friends. So I look at them and I'm like, does Jasmine know this? AKA Angela. Because surely it wouldn't be my sister who's trying to hook me up with a guy like this. But then she goes, girl, Jasmine's one of those 3 friends. Yeah. So now I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is just great. So I go to the bathroom to call my boyfriend and tell him about the whole situation. But then my sister walks in and I look at her and I'm like, girl, I'm not talking to Jerry and I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home. Then she goes, you're being rude and overdramatic. Jerry's the one who's paying for your whole trip, by the way. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck if Jerry cured world hunger. I'm not doing anything with him. But then she rips my purse out of my hand and she's like, I'll give you this back if you just stay for the rest of the night. And because my phone's in there, I couldn't say no. So I walk back over to the pool and then here comes Jerry coming over to me and whispering, if you come upstairs with me, I'll get you a purse too. And I'm like, what? And he goes, well, I already promised to get your sister a purse. I'll just get you one too. And I'm like, you want me to go upstairs with you and do what? And he goes, you know, just have fun. And then he puts his hand on my thigh and he's like, don't worry, I'm clean, baby girl. So I'm like, okay, why don't you go upstairs and I'll meet you up there. And then my sister comes over to me. I bet she thought that, you know, I was about to go upstairs and him. But she's like, see, didn't I tell you he was so nice? And I'm like, yeah, he really is. But can you make me a drink before I go upstairs? And she's like, of course, anything you need. Like, girl, fuck you. The second she walks to the kitchen, I grab my bag and run around the side of the house. I crawl under this gate. I scratch my whole back up on the concrete. And I hide under one of the cars, call my Uber, and just wait. Then I hear my sister and the girl that I was talking to at the pool come outside the gate looking for me, and my sister tells her to go upstairs to see if I'm with Jerry. A few minutes later, I hear my sister's phone ring, and all I hear is her friend laughing on the phone, being like, girl, Jerry said you're not getting that bag no more. And while I'm listening to this, all of a sudden, of course, my phone starts going off, letting me know that my Uber's down the street. And my sister heard it, so I roll out from under the car, and I start running. And so does she, but I guess that BBL weighed her down, because after 2 minutes, she was huffing and puffing, sitting on the sidewalk. Yeah. I get to the airport, I send her a text saying, you're weird as fuck. Trying to get me to have you know what with some weirdo just so you can get a Chanel bag is absolutely insane. And then she texted me back and she was like, nobody tried doing anything like that. You're delusional. If you really think that that's something I would do to you, please stay away from me. So yeah, that's how my older sister tried to pimp me out for a handbag. Never thought that would ever happen to me.
My ex-wife's boyfriend is abusing my kids, and the custody hearing isn't until after I'm supposed to bring them back. Trigger warnings, vivid descriptions of child abuse, deception, and attempted fraud and gaslighting. Michigan, USA. I just had the most horrific day of my life on Friday. I found out my ex-wife's boyfriend has been beating our children, 7 and 8. I split up from my wife about 6 months ago, and she started seeing someone seriously about a month after that. 3 or 4 weeks ago, he unofficially moved in. I never liked him, but I never had a reason to believe that he was violent. My custody arrangement is such that I get the kids for a week, then she gets the kids for a week, back and forth. I didn't try to sue for full custody at any time because this is totally unprecedented, and I've never known her to be an unfit parent. Raising the children had nothing to do with why we split up, and nothing related to anger, violence, or general carelessness. Friday night, she dropped the kids off, and as usual, she barely made eye contact or spoke to me. I tried to organize an amicable split for the kids' sake, and it went well at first, and then after the papers were signed and assets divided, she wasn't having it. So usually the routine when she drops the kids off on Fridays around 7 or whenever they finish dinner is we watch the game or play some video games, get a jump start on weekend homework, and then we head to bed. My younger son was really despondent when she dropped him off, and my older was hyper and fidgety, unlike both of them. Usually they're perfectly well-tempered. If anything, my younger son is normally the fidgety one. He has ADHD, and I've never seen him as still and effectless as that day. I asked if everything was okay, and they said yes. So the boys head up to shower, and then they go to their room to change, and I come in to say goodnight and see my younger son's back and chest are covered in bruises. I was half paying attention at first and only caught a glimpse, checking my email and catching it out of the corner of my eye. I asked him to take his shirt off, and he panicked. Not like them at all. I was still helping this one in the bath until earlier in the year, and they both would walk around in their boxers all day if we let them, so that raised a red flag right away. To make a long story short, he was covered in bruises on top. I had to step out of the room for a second because I didn't want to break down in front of him, and his legs had prominent lacerations and welts. I asked him what happened, and he kept telling me that he fell. He was definitely coached because he hasn't lied to me that blatantly since he was like 4. I didn't want to press him. My older son finally told me in private what happened. Younger son did poorly on some test, and ex's boyfriend whipped him with a belt. My ex-wife's boyfriend is abusing my kids, and the custody hearing isn't until after I'm supposed to bring them back. When he cried, the boyfriend just started wailing on him because men don't cry, he said. I'm shuddering even typing that last part. It is the exact opposite of everything and my ex have been teaching their whole lives. And the most traumatic part to both of them was not even the violence of the boyfriend, but that my ex was sitting in the room and did nothing. Without going into detail because I would just get way too upset, this was not an isolated incident. Just the first time that he left noticeable marks. He'd been hitting both of them, the younger one much more frequently and aggressively than the older one, and told them that if they said anything, they'd never see their mother again because she would lose custody. And my ex backed him on this. I haven't let on to my ex at all because I don't want her to know before I get to the court and sue for full custody. I took photos of every injury. I am so livid. I don't know if I'm more mad at him for attacking my children, my ex for not doing anything, or myself for not putting the pieces together sooner and doing a deeper dive into the man that's living with my kids. I contacted a lawyer that next morning, but he said since the guy technically doesn't live with them, we might not be able to take custody from my ex. He kept his apartment, but according to the kids, he brought a bunch of boxes with clothes over 3 or 4 weeks ago and has stayed over every single night since. He also said once my wife catches wind of my suit, that she might just take out a restraining order on the guy and swear they're broken up while still seeing him on the side once she keeps custody. Knowing that it isn't certain that I'll win full custody, it's taking all I have not to load them into a car, change our names, and never come back. Is there anything I can do in the meantime? My lawyer says at the end of the week I'll have no choice but to send them back to her house. Our court date isn't until Wednesday of next week. They've barely slept the last 2 days. The younger one is afraid to sleep alone and keeps getting into bed with his brother, who is guilt-ridden that he didn't do anything to stop it or speak up sooner than he just gets into bed with me and cries all night. They're both in counseling starting 2 days from now. I did not see this coming at all. My ex-wife was so against violence that she wouldn't even kill a spider in the kitchen and spent hours trapping it into a glass to release it. She found out a teacher had yelled at one of our kids and had a meeting with the principal the same day. It has occurred to me that this man is abusing her too, and she's under some sort of spell with him and needs help of her own. Once it affects my kids, I don't care about her problems. Only they matter. There's no excuse that will justify her sitting and watching a grown man brutalize my 7-year-old. So basically, what do I do when the end of the week comes and I'm supposed to give them back? I don't want to be charged with kidnapping, however, I'm not bringing them back even if I'm mandated to. And that's as you should. Like, I would not give an actual shit. I mean, obviously it sucks because it's like if you are charged with kidnapping and you end up going to jail or something, then you can't help them from jail.
My boyfriend has got my sister pregnant. What's so upsetting about this is I'm not even that shocked. My boyfriend has just called him Mark. I've been dating maybe 2 years now. And I hate to admit it, and I've actually never told anybody this, but he has cheated on me before 8 times. But this isn't a new situation. I am very much used to it, but he's never touched my family before. What's even more upsetting about this is that I thought my sister was a lesbian. This girl has been gay as long as I can remember. I swear to God she came out in primary school. She's just always known. It also makes this whole situation even more confusing because he's a boy. It also didn't help how we found out about this because my sister actually told me that she was pregnant over roast dinner. We always have as a family. We always have done. We always will do every single Sunday. Really the whole of our family get together. So I'm talking cousins, aunties, uncles, grandparents. They're related. They're at this Sunday dinner. And she mentioned to us that she is pregnant. She brought out the pregnancy test and the scan. So she is at least 3 months. And when my sister told us this, I have never seen Mark look more shocked in my whole entire life. And I just knew. I was so confident that I literally said to him then and there in front of everybody, is this your doing? And to give it to him, he said yes. He told me straight away in front of everybody. And it actually softened the blow a little bit. So obviously I feel like I'm in a little bit of a predicament because I feel like this isn't a normal situation. I can't get much advice anywhere. Do I stay with him or do I disconnect from my whole family so I don't need to see this baby being brought into the world? I don't really know what my option is here.
Am I the asshole for wanting nothing to do with my friend after she lost her baby? Yes, I'm aware that my hair looks a damn mess. I'm in the process of redoing my hair. I decided to take a break and record you guys a story. You're welcome. I am such an asshole sometimes. But also, this story has a trigger warning. It mentions child loss or miscarriage. So if that's something that is too hard for you to hear or you just don't feel like hearing that right now, scroll on and we'll see you in the next story. So my friend and I have been close since we were kids. More like family, actually. We always shared everything with each other, and we were always the first ones to reach out whenever there was something new in our lives. When I was pregnant, she was the first person to know after my mom. We cried together. We laughed together. I even shaved her butthole once. We're not lesbians. I'm just explaining how close we've always been. Now, that's really close because I would describe me and my best friend as close, but ain't nobody shaving nobody's butthole. But I know if I asked her to, I feel like she would, if I had a good reason. Anyways, she got married a long time ago. I was also her maid of honor. We remained super close, even though she did move away because her husband lived in a city that was a 2-hour drive away. We still chat on a daily basis. So out of nowhere, she calls me crying to come to the hospital where she is. I go there and I find out she lost her baby. In the moment, I was absolutely devastated for her. I didn't even know that she was pregnant, but I asked no questions. It wasn't about me. She had suffered a big loss and all I could do was help. So I did what anyone would do as family. I stayed with her. I took care of her. I slept in the same bed with her for a while to comfort her and be there for her as much as I was needed. I even bathed her and fed her like she was a little baby. It really broke her very severely and it was heartbreaking to see this happen. I don't think you're the asshole. I don't. You said that you and your friend talked on a daily basis, but you had no idea she was even pregnant. But you were the first person that she called when she needed someone. I don't think you're wrong. My feelings would be hurt. Also, where the fuck is her husband? Why are you the one sleeping in the bed with her? Why are you the one that's bathing her and feeding her and being there for her? Where's her husband? Now fast forward, she's fine. Of course, you never really get over such a loss, but it seems like she's starting to heal and accept. Me, on the other hand, I want to slowly take a distance from her. Reason being, she was 7 months pregnant. 7 months. And we were talking to each other on a daily basis, and never once did she mention it. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I could have honestly excused it if she hadn't told anyone, because yes, people have a right to their privacy, and if her and her husband want to keep it a secret, okay, sure. Yes, it would hurt because I shared it immediately with her, but everyone has their own personality and the way that they deal with things. So fair enough, no hard feelings. The issue is, everyone knew. Everyone but me knew. A mutual friend even told me that she was requested to not tell me because she would just rather me not know. Girl, nah, this girl was not your friend. I don't know when it changed, but at some point, she stopped being your friend. The plan was to only inform me when the baby shower would happen for a gift grab. She didn't want you to know about the baby. She was going to tell you before the baby shower happened to make sure that you brought a gift because it would be expected as the best friend to bring the best gift for the baby. 9 times out of 10, she would have cut contact with you after the baby was born any fucking way. Going through all of this to stop you from knowing she's even pregnant, she would have cut contact with you the moment she gave birth. Then it also clicked to me why she was avoiding seeing me. Yes, a 2-hour drive is nothing simple, and we're both extremely busy, but it never reached the point of us not seeing each other for months at a time. But every time I'd come up with an idea, she had a reason why it couldn't happen. I didn't ever think something like this was possible, and I still don't get it. I've always been her biggest supporter. I've always been so happy for her when good things happen. Anyways, this just made me realize she doesn't see me the way that I see her. She needed my help, and I would never kick someone who's already down, especially when I care about that person. But now that she's okay, I just don't want to have anything to do with her. I'm really just turned off from this entire friendship. Her purposely wanting to hide things and even wanting people that she's not close to not tell me as if I'm some kind of enemy. On top of that, lying to me every day. The amount of times that she claimed to have gotten her period, that would be my problem too. The amount of time, energy, and effort that you put into keeping your best friend from finding out that you're pregnant. That would be a done deal for me because whatever the beef is, clearly we do not need to be friends anymore. My family says I should be first having a deep conversation about it before cutting her off because we didn't talk about it. I personally don't even feel like I want to discuss it. Whatever the reason might be, I don't think it would be good enough for me. I didn't ask any questions or make comments when I was with her because my main focus was her well-being. So am I the asshole? According to my other friend, I'm being a bitch for wanting to cause her another loss. No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Believe them. She spent 7 months, the better part of a year, actively keeping you from finding out that she's pregnant. You enjoyed your pregnancy. You shared it with her. But when it's her turn, she wants to keep you as far from it as possible. This girl is not your friend. You don't owe her anything. Not a conversation, not a text message, nothing. Block her and move on with your life. So y'all know my one question was, where the fuck was her husband? OP told us he went to his parents' house. He was so devastated that he couldn't be around her because she was devastated and she couldn't be around him and they couldn't take care of each other. So he went and stayed at his parents' house and OP stayed at their house and took care of his wife. But he did come and check on her daily. So I guess that's okay. OP also states that she did comment to the husband like, I'm really surprised that she was pregnant and I didn't know. I mean, I talk to her every day. Bro Smooth act like he didn't fucking hear her and just straight up ignored the comment altogether. Listen, I know that everybody grieves differently, but I think it's a red flag that OP became the primary caregiver for her best friend and her husband immediately went to his parents' house. Your wife just delivered your stillborn child and you're so devastated that you don't lift a finger at all to help your wife. You run away. To me, personally, y'all may not agree. Honestly, I don't care what you're going to do, beat me up. I think it's a red flag. OP also made a comment stating that their friendship has been for the better part of 20 years and that she owes it to herself at least to understand exactly why this is happening. And baby, if you truly feel that way, go and talk to her. Go and talk to her, but do not forget to express how you feel. Let her know that your feelings are hurt and that you were bothered by this. And when you find out, please come back and let us know.
Am I in the wrong if I pack my husband's belongings while he's gone? I got married about 1.5 years ago. 3rd marriage for me, so I know the divorce rate risk, but I took the plunge. It bit me hard. Prior to my marriage, we had the financial discussion. Separate bank accounts, most of our bills separate. I was already more physically settled than him. The agreement was I would continue to pay the current bills in the place I own while he saved and bought what was necessary to build a home on property my family owns in trust where we could move to, retire in, and basically live in mortgage free in a few years' time. That was the agreement. Fast forward 17 months later, he's currently on his 2nd trip abroad. He sprung this on me less than 2 months ago. He went last year. I said okay because it was his dream trip. Sold to me as something he had been wanting to do for decades and his ex-wife would never let him go. Me going was never an option. 1, my job would never approve the weeks, 20 plus days off. 2nd, anyone without a gallbladder knows conveniently found bathrooms are a must. And this was a trek at high altitude, roughing it. I tried pointing out that he was no longer a young man in his prime and this was a very adventurous endeavor. That was met with disbelief and more than a tad bit of delusion. Safe to say that he went on the trip, was unable to finish the planned trek, and had to pivot into another idea during his remaining time abroad. Okay, he returns home, goes through a brief but furious series of jobs, to the point my family, much to my humiliation, had named him Hopper. Finances are all leaning on me, with some help from my mother who's approaching 70. I'm beyond mortified. Finally, he gets his dream job that pays well. He's had it since May. September is when he sprung this trip on me. Now, instead of it being this once-in-a-lifetime trip, he wants to do it yearly. Remember, we're still paying off my mother for how she helped us. I'm making him pay. Otherwise, I'd have already had it reimbursed. And he doesn't want me telling her that he's going, just that he's over there working on his job. Current job is home a month, gone a month. The trip is set to leave this past Thursday. When he springs on me that a friend wants to go with him, he announces this 6 days before the flight. Shockingly, his friend is someone I have never heard of, and female, a mother of someone his now adult kids went to school with. Now, if you've made it to this point, yes, I have been more than contemplating the benefits of single life again, despite what a dumpster fire in the dating world is. I'm not asking if I should stay with him. The demise of the relationship is obvious. What I'm asking is, do I pack his things and put them in the storage unit prior to his return? Not telling him that I've done it, knowing he only has a few days in between returning to the country and going back to work, that he'll likely be broke, nowhere to go, and the holidays are coming up. Side notes, no, he can't stay with either of his kids. One has moved 8+ hours away for other reasons, and the one in the area is moving as we speak and staying with in-laws during the transition.
Am I the arsehole for cancelling a date an hour before because it was too humid? Story time. Okay, so I had a date lined up the other evening with the most incredible guy. I'm talking 6'5", buzz dark hair, biceps. Think like emotional support biceps. And we had been planning this dinner for weeks. I was beyond excited. I had my outfit picked out, everything was going to go great. And then it rained. Not like cute singing in the rain kind of rain. No, I'm talking lashing it down. Humid as heck. It felt like a sauna outside. I was sticky, my hair was frizzy, my makeup was sliding off. My pores genuinely looked like craters on the moon. And being completely honest, ladies, I threw a massive BF. We've all been there. How I looked that night was not how I wanted to meet my husband. So I made a decision I fear I will regret for the rest of my life. I text 6'5" emotional bicep Steve and I told him that I was going to have to cancel. I said, I'm so sorry, I can't make it. Everything is ruined. I look absolutely awful. And he left me on red. I went home, took all my makeup off, got into my PJs, ordered a takeaway. And then my best friend Amy texted me to see how it had all gone. I tell her everything. I'm like, rain, pores, makeup sliding everywhere. Can't go meet my husband. Amy is looking at me on FaceTime like, you cancelled a date because of humidity. I said exactly that, yes. And then she goes, oh my God, you just needed the poreless primer. This little primer would have been a game changer. This tiny little thing is like skincare and makeup if it had a baby. This little guy contains PDRN, so it smooths everything out. It instantly controls shine and oil, but it's a really, really interesting texture. It does not feel like any other poreless primer I've ever used. It's so silky and smooth. And one of the main things is sometimes pore filling primers are quite heavy and chunky, aren't they? This is so lightweight. It feels quite literally like pore blurring witchcraft, and it is great for the most sensitive of skin, which, hello. What we can take for this, I could have found my future husband and my emotional support bicep. If only I had this primer, I could have been smooth, blurred, makeup still on, hydrated, found my forever Steve. But no, instead, I was on FaceTime to Amy with a Chinese takeaway, watching a horrific film. So now I'm asking you, was this a total overreaction? Or should I just blame my pores for ruining my love life?
Am I in the wrong for not taking down pictures of my family in my own home to make my son's new wife feel more comfortable? I, late 50s, am a picture person. I have hundreds up in my home. It started when I was caring for my aunt with Alzheimer's and has just gone from there. I have 3 kids and 4 grandkids, and as you can imagine, I love having photos of them up in my home. My middle son, Gavin, 27, is no longer married with my 4-year-old grandson's Tommy's mom, Helena. They're still friendly and co-parent well, and I see her often because I help with Tommy. Last year, he married Sherry, also 27, after only being together for a few months, but she seems sweet and I like that she makes him happy. We had no issues until this summer. This was when my son asked me to take down any and all pictures that Helena was in to make Sherry more comfortable. I don't have any of her alone, just a few of the entire family and a few of when Tommy was younger that my son is also in. I said no, it's my home and I like having them up. I certainly have added many with Sherry in them, but it's silly to take some down just because Helena and Gavin are no longer together. It's a silly part of the family history. He asked again a few weeks ago, and I gave him the same answer. And I told him that I'd be happy to explain to Sherry, but he dropped it. He called me yesterday and told me that it was the last time he was going to ask. The pictures needed to come down or Sherry wouldn't come to our home anymore. I told him that was ridiculous, and he said that it was important to him because they made Sherry jealous, and it was affecting the way that she was treating Tommy. I am appalled. Apparently, Tommy mentioned a picture in my house, and Sherry threw a fit, and Gavin says that it's making his life difficult. He brought it up around my daughter, the oldest, who told her younger sister as well, and they both agree that Sherry is being ridiculous. I told him, if your wife is treating Tommy poorly because of some pictures in my home, then you need to think if this is the right person. Obviously, he disagrees, but he's been hounding me leading up to Thanksgiving. My husband is also on the side of we do not negotiate with terrorists, but he also pointed out that they are married and we should just pick our battles. So I'm wondering if I'm missing the forest for the trees.
I
I the asshole for not wanting to lose my brother-in-law? My sister passed away about 5 years ago. She was happily married to Jay for about 10 years. Jay has remained close to the family since my sister's passing. We still talk every day, he comes to family events, and is still a big part of the family. Recently, I've noticed Jay starting to pull away. He is now engaged to a new woman and is interacting with our family less. When he first started dating his now fiancée, we gave him our blessing. We even invited this new woman to family gatherings and welcomed her. But as they've gotten closer, I can feel Jay pulling away. He has missed big family events, is less responsive in the family group text, and seems to be moving on from us. I'm hurt and offended he would do this to my sister and our family. I still think of him as a brother. I want to confront Jay and tell him how I feel, but my husband thinks I need to step back and let him go. Would I be the asshole if I confronted him?
Am I overreacting? My girlfriend left me over a cheese wheel. I, 27 male, and my girlfriend, 26 female, were saving for a house payment. I have saved $32,000 and she has saved $4,000. So I feel like I bear the brunt of the financial decision making here. I was doing the Oxford County Cheese Trail and I found a vault release. They were selling a 140-pound wheel of 21-year-old cheddar. 21-year-old cheddar often sells for about $120 a pound. The farm was selling the entire wheel for $18,500. If I cut it into 200-gram wedges and I sell it at $60 each, I can make $38,000. I bought the cheese wheel and I brought it home in my truck. When I rolled it into our apartment, at first she was excited. When I started to explain the financials and investment potential, she turned sour. She didn't yell, but expressed she wasn't happy about how I spent my share of our house savings. She is now staying with her parents. I think she's overreacting because she doesn't understand the Canadian housing market. Our savings is not enough for a down payment, and we need to take these opportunities. Am I overreacting, or am I the only one with ambition in our relationship?
This feels like a huge investment.
He's a cheese dealer now. We do get an update. For those curious, my girlfriend is no longer in the picture. So I've decided to go all in on this business.
No! I think this is 100% real. I couldn't be this quirky.
I'm gonna see if I can buy some. I'm gonna message him. I'm gonna be like, can I buy some cheese?
Yes!
I'm gonna try to buy some. Can I buy some cheese from you?
And we'll have a slice.
Shipping to California.
And if he can't figure this out,
I'll pay.
fucked.
I will pay above market price for the cheese for the plot.
We have to try the cheese.
It's a 21-year-old cheddar. It's gonna be good.
Oh my God, and we could pair it with like a good bottle.
What crackers do we get though?
Oh my God. I don't want to. We'll ask somebody. If you can
really
get
want
this
this
cheese here, if he can't figure out how to deliver it, he's fucked.
Oh, he's got no shot at a business.
Because this is the PR he has.
Am I in the wrong for telling my girlfriend to stop sharing her food? My girlfriend always offers to share her food with everyone when we go out to eat. I've asked her why she does this, and she says it's just how she was raised, to always make sure everyone else at the table is taken care of before she eats anything. I've told her multiple times that, while this is an admirable gesture, she doesn't have to do that, and that no one will judge her for not offering her food because they have their own meals. This isn't just with shareable items either. She will offer bites of her burger or pasta or soup and other things that are simply not easily split, usually ending up with another person taking direct bites or stabbing their used forks and depositing their saliva into her food. Aside from the ick factor, I have also told her that she really needs to avoid offering her meal when we dine out with my friend Brian, because he's the type of person who has no self-control with food and zero social awareness to understand that help yourself does not mean you can eat all of it and I won't mind. This has happened a lot in the past, where he'll house 90% of a shared appetizer plate because the rest of us were talking and being polite, and he just assumed that meant we weren't hungry. I wouldn't care as much if he paid for it, but he's almost always broke, and he doesn't seem to understand what tax and tip are. If the item was listed as $11.99 in the menu, when the check comes, he'll toss in exactly $12 and think he's square. I know most of you are going to ask why I'm even still friends with Brian if I hate eating with him, but please understand that he's a really great guy and a reliable friend. That's not the only facet of his personality, just the only relevant one to this situation. Last night, we were out again with friends, and my girlfriend once again offered her meal to everyone, Brian included. I didn't want to make a scene, but I gave her a little nudge and she just gave me a shrug in return. Unsurprisingly, Brian ended up eating most of her food, as well as his own plate, and my girlfriend didn't say anything. On the way home, she asked if we could stop by a fast food place because she didn't get much to eat, and I told her that she should have just eaten her food that she ordered instead of offering it to the table. I said this is exactly why I warned her, and that she's seen the way that Brian is with food, and that she shouldn't have been surprised when he ate more than what she was actually intending to let him. I still stopped to get her something, but I also complained that I don't enjoy paying for Brian's meal, since he basically ate all of hers. I might have been harsh, but this has come up multiple times, and she knows I'm not a fan of it. I could tell that she was upset when I said it, and she still is now. She hasn't called me an a-hole, but she's making me feel like one, and I think we're both expecting the other person to apologize first. So, am I in the wrong?
I, 23 female, met my boyfriend's 25 male work wife for the first time, and I'm devastated. So throwaway account because this is pretty personal drama and I don't want all of my friends knowing about this just yet. I've been with my boyfriend for 5 years now and he's been at his current job for a few years. We'll call him Jake. I've never met any of his coworkers until last night, but there's one in particular who we will call Amy. He sometimes does big favors for her, fixing her car, going to her house to fix stuff around her house, etc. And I was never really concerned because he told me all of his coworkers are a lot older than him. However, one night while he was asleep, his guy friend kept blowing up his phone, so I answered to let him know Jake was sleeping, and so was I, so please stop calling. Anyways, before I put the phone down, I noticed 5 unread text notifications from Amy. I guess some of the spam notifications were from her. One of them said, quote, "Great, Jake, now everyone thinks that we are effing," with a laughing crying emoji, unquote. This really concerned me, so the next day after Jake got home from work, I asked about it, and he said that both him and Amy were late for work that morning, so everyone probably assumed that, and it was just a joke. I thought it was a weirdly unprofessional joke and expressed my discomfort. He invited me to the bar with him and his coworkers that night so that I could meet her and see there was nothing to worry about. It did not soothe my nerves at all. It turns out Amy is not a lot older than him. She's only 3 years older and super pretty. The entire night she was all over him, touching him, leaning on him, putting her arms around him, and even kissed him on the cheek, and he acted like it was normal. They were constantly teasing each other in that, quote, middle schooler who doesn't know how to properly flirt yet, unquote, kind of way. She told me all about how she loves him like a brother, and also told me that she's had sex with half of their other coworkers, and that she got the next morning off work because she sent a coworker nudes to get him to cover for her. Later on, she started crying and sobbing at the bar, actual tears, because she's so lonely and wants someone to love her. And my boyfriend ended up having to comfort her. I'm just unsure of what to do or say. My boyfriend kept acting like this was normal, that he wasn't doing anything wrong by entertaining this behavior. I can't ask him to cut her off. They're on the same unit and they have to work together. I literally do not know what to do about this, but I'm just disgusted knowing that this has been going on all these years and he's worked with her. How can I set boundaries when they're forced to be around each other all the time at work? Ew, he's literally like the worst person ever. I, 23 female, met my boyfriend's 25 male work wife for the first time, and I'm devastated. One, my boyfriend told me that all his coworkers were a lot older than him, but that was when we were discussing other coworkers months prior, so I understand why he didn't happen to mention the one exception, Amy, since she wasn't on topic. He was just making a generalization. Daytime. I did end up talking to Jake. I struggled finding a good time to bring it up, because we ended up being invited on a spontaneous trip with our friends shortly after I made my post. But I ended up talking to him when we had a moment alone at the hotel. I explained how those behaviors made me feel, and he told me he wanted to discuss this, but wasn't sure how to bring it up either since we didn't talk about it when it happened. I was so emotionally defeated the night that we got home from the bar that I just went to sleep without a word. Anyways, Jake told me that he was also completely caught off guard by how Amy was acting at the bar. He said that while she did make odd comments every now and then, she had never physically done anything until that night, and he let their other female coworkers know he was uncomfortable with how Amy acted at the bar. And she agreed and said that she would not schedule him with Amy anymore since she manages the schedule. I mentioned in my last post that Amy was constantly boasting about sleeping with a bunch of men and sending them pictures or whatever. I interpreted this as she's trying to tell him that she's down to do anything with anyone, including him. Jake, however, interpreted the flirty comments as her personality because she was that way with everyone, and interpreted the sleeps with a bunch of men boasting as, "I'm not interested in you personally though," which is why he didn't find it odd. You know how when you start talking to someone of the opposite sex, they'll casually slip in a mention of their girlfriend/boyfriend as a way to let you know that they're already taken and are only interacting with you platonically? He thought it was like that, and that was why she kept mentioning whoever she was seeing at the time. During our conversation, Jake reassured me that he loves me and only wants me. He apologized for not resolving this sooner, and that he just felt super awkward at the bar when he realized what she was doing and he didn't know how to react. He mentioned that he would never do anything with Amy or anyone like Amy, and that he found her promiscuity and emotional instability to be unattractive. He believed that the reason she she suddenly started being so handsy with him that night at the bar was because I was there, and that must have made her lash out, but he promised it had never happened before that. After this conversation and him showing me texts from his coworkers stating that he won't be scheduled with Amy anymore, I felt a lot better, until Jake told me he wanted to talk one day. He said that even though he wasn't scheduled on the same shifts as Amy anymore, she started switching shifts with people to work with him. Because of that, he started applying to jobs and later on let me know that he got accepted to be a field technician at Redacted for Privacy. He put his 2 weeks in at his current job and now he only has 1 week left until he starts. Overall, I'm currently happy and feel a lot better that he cut her out, and soon that entire work environment. We've been talking about a lot of things since then. Better communication, how we can enforce boundaries even when it's awkward. I know this update is going to make a lot of people displeased. Most responses wanted me to end our relationship, but I'm happy where things are going currently.
My husband's upset that I gave him permission to get with my best friend. Storytime. So my best friend, who we'll call Amy, is a single girly. And she low-key has more in common with my husband, who we'll call Steve. Both of them are incredibly positive people with an amazing sense of humour. And I have never ever seen these guys be flirtatious with each other other than like a quick hello here and there. They were always very, very respectful of each other. So this did come as a little bit of a shock to me when I heard what they had to say. Steve insisted that he loved me and that this was no more than just a physical attraction and that they didn't want to do anything behind my back. So how it all went down is they'd come to me that day and asked if, they could be together. I genuinely think that they thought they weren't doing anything wrong by asking and telling me first. I think they think it's easier on their conscience, and if they told me it wouldn't be classed as cheating. So this whole thing probably did shock them a little bit when I burst into tears. Amy immediately started crying and apologising. She was saying how she would never do anything if I didn't agree to it first. And she left pretty damn quick after that. After this, I couldn't even look at Steve. I immediately packed up my bags and went to live with my family for a bit. After a short while, I really did start to regret leaving, and Steve was calling me literally all the time. I asked him if he has ever done anything to upset me. I asked if they had an affair and he just completely denied it. So eventually I decided that I was going to move back in with Steve and we started discussing this proposal and I finally agreed. He kept reassuring me that it was all just physical. Fast forward to now and all I know is that the deed has been done. And Steve even offered to tell me about it, but like, babe, I do not want to know. And at first Steve was extremely happy. He had got a little spring in his step. Recently he has started to get a little bit more depressed. Steve is going about complaining that I've changed and that he misses the old me. He was also really upset that I wouldn't let him tell me what had been going on with Amy. It even got to the point where I told him I would give him an unlimited pass if he stopped bringing it up. And now this man is flat out blaming me for the change in our relationship. He says I've tricked him. There are so many ongoing issues and I told Steve, listen, I feel like you probably need to go to therapy for your depression, but he was like, you just don't get it. So at what point do I just say enough is enough?
Am I the asshole for giving away a pair of pants my wife bought our daughter? Our daughter and her friend were at our house when the little boy wet himself. He didn't have an extra pair of pants with him, so I asked our daughter to go get some pants for him from her room. They're about the same size, while I helped him clean up. Our daughter brought me a pair of her pants. They weren't fancy pants. They're the same kind that she usually plays in. I gave the pants to the boy. He put them on. I called his parents and his dad came and picked him up. In my mind, none of this was a big deal because it's not, and you're not an asshole. A little boy wet himself and didn't have anything to change into. Your daughter and him are the same size. You have plenty of pants and shorts readily available to this kid, so you tell your daughter to go grab a pair of pants to give him something dry and clean to have on until his parents come and get him. How did this even become a thing? Like, how did this become an argument? When my wife came home, I told her what happened. Again, not thinking it was a big deal. My wife wants to know why he was given a pair of our daughter's pants. Where the fuck was she at the beginning of the story? Did you tell her the whole story? Is she aware that homeboy's pants were a little more than damp and he needed something dry and clean to wear home? Did she not catch that part? What the fuck is wrong with your wife? I said there wasn't any other option. She said he could have wrapped up in a towel until his parents arrived. Really? Seriously? Like, she formed that thought and let that shit escape through her fucking mouth. And she genuinely fucking, that's concerning. That is concerning. You would rather me wrap this child up in just a towel to cover his bottom half in a house with adults rather than to give him a clean pair of pants until we get here. That's concerning. Now, I don't like her. I don't like her. She asked what pants it was given, and I described them. She got upset. She said she bought those pants and they were basically new. So, She act like you fed him to a fucking goat. Does she not think that little boy's parents are gonna wash them and send them back? Again, what the fuck is wrong with your wife? I told her, I'm sure the boy's parents will wash and return them. She said, why would I want our daughter to wear pants a boy wore commando? My question is, why are you thinking about little boy parts at all? Like, this is not a grown-ass man. This is a child. Why? What's wrong with your wife? She looked disgusted when she asked me that. Why are you thinking about that? Honestly, the fact that your wife has absolutely no empathy for a child that had an accident is concerning to me. Like, what is her problem? Your wife is just looking for shit to be mad at. What is her issue? I think that's just ridiculous. Once clothes have been washed, who cares who wore them before and how they did it? If you buy something from the thrift store, you won't know how it was worn before. She said that's why she doesn't buy things from the thrift store. Is this actually a big deal? I feel like it doesn't matter at all, but she's frustrated with me. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. You did the right thing. You did everything right. The little boy had a fucking accident. You cleaned him up. You got him some dry clothes. You called his parents. You sent him off into the sunset with his people. You did everything that you were supposed to fucking do. Your wife, like I said, she's looking for shit to have a problem with. She is. Because never once does she give 3 fucks about the fact the baby had an accident. No. She wants to know why his little giblets are going to be bare in her daughter's pants that she just bought that are basically new. Does she not know how the motherfucking washing machine works? Like, what is wrong with your wife? No, you're not the asshole. Your wife, on the other hand, absolutely. I'm not fucking done. The fact that your wife thought it was okay and appropriate to send a child home in a fucking towel and that's it is crazy to me. I know for a fact she would have bitched you out about the goddamn towel that you sent the baby home with. I also know she would hit the fucking ceiling if somebody sent her daughter home wrapped in a goddamn towel after she had an accident. Tell your wife to come outside. I just want to talk to her. I just want to pick her brain a little bit.
Am I wrong for screaming at my grandmother? Story time. So I'm 24, I don't have a boyfriend, I'm not married, and I don't have kids. And frankly, I don't really have a positive attitude towards marriage anyway. Parents are split up, and then I've seen all of my friends just get absolutely wrecked by boys. And I don't want that for myself. So my grandmother is one of these women that is so old-fashioned. She thinks that women shouldn't work, they should be there to look after their husbands. And every single time I see her, she reminds me that at my age, she was married and had 2 children. Anytime I make a mistake, she's like, well, at your age, I was doing meh. I was running a household, I was looking after 2 kids, I was caring for a husband. And it's kind of just become this unspoken rule amongst the family now that whenever grandma's round, we don't bring up the topic of boys or marriage or kids. So today grandma came round for some dinner and I put the plate in front of her, I cooked. And from the moment that plate hit the table, she was complaining about the presentation of the food. She's saying, you eat with your eyes first. Show some respect to the food. She says, is this how you're going to serve your food to your husband when you get married? And I was so sick of grandma's shit at this point. I just returned round and said, I don't really want to hear marriage advice from a woman who got cheated on by her husband several times and even after finding out stayed in the relationship and blamed everyone else except the man who was doing the cheating. You wishing... Oh my god, my contact lens is just falling out my eye. I said, you wishing me marriage is you wishing me a lifetime of unhappiness. I said, you want me to live a life of pain and suffering. Grandma got mad and she walked off and left the house. Mum now thinks I'm in the wrong for shouting at grandma, but dad kind of thinks I'm a bit of a legend. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole here?
Am I the asshole for not financially supporting my family anymore and abandoning them in their time of need? Here's some context. I'm a 31-year-old male with a 25-year-old sister who lives at home. My parents are in their 60s. My mom and my sister have never worked a real job other than under-the-table things like babysitting. My dad was the only earner in the family. They were making it until about 10 years ago when money started to get tight. My parents' house went into foreclosure and my mom still didn't get a job. I gave them money to try to help out, but they lost the house anyway. Again, no job was secured by my mom. That was 10 years ago. Fast forward to today. The house they live in now is in foreclosure again, and no one seems to have a sense of urgency to seek employment. Oh, wow. Turns out money was tight these last 10 years because my dad was a functioning opioid addict. Oh, damn. He really started to spiral these last 6 months and is now in prison for the next 2 years. I've always been the person in my family to pick up the pieces and be the one everyone turns to. Since my dad has been in jail, I haven't spoken to him. I've also stopped talking to my mom and my sister because they haven't paid me for bills that I have in my name that they're responsible for. That's, rule number one. We don't let nobody put nothing in our name. We don't let nobody put nothing in our name. Absolutely not. That's rule number one. They haven't paid me for bills that I have in my name that they're responsible for, but yet they send my dad money in jail. Where are they getting the money from if ain't nobody working? Where are they getting the money from? I gave them months of encouragement to try to find a job, and I kept paying the bills while they tried to figure it out. When I asked my mom for money recently, because months have gone by with no employment secured, my mom straight up ignored my calls and text messages. I'm done. They tell me that I'm an asshole for leaving them in their time of need, and they've been trying to find jobs all the time, but it's hard to get one. I call bullshit. I'm tired of being the fixer. I'm tired of being an enabler. Am I the asshole for not paying for them anymore and for not being in their life? As someone who used to be the fixer, no, I don't think you're the asshole at all, because I know what it's like. I know that it is a very difficult decision when you finally make the choice to stop being the fixer in the family, because it comes with a whole lot of worry of what's going to happen to them and then who's going to help. And that's not for us to worry about. It is time for you to think about you. Take care of you. Put you first. It's time for you to do that, and you're not the asshole. I truly feel like if your mom and your sister are capable of sending money to your dad in prison for the next 2 years, they are capable of figuring something out to take care of themselves. Because it sounds like they are able to work. Because I feel like if they weren't, OP definitely would have said that, mom has this, and that issue, and sister has this, that, and the other, and that's why they don't work. But he literally says they just do not work. They've never had a job. So it seems like they can work. They can fucking work. They just don't want to. And by OP choosing to stop helping them, it's going to force them now to help themselves.
Am I the arsehole for divorcing my husband over being a stay-at-home dad? Story time. So, I married my husband Steve around 5 years ago. We've been dating since high school, and we were the definition of high school sweethearts. One of the things that most attracted me to him was how ambitious and driven he was, and his work ethic was just 10 out of 10. 3 years into our marriage, we had our first baby. We had decided that we would send our baby to daycare after 6 months. But when those 6 months were up, Steve just refused to go back to work. His argument was that if I picked up more shifts, we'd be able to afford a single income household. And that if he stayed home and looked after the baby, he'd be saving his money anyway because he wouldn't have to pay for daycare. And he said it would be better for the child as well because he'd have a parent at home with him all the time. I was not up for this at all. I really wanted to send our little one to daycare for so many reasons. It's good for their social skills, they learn a lot. Not gonna lie, if it was just me working, that would include me picking up a load more shifts, and in turn, I wouldn't get to spend as much time with the baby. Came to the idea that if he was scared of daycare, we could work in different shifts and tag team who was going to stay at home with the baby. He just outright refused that. I was like, that doesn't really work for me. His argument was that he doesn't want to be like the normal dad, and he doesn't want to be the one to go to work. He wants to be the primary caregiver and stay at home all the time. One day, I come home from work, and Steve was supposed to be at work late that night. I come home, and I find him sitting on the sofa with baby. And I was like, oh, did you get let off work early today? Or he'd quit his job without telling me, and then had the audacity to sit me down in front of a chart. The chart depicted how he wanted me to take care of cooking and cleaning on the weekdays whilst he took care of the baby, and then on the weekends I would take care of the baby because stay-at-home dads deserve to have time off as well. We did this for a few months, right? And the whole dynamic was so deeply upsetting to me. I was absolutely exhausted all the time from working these extra hours, and this meant that I wasn't having the quality time that I really wanted with the baby. When I was 100% sure that he wasn't going to make any different compromise, I just straight up filed for divorce. So they gave us 50-50 custody, and I moved straight back in with my parents. My parents are absolutely amazing. They help watch the kids so I can work. My husband is now living paycheck to paycheck. He's really struggling. So we offered to let my mum hold the baby whilst he was at work, but because of how fuming he was, he refused that and has enrolled the child in daycare anyway, which is now costing him even more money. He then asked me to pay for the daycare, and I was like, no, because you can just happily leave the baby with my parents. So of course, now my ex and his friends are calling me the arsehole here for divorcing him over such a small issue. Now that I'm not providing any support to him, they're even more mad. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole here?
Am I the asshole for telling my mother she will no longer be grandma to my 13-year-old son if she doesn't accept my devil baby? 6 years ago, I, 33 female, moved 4 hours away from my family to escape my violent ex-partner, my son's dad. He passed away 2 years ago. Since his passing, my mother has been telling me that I should move back to my hometown. But I've made a very good life here for myself and for my son. We have amazing friends. I have a good paying job, and I've begun nursing school. Good shit. Good shit. Every school holiday, my son goes back to our hometown to spend time with my mother, my brothers, and his sons, as well as his paternal family. Okay, so it's not like you're completely isolating your son away from his family. You said every school holiday, he goes back to be with his uncles, his cousins, as well as his dad's side of the family. Girl, your mama needs to lay off because you don't have to move back home. You're at home. You are home. Here's where I think I might be the asshole. 13 weeks ago, I went out for drinks with people from nursing school. It was a get to know your classmates type of function. At some point during this night, my drink was spiked and I was graped. I'm not sure by who. I have blurred flashbacks from the evening. 7 weeks after that, I found out that I was pregnant, as I don't have regular periods, so I was unaware, and I just thought I was getting sick because of the weather change. I confided in my mother, who instantly replied, "Get rid of the devil baby, and this would never have happened if you moved back home when I told you to, and you're a fool for keeping this devil baby." No, what the fuck? What the absolute fuck? Like that's not the response that you're supposed to give when your daughter tells you that she was assaulted and is now pregnant because of it. Those are not the fucking responses you're supposed to have. I have strong religious beliefs, and I believe that termination of pregnancy is against God's will. I have fertility issues as well, so I found it difficult to conceive naturally in the past. My mother knows this, and for the past few weeks has been telling me to terminate the pregnancy, and even hinted that if I don't, she won't play grandma to the devil baby. To which I replied that since she won't be grandma to the quote-unquote devil baby, she doesn't deserve to be grandma to my 13-year-old. She says that I'm being stupid and unreasonable. What the fuck? The school holidays just went by and my son was upset that he couldn't go to grandma's house as he usually does for the holidays. I didn't tell him why. Instead, I made an excuse about having a doctor's appointment and some checkups. Am I the asshole? First of all, I want to acknowledge your strength. You are so fucking strong. You are finding a positive from a very terrible situation, and I cannot help but admire you for that. You are so fucking strong. Just the fact that you have already put yourself, that you are keeping your baby, shows me the strength that you have. And I'm so proud. I am so proud of you. I don't think you're the asshole. I don't. Because if my mother is capable of calling my child a devil baby because of the way that they were conceived, I would not want them around my older child. I don't give a damn because I am not sure of the nasty things that you're going to tell my fucking son. And I'm going to try to avoid that in every fucking way, shape, or form. I do not want you planting negative seeds in my 13-year-old's head. So no, as long as you think this way, these types of things, you cannot be around my older child. Absolutely not. Nah, baby, you're not the asshole. Just because they are our parents does not mean that we can't tell them they're wrong. And your mother is fucking wrong. She's absolutely disrespectful for completely blaming you for what the fuck happened. It wouldn't have happened if you would have came home when I told you to. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's all the fuck you heard out of everything I just told you? Like, nah, baby. Just because she's your mom don't mean she can't be wrong. She's fucking wrong. She is wrong. You are not the asshole at all for deciding to keep your baby away from that type of negativity. That shit is toxic. Absolutely not. Hell no. Update. This email's been in my drafts for a couple of weeks now. I'm now 17 weeks pregnant, but I found out that I'm having a baby girl, and I'm planning on naming her Yanis, which means God's gift. I'm so excited, but scared at the same time. As my mother has stated, she will go to the authorities to try and gain custody of my son by deeming me unstable mentally for keeping the baby, as well as an unfit mother for allowing my son to know the truth about his sister's conception. He asked about her father and why I was doing this all alone. Girl, don't worry about that. Do not worry about that, because you can't come and take my motherfucking kids away for some shit that you can't fucking prove. We all know that CPS does not, or Child Protective Services, whatever the hell you guys call it, don't always do their motherfucking job. So when somebody threatens me with some shit that I know does not hold any fucking where, don't stress on that shit. Do not fucking stress on that shit. This is a narcissist losing fucking control. She's spiraling because she don't know what the fuck to do. Absolutely not. Allow her to rant and rave and scream and yell, but don't listen to that shit. For your mental health and the well-being of your children, block her. It is time for you to go low contact, if not no contact, with her until you are able to deliver your baby healthily. You do not need to be stressing over someone that's blaming you for being a fucking victim. Absolutely not. Hell no, don't worry about your mama. Don't fucking worry about your mother. I'm worried what's going to happen because my mother has the funds that she can easily manipulate the right people if needed. Now my mother is saying if I promise to give my daughter up for adoption, she'll drop all of this and things can go back to normal. And I can try again for a baby after I finish nursing school. Going no contact right now is literally the best option for you. And if you can, think about moving. It is time for you to cut contact with your mother 100%. When it comes to the point she wants to take your children away from you for not listening to her, she's the one that is not mentally sane. So if you can, work on shutting down everything that lets her know any type of information about you, your social media, cut her off from all of that shit. Think about trying to move if it's possible. If you have a savings account, let's look into moving to a different location. Let your son know exactly what is going on. Let him know what's going on, that grandma is losing her fucking mind right now. He's 13 years old. He has the mental capacity to understand. Girl, no, you're not the asshole for this because your mom is literally trying to take control of you and you're stopping her. You are stopping her in her tracks and she doesn't like it. You're not the asshole for this, babe.
I took my fiance home to meet my family and left with no fiance. I, 30 female, got engaged in March of this year to E, 31 male, that I have been dating for the last 3 years. It was heavenly bliss until I introduced him to my family. We went home to meet my family and it was important for him to get their blessing. I didn't care either way, but I did it to make him happy. Everyone was welcoming of him and seemed genuinely happy for us. Before the trip was over, my eldest brother suggested a sibling/partners camping trip in a cabin up north to bond and get to know my fiancé away from our parents. I was reluctant as I typically didn't spend this much time back home, but eventually agreed. The trip was going well, so I let my guard down and decided to enjoy being in the mountains with my siblings. However, the day before the trip was over, everything changed. My sister and her husband were on their 17th argument of the day, and it was only 11 a.m. Her husband stormed out and she stayed there, just crying. I don't do well with other people's emotions, so I suggested a hike to clear everyone's head. My fiancé suggested that us siblings go so that my sister could talk freely if she needed to. I asked if he was sure, and he stated that he just checked some emails while we were out. Early on the hike, my sister said that she just wanted to go home. I offered to walk her back, but she said she wanted to clear her mind. We continued our hike and she went back to the cabin. After the hike, my brother and his wife wanted to explore, but I just wanted to shower, so I headed back to the cabin. My sister's car was still outside, even though it was a couple hours later in the day. I ignored it and went inside. I heard soft moans coming from upstairs and then a familiar grunt. Oh no, I was not thinking this was going to go this way. I went upstairs only to see my fiancé and my sister together in the worst way. Something broke inside of me. I took a pic of what I saw, quietly grabbed my things, and left my ring on the counter. I left, sent the picture to the family group chat, and I turned my phone off. The next day, I had 47 missed calls from my family and 75 plus texts from my fiancé. Apparently, her husband got the text as he was returning to the cabin and wasn't so kind to my fiancé. Initially, I felt justified in my actions. I hated it, but I did. However, I know now that even though what they did was terrible, what I did was wrong too. Sending that picture to the family chat was gross, and the innocent family members didn't deserve to get dragged into that. My engagement is over. I removed myself from the family group chat, and I haven't spoken to anyone about it since. These last few months have just felt so empty. I just want to move past this, but I don't know how.
Today I messed up by not acting on my emotions and being too safe with my roommate. For context, I'm a male who has a female roommate. She's attractive and passionate about life. She's strong-willed and fun to be around. We've both been roommates for the past year and I've developed feelings. I feel like at one point she had them for me too, but me and my brain made sure to keep things platonic. Now our time together is over. I feel this is a classic case of too little too late, and now I'm stuck with a whirlwind of emotions as my roommate is about to move out for good. We spent a whole year sharing the same space, and little did I know that I would develop strong feelings for her. At least I didn't think I would when we decided to be roommates. As the days wind down and our lease comes to an end, the regret is hitting me like a ton of bricks. I never mustered the courage to express how I truly feel about her, and now she's on the brink of being gone from my life forever. We shared laughter, inside jokes, and even the ups and downs of daily life, but I failed to let her know about the romantic feelings that grew over time. With just a week left before she moves out, I find myself in a sea of missed opportunities and what ifs. I've done nothing but overthink and underact. I can't help but wonder how different things might have been if I had taken that chance to be honest about my emotions. My wife said she preferred her deceased husband to me during a heated argument. We've been married for 3 years and have a 1-year-old child. She was a widow when we met, having lost her husband 2 years before we met. However, yesterday we had a very ugly argument about something trivial, and she said she preferred her deceased husband to me. She said this with so much anger and disdain that I was surprised and hurt. She apologized later and said she didn't mean it, but I can't look at her in the same way. I feel like I'm a substitute. She never acted like this in our previous 2 years of marriage. I'm considering preparing for a divorce if this is going to be her pattern from now on. I really don't want that. Can I still salvage my marriage despite her clearly preferring her first husband? What do I do next regarding her?
This secret really belongs to my best friend. Let's call her Brie. She's married to her high school sweetheart Hugh and has 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl. I've known Brie since uni and she is one of the people I'm closest to in the world. I would do anything for her, and I know that she would do anything for me. Which is why I have a dilemma. Brie told me that Hugh is not the biological father to her 3-year-old daughter, and he doesn't know.
Oh, that's big. Oh, that's big.
Okay. My friend only told me when her child was about 18 months old. Brie was going through a major health scare and felt that someone else should know the truth just in case something happened to her. She asked me to keep it a secret. Brie also confessed that I was there the night that she met the biological father. I was out one night in the city with Brie for an evening of cocktails, dinner, and dancing. While we were at the bar, we met this group of Italian men who were here in Australia on a work secondment for a few months. Brie speaks fluent Italian and immediately started chatting to them, giving them tips on where to visit and what to do in the city in their downtime. It was pretty obvious, though, that she and one of the guys were flirting. Brie and Hugh have been together for a really long time, but this happened when they were going through a rough period in their relationship. They had had their first child, but had been struggling to get pregnant for ages. Hugh was also extremely busy at work and extensively travelling at the time. Anyway, when I saw Brie chatting with this Italian guy, I just figured that she was enjoying the attention that she wasn't getting from her husband and thought nothing more of it. At the end of the evening, she gave her number to all of the guys and told them to call if they wanted any more information about the city during their stay. But I later found out that Brie had gone on to have a 3-month affair with the guy she was flirting with. He is the father to her 3-year-old daughter.
Oh, no. Oh,
This guy has no idea that he's the father. They lost touch after he returned home, and she never reached out and told him. Brie and Hugh are in a much happier and stronger place in their relationship now. They've been married for almost a decade. They are trying for a 3rd child. You can't tell that the siblings have different fathers. Their daughter really takes after Brie, and their son really takes after Hugh. Funnily enough, their daughter's personality is almost identical to Hugh's. It's interesting to watch nature versus nurture play out. I have only once felt that maybe I should tell Hugh the truth. About a year ago, their daughter ended up in the hospital for a couple of days, and I considered telling him in case there were medical issues involved. But everything worked out in the end. I feel like I am between a rock and a hard place. I can understand why she told me and why it is a secret. I've been friends with Hugh since uni too, and I know it will break his heart if he found out. Does he have a right to know? Is it my place to say something, knowing that it would mean betraying my friend's trust and hurting her husband? Or is it better for this to stay a secret?
Sorry, does he have a right to know?
Am I the asshole for borrowing my husband's underwear? So I, 28 female, am about 7 to 8 months pregnant. And while I've thankfully not gained a lot of weight, my belly has grown a lot. And I find that most of my underwear is too small and cuts into my sides / bottom of my belly. After a while, I started getting a rash in the places where it was too tight due to friction, I guess. So one day I was getting dressed and I was getting frustrated about the rash and the underwear being too small. So I figured I'd try on a pair of my husband, 29 males, boxers.
How sweet.
You would think. They're size large and too big for me, but oh my god, it was the most comfortable thing I've ever tried on in my life. Breezy and loose, and even the places where I had the rash didn't hurt. My husband had already left for work for the day, so I decided to just borrow them. At the end of the day, we both come home and I tell him that I borrowed his underwear and asked if it was okay to continue borrowing some until the baby comes. Less than 2 months left, or at least until the rash is better. He seemed a bit weirded out, but said it was okay. Fast forward a few days, and we're going to bed, and he flips out at me and asks me why I'm wearing his, quote, good bamboo underwear. I'm confused, but then he points at the band where it says bamboo. Then he goes on a long rant about how his few pairs of bamboo underwear are the comfiest and best quality, etc., etc. I swear this is not an ad for bamboo underwear. I apologized and said I just picked the pair off the top, just like I did the other times. But he was upset and said I wasn't allowed to borrow his underwear anymore. I said I wouldn't borrow the ones that said bamboo on them since it bothered him, but he just drew a hard line saying I should go buy bigger underwear for myself and stop stealing his. Now I'm thinking this is probably more about how he actually doesn't want me to borrow his underwear, and he's using me accidentally taking the wrong pair as an excuse, but I'm not sure. While I can understand not wanting to share your underwear, I also think it's unnecessary to go out and buy a bunch of large pairs of women's underwear that will be used for maybe 2 months at most. I also think it shouldn't be that big of a deal since I'm the one who washes and folds his underwear anyways, and he has about 100 pairs, so it's not like he'll run out of them.
Well, maybe he should now. Maybe she shouldn't be washing them.
And I also kind of feel like since I work full time, buy all groceries, cook and clean on top of carrying our baby, all caps, him having to lend me his underwear is a small price to pay to help out with the pregnancy. I also bought him 8 more pairs of bamboo underwear as an apology, but he still doesn't seem to want to share his regular pairs with me. Maybe I should have been petty and bought them for myself instead.
Yes.
Hee. So anyways, Reddit, am I the asshole for thinking my husband should let me borrow his underwear, or am I just entitled?
You are not an asshole. Absolutely not. And I think that you should go out and not only buy more bamboo underwear, but I'd go to the cleaners and have your initial put on the leg. So they're your bamboo.
Oh, I would take those back. I would absolutely not give those to him. Take them back.
Alrighty. Am I the asshole for getting my wife a penis-shaped cake? I'm pretty sure you'll be the asshole. Throwaway because my wife uses Reddit. I was gearing up to celebrate my 10th anniversary with my wife. He's 34, she's 31. I had an entire night planned out, like we were going to try lobster for the first time. Where the conflict arises was with the cake. I had always wanted to do a penis-shaped cake since I thought it was funny, but I didn't know how my wife would react. However, since it was our 10th anniversary, I figured she would be used to my crude sense of humor. I went ahead and got the cake a couple of days in advance and put it in our fridge. However, my wife snuck a peek and was not pleased. She got really mad at me and accused me of trying to ruin our special night. I thought that was ridiculous, but she's been mad at me ever since. Apparently, she spoke with her family about it, and they've been blowing up my phone ever since. They're mostly conservative Mormons. I still don't think I did anything wrong by trying to do something nice for her, but I realized that I might be the asshole because I haven't offered to give her another cake yet since the mood is kind of ruined. Do y'all think he's the asshole? I think that's funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. But even though she may be used to your sense of humor, you also know how she is. And I think there's a time and a place, and I don't think that was the time or the place. I think she would have been even more pissed if it was on that night, but yeah. I think it's funny as fuck though, but you know, everybody don't have the same sense of humor. So what y'all think in the comments? Am I the asshole for getting angry at my girlfriend on how to split the gas accurately? So my girlfriend and I were going to go on a trip with her car, and we were working out how to split the gas correctly. Her idea was to collect all the receipts every time we fill up, and then in the end, we'll just simply divide it by 2. I explained to her that this method was not very accurate and suggested to her a more accurate and fair method. I told her that before we leave, she'll fill up the tank, and then every time after that, when we go to the gas station to fill up again, we will split every fill. And then when we return, we'll fill the tank and split that. She didn't understand this method at all and claimed that if we do it my way, she'll end up spending more money. I tried to explain to her in so many different ways that she just wasn't getting it. She offered to do it my way, and she said she just trusts me, but I was just determined to make her understand. After explaining it so many different times, she told me she got it, and I was happy. I told her that we can do it her way. We go on the trip, and the tank is almost full before we leave. We intend on splitting every single time. So they're doing it her way, y'all. Just to be clear, they're doing it her way. We arrive home, and the tank is about halfway full. I asked her what she wanted to do about the gas, and she offered me $20 in compensation for the remaining gas in the tank. To challenge her, I asked her, how did she know it was $20 on the dot? She said she's just estimating, but I ended up getting angry and told her this is why her method isn't accurate, and we should have used mine instead. She offered me $30 instead if that'll just make me happy, and then suggested that we just fill up the tank and split that, to which I explained that wouldn't work because we didn't leave with a completely full tank. And in the heat of the moment, I called her fucking dumb and she ended up crying. I told her that she was playing the victim and she needed to get more self-esteem. Oh my goodness. I was angry because I spent so much time trying to explain my method and she just told me she understood it, only to demonstrate a complete lack of understanding. I tried calling to apologize and texted her a bunch of times telling her that I went too far and I didn't mean to call her dumb. I meant to call her method dumb. She said she's angry at me because we went on a trip with her car, which adds to the wear and tear of the vehicle, kilometers to put on there, etc., which is stuff she'll have to pay for, yet I'm causing drama over $20 worth of gas. To me, the point wasn't about how much the gas cost. It was about trying to prove to her why her method of splitting gas wasn't accurate, and I was just frustrated. Am I the asshole here? I know calling her dumb went over the line, and I'm not excusing that, but I think my anger was justified. What do y'all think in the comments? I definitely think he's a fucking asshole. Like, I'm never usually like just so like, yes, you're the asshole, but yes, you're an asshole. I can't even explain why. What do y'all think? Oh my.
Am I the asshole for refusing to give my day off on Mother's Day to my coworker who lost her kid? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I'm 22 female, a full-time student working part-time. Last year, one of my coworkers named Linda, 36 female, lost her 8-year-old in an accident. We were terribly heartbroken because we had met the kid a bunch of times before since she was a single mother and sometimes had to take him here. As contribution, we signed some of our paid days off so she could take some time, and she came back 2 months later. I've been working here since I was 17 years old, and when I was 19, we had a change of boss. She basically made Mother's Day, Christmas, and New Year something special we all deserved, and not only the people with kids. She said that if people had kids, then we obviously had a mother and we deserved to spend the day with her. However, she made the compromise to send the list of names a month before so people could trade them. Aside from some guys who already gave their days away, I'm the only non-mother who has it. Am I the asshole for refusing to give my day off on Mother's Day to my coworker who lost her kid? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My mother is still alive, but I went no contact with her a few years ago. Either way, I want to have the day off to prepare for my finals. Some of my mom coworkers asked for the day and I politely said no. Linda approached me and said that this will be her first Mother's Day without her son and she wanted to know if I could trade the day with her. I said no and told her how sorry I was. She said thanks and went back to her space. One of the other mothers said I was an asshole for not giving it to her since I don't even talk to my mom anymore, and that I don't deserve it. I said why didn't she give Linda her day off, and her answer was that she's a mother of 5. Some are agreeing that I should have let her have it because she lost her child. Others, including my boss, said that I'm entitled to keep it and should do it because I'll be using the day for something important too. Linda has been silent and my coworkers are calling me an asshole. Am I the asshole for hiding a pregnancy and birth from my family? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 27 female, have an older sister Jenny, 36 female, who's been trying for a baby for the past 10 years and has failed. After multiple checkups with different doctors, it was determined that the chances of my sister ever being able to successfully carry a baby to full term was tragically low. Jenny was in denial and wanted to keep trying. We all tried to be supportive as the years passed and other people around Jenny started popping out with kids and made her different. The biggest turning point was when my ex-brother-in-law got fed up and left her so he could find a new woman to start a family with. At first, she would get all sad and depressed whenever someone close to her had a baby. But after our cousin got pregnant for the second time and had twins, Jenny became bitter and aggressive. It got so bad that our cousin blocked Jenny and has decided not to attend any family functions that she knows Jenny will be at. My parents have pushed for therapy. But Jenny never sticks to a single therapist for more than 3 sessions because none of them feel right. After the divorce, she's moved back in with my parents and they pay all her bills. They even let her get a puppy despite my mom's allergies. Because it makes her feel better, but she hardly ever picks up after it. I'd honestly just take the dog when no one was looking to rehome it if I didn't think it would make my sister worse and or our parents would just get her a new one. Last year, I found out I was pregnant. It wasn't intentional, but my husband was excited. But all I could think about was, oh shit, Jenny is going to freak out. One day when I was visiting, I tried to talk to my mom about the idea of me having a baby. Jenny overheard and came bursting in saying that me getting pregnant would be one of the worst things I could do as her sister. She started crying and I apologized and left. My mom sent me a text saying that I was wrong to bring that up. Something up like that knowing how Jenny is, and I just started crying. After that, I made a decision to keep my pregnancy a secret, and for 9 months, that's what I did. I recently gave birth to a baby girl. Now that she was here, I knew I couldn't hide it anymore, and I sent my parents each a text. They both thought it was a joke until I FaceTimed them, and they became very angry at me. They were hurt because not only did I hide something like this from them, but my husband's parents knew and they were involved. I lost it and told them that it's what they deserved after robbing me of the opportunity to enjoy my pregnancy. Because I was stressed out about how Jenny would react if and when she found out. I'm starting to feel guilty because I know my parents are trying to be there for Jenny, who's going through something she can't control. So am I the asshole?
Story time when I got essayed by my own father. This is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. It was sent to me through email. When I was about 5 to 6 years old, I remember me and my dad being very close. We are still very close, but he was just much closer to me when I was younger. My mother was also in the picture. One afternoon, my mom left to go to my auntie's house, and I was left alone with my father. Like I said, I was around 5 to 6 years old. After my mother left, I stayed in the living room watching cartoons. That's when I see my father walking into the living room, and he removed all his clothes. I see him taking off his pants. And this was the first time I got essayed and the letter R by my father. The thing is, since I was very young, I don't remember if it was a dream, because obviously he never talked about it. And the reason why I believe this was a dream was because when I woke up, I heard my mom and my auntie in the kitchen and they were cooking, and my dad was acting completely normal. There was another time when I was having my birthday party and my mom went all out for my party. She had invited a whole bunch of people. Hours passed by when I was done opening all my presents. My father had called me into one of the rooms and he said that there was still more presents to bring out. And he asked me if I could help him carry them outside. So I did. I followed him into the room, and when I entered the room, there wasn't any presents. As soon as I look at the door, I notice that my father is locking it, and immediately he slaps me. He slapped me so hard that I went unconscious. I'm not sure how long I went unconscious, but all I know is when I woke up on a random bed, as if I went asleep. But perfectly, I had to remember that my dad called me into the room with no presents and he slapped me. I remembered. I woke up in a random bed, and when I went to the kitchen, my mom said that my dad had went asleep because he had too much to drink. So after that, my father was completely normal, and most of the time, I only hang out with my mom. I refused to stay 1 second alone with my father. I am now 13 years old, and to this day, I haven't stayed alone with my father in a room. Anytime my mother goes grocery shopping or anywhere, I go with her. I haven't shared any of this with my mother because I know it will break her heart. And I'm not sure if she will believe me, because I still continue to believe it was a dream. He is still very flirty with me and I can't do nothing about it.
Traveled to a foreign country to get pregnant by a complete stranger with no strings attached. I consider it the best decision I ever made.
Honestly, this is something I would do.
It is. 7 years ago, when I was 24 years old, I decided I wanted to have a child while I was still relatively young and energetic. I had a college degree, made $90,000 a year as a marketing analyst, and had been investing in the stock market since high school, so I knew I could afford to take care of my kid. The problem was that I didn't really want to be with a guy. I'd tried the dating thing, but nothing clicked, and besides, I was always too busy to invest in a relationship. At the same time, I wanted a child, someone I would love forever and who would love me forever, and I didn't want to wait until my biological clock started ticking alarmingly. I considered going to a sperm bank. I could afford it, but I've always hated medical environments and thought it would be creepy to have a child with a faceless man. I thought about getting naturally inseminated by a guy I met online, but I didn't want to deal with child custody issues. Finally, I decided that since I'd already planned a 3-week working vacation to a foreign country, I won't say which one for privacy reasons, I might as well try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Long story short, after asking around and paying some people, I found this guy who was willing to sleep with me every night for 3 weeks. Since this country has a low cost of living, he was willing to, quote, do the deed for a few $100s. He spoke okay English and wore a white button-down shirt, so I think he was a college student who wanted some extra spending money. I didn't really expect it to work, but 2 weeks after I got back, I missed my period and discovered that I was pregnant. Yay. Your face. The rest of my pregnancy went really well. My mom was a little shocked at first, but she moved in with me after she got used to the idea of becoming a grandma before the age of 50. My dad ditched my mom when I was a baby, so fuck him. I switched to working from home 6 months into my pregnancy and was even promoted a few months after I gave birth. Having a marketable, pun intended, degree is a great investment, kids. My son is now 6 years old and the happiest little boy I know. He has a mother and a grandmother who love him to pieces and can give him a good life. When COVID hit and his school went remote, my mom was able to make sure he kept up with his learning. Support systems are so important, everyone. Sometimes you shouldn't be afraid to take the road less traveled. I'm over 30 and haven't met any guy that I want to date, much less settle down with. But I have a son who I'll love forever and who will forever love me. I'm even thinking of going back to that country to give him a sibling. Everyone still thinks that I got knocked up by accident, a youthful mistake while on vacation type of deal. Only I know the truth. My son is not some unfortunate mistake. He's a deliberate miracle. So many of my female friends are hitting their 30s and scrambling to find a guy and or get pregnant. But I've been coasting along happy as a clam. What was her question?
Trigger warning essay. Story time when I got essayed by my own brother. Okay, so I was around 4 to 5 years old. I lived with my father, my mother, and my 3 older siblings. Growing up, my siblings were completely cold towards me. My mother ended up being a homewrecker, and she ruined a marriage. I was the accident baby, and my mother ended up keeping me. My father is a deadbeat, manipulator, cheap, broke man who ended up leaving his 2 kids to raise 4 other kids. My father did not work for 4 years in order to not provide child support for his other 2 kids. We ended up living from Las Vegas to Denver, Colorado in order to pay little to no rent. We grew up with food stamps, with the government helping us, welfare, and my father was a complete deadbeat to his other 2 kids. My mother was the type to not say anything. She would just go with whatever my father would say. My father was very cold and physically abusive towards me. He ended up actually essaying my 2 other sisters, but that's a whole different story time. Alright, so growing up, this was during the time we lived in Las Vegas. We lived in a beautiful apartment that had 3 rooms, a pool, and a jacuzzi, and we always had the latest electronics, which I am grateful for. Me and my older brother actually had to share a room, and my 2 older sisters as well. Again, trigger warning. There was this one night when my brother asked me if he wanted to play a game. He asked me to perform on him, and he would do the same to me. I didn't know what was going on. All I know is that I was hurt, and the next day when I went to the restroom, I was bleeding. My brother ended up going all the way, forcing himself on me. I actually ended up going to the clinic, and I never told my mom what was going on, but my mom assumed that I was just having constipation issues, or I was going through nutrition problems. I will be honest, I was not the healthiest kid. I did eat a lot of unhealthy food, but I was still very skinny. So my mother ended up never finding out what was going on. There was this one night where we almost got caught by my father, but my brother told me to go under the blankets and hide. 2 years later go by of the same thing happening every night, and my brother stopped after 2 years. He started noticing that I knew what was going on. And one time I overly shared what was happening between me and my brother to one of my uncle, and my father was concerned. My father didn't actually do anything, he just kept a closer eye on us. And I actually wanted to take my own life because of this. I tried to bring this topic to my brother, but he avoids it. Now I have an amazing partner.
Am I the asshole for pressing charges against an 18-year-old girl? Okay, let's see. I have a 17-year-old who has a girlfriend and an ex. My son also has a car. I think you can see where this is going. Okay. My ex dumped his ex-girlfriend because he began to have feelings for another girl. He spoke to me and I made sure to tell him to dump the girl lightly and try not to hurt her feelings before trying things out with the other girl. He did, telling ex why she was being dumped. Obviously, the ex was not happy. She ended up keying my son's car. Ooh. I'm talking to the point where it was completely... She carved my son's new girlfriend's name into the door and called her a slut. She also drew a man with a very small penis and labeled it as my son's name. She also broke one of the windows and poured a soft drink into it. Ooh. I come home as she's pouring in the soft drink, so you know she did it. And I immediately called the cops. The ex got arrested and had to pay bail. I'm feeling like pressing charges because it's my son's first car and we don't want to spend that much money on a new car. The ex's mother came to my house and was full on screaming about how I'm a monster for calling the cops on a black girl and about how my son cheated and deserved to have his car ruined. I don't feel in the slightest bit bad for pressing charges and ruining this girl's life. Ooh, hold up. Because she's acting like a complete psycho. Am I the asshole? No. Okay. So as far as pressing charges, I personally don't think you're the asshole because she has to deal with the consequences of her actions. Now, your comment about I don't feel a bit bad about ruining this girl's life now. Feel me? I don't like that. I don't like that too much. I don't like that one bit.
Am I the asshole for refusing to go to my sister-in-law's baby shower? And now, the rest of the family isn't going either. This started soon after my brother married Ruby. At the time, everyone seemed to really like her, and my older sister and I were a part of her bridal party. Her wedding was around 5 years ago. Soon after, they were talking about trying for kids and how they were struggling with infertility issues. Ruby was quite upset, but it got a lot worse when my older sister, who was 26 at the time, got pregnant. Ruby was snappy and mean to my older sister. People tried to be mindful because she was struggling. When the baby was born, Ruby didn't send anything. I got pregnant my senior year of college. It was an oops baby, and I only told my mom because I was unsure of what I wanted to do. I was a heavy drinker at family events, and when I wasn't drinking, my grandma joked that I must be pregnant. My face gave it away. That's how it came out. I didn't plan to tell my family like that. Ruby, in short, lost her shit at me. She yelled at me about how I didn't deserve a kid, and she called me a lot of names. My mom tried to make her stop, but she yelled at her as well. She told my mom that she deserved the stillbirth that she had. The whole thing was horrible. No, you're absolutely not the asshole. Why the fuck would I want to go to the baby shower of somebody who just said all sorts of nasty and horrible things to me, my mother, as well as my older sister, because we had babies or got pregnant before she did? Now you want me to be happy for you when you turned my pregnancy into a shit show? Fuck you. I didn't forget, bitch. How dare you throw my mother's stillbirth in her fucking face? Are you fucking kidding me, bitch? You're lucky if I ever speak to you again in life. When I gave birth and posted pictures online, Ruby made a post saying that some people don't deserve kids. She has not apologized. The issue now, Ruby's pregnant and she's about to have her baby shower. All the women in the family got an invitation, and I think that's fucking hilarious. Funny as fuck, but also very delusional, because what the fuck made you think I would want to come to your baby shower? I got pregnant before you, and instead of you being a normal fucking person and saying congratulations or not saying anything at all because, you know, it's a struggle for you, you decided to be nasty, to be mean, to be disgusting, and throw one of the most painful things that a woman can go through in her face because you're bitter and upset. What the fuck made you think I'd want to come and sit around and smile with you? Ruby, not everybody's as fake as you. I talked to my mom about it, and I decided not to go. My mom is also not going, and everyone else seems to be following my lead on this. I love this for her. Consequences of her actions, bitch. If you wanted people to be around you, you should have been a bit more pleasant to be around. You're bad. We all RSVP'd no. My brother called me asking me to come. I told him no, and it started an argument. He says that his wife has been crying about being hated by the family and wants everyone to make up. No, you're crying about being hated by the family, but you're the reason the family doesn't like you. Nobody did anything to you. You chose to open your mouth and be nasty, bitter, and jealous. I understand that you were struggling, but that's a reason, not an excuse. Now you want everybody to make up because you're pregnant when we don't want anything to do with you or your baby. That's your bad. Oh well, it sounds fucked up, but this is what the fuck happens. You can't treat people like garbage and then expect them to be there when you need or want them to be. That's not how life works. I told my brother, this isn't my problem and it's all Ruby's fault. He wants me to suck it up and still come and has texted me multiple times about this. I know that if I don't go, no one else will, especially since my mother hates Ruby after that argument. I don't think you're the asshole. I mean, I don't know who would think that you're an asshole for not wanting to go to the baby shower of somebody who couldn't even muster up a smile when your pregnancy accidentally came out. You didn't make a pregnancy announcement. It's not like you made a personal gift for them, sent it to her house to rub it in her motherfucking face. Someone asked you a question. Your lack of response is what gave them their answer. And she blew up at you as if you were doing something to personally spite her. But now that she's made this her motherfucking personality and nobody likes her and nobody wants to be around, she wants to cry about being hated in the family and wants everyone to make up. Bitch, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? You genuinely made yourself unlikable. Now you're crying because nobody likes you. Why the fuck would I want to celebrate you after you went out of your way to make me feel bad about being pregnant? Are you fucking kidding me? Her bad. You're not wrong. Your brother seems to have a lot to say about you guys not coming to his wife's baby shower, but what the fuck did he have to say when his wife was going out of her way to be nasty and mean to both of his sisters and his mother? You said that he's texting you now to come to her baby shower. Did your phone ring, ding, or chime when his wife was posting statuses on social media being evil? If the answer to either of those is no, then you don't need to go and celebrate people who quite frankly do not give a fuck about you. Like, not even a little bit. No, fuck that, babe. You're absolutely not that asshole. Honestly, I hate this for you guys, but I love this for Ruby. She has to understand, if you want your child to have a family, you cannot be nasty to said family and then expect them to be there because family, not everybody thinks like that. Opie made an edit basically stating that she, her mom, and her older sister most likely will not have a relationship with the baby if nothing changes with Ruby. They are not the type of people to deal with someone that is, Opie described him as being a dick, just to have access to the child. And that the mom is not going to tolerate someone that she absolutely hands down hates just to have access to their kids. So if nothing changes, this is probably where their relationship will end.
I caught my boyfriend cheating on me, so now I'm going to ruin his life. Story time. My boyfriend of 3 years, who we'll call Steve, had the audacity to cheat on me. Then had the audacity to tell me if I was a mature adult, I'd be able to deal with it. And finished it all off by saying that he hopes we can still be friends. He made it very, very clear to me that he had lost all feelings for me and was now in love with this other person. I'm not going to lie, if he hadn't have said that, I definitely would not have gone forward with this plan. But at this point, I'm thinking, Steve, you need to be taught a valuable lesson. I fear this has escalated. Now, a few months later, he decides that it's a great idea to send me pictures of him and his new girl. And the pictures were followed by like a shit ton of laughing emojis. So one day I decided, listen, it's time to get back out there, and I downloaded Tinder. So I'm scrolling and I come across someone that I find quite familiar. It is Steve's new girlfriend. Now listen, I was not about to tell Steve that his new girlfriend was still on Tinder. In fact, I took it one step further and I made sure to match with her. We get to chatting and she had no idea who I was. We start talking more and more and our conversations are getting longer and longer, and by this time I had a plan. I suggested that Amy and I should meet in a bar. Bearing in mind she's still in a relationship with Steve. Oh, reverse, motherfucker. And the date went so well. So much so that one date went to many dates. And before long, I was her full-blown affair. Oops. So we'll call this girl Amy, and what Amy didn't know is that I also got in touch with Steve's ex, who we'll call Stacey. Now, Steve and Stacey broke up a few months before I got with him because Stacey realised that she was gay. We love it when a plan comes together. So now I'm in contact with the new girlfriend and the ex-girlfriend. And when speaking with Amy, she'd always expressed what it would be like to be in a polyamorous relationship. You see where this is going. I said, no problem, Amy, let me make a few calls and I will get back to you on that. So I get in touch with her and I'm like, hey babes, are you up for meeting a friend of mine? We could have a good time. Is this running out? And to my surprise, she actually says yes, which don't ask me how we got there, but I'm happy about it. So the day came and I decided to act on violence. Now while we're all sat on my bed, I take a quick selfie. And of course things went down, use your imagination. So a few days after, Amy comes to me and she's like, thank you so much for sorting that, it was absolutely amazing. What can I do to repay you? I'm like, oh, just let me have a little think about that. I said, listen Amy, I'm kind of sick about being a side piece. I want to be your main one. I kid you not, the next day she broke up with him and kicked him out of the house. My guy lost his house and his girlfriend in the space of a day. And I bet you're thinking, wow, Tatty, great work on the revenge. I'm not done yet. Steve texted me and said, baby, I'm so sorry. My girlfriend dumped me and I realised that it is you that I want. It's always been you. They always come back. I was like, oh, your girlfriend? Is this the girlfriend that you mean that's just dumped you? And I sent him the picture from the bedroom. Just to clarify for everyone, that means that all of his now exes were in one picture together in one bed. This man started blowing up my phone, but I still wasn't done. Firstly, I called his mum, who hates cheaters by the way, and from what I know now, his mum has actually stopped speaking to Steve over all of this. And the only other thing I had to do now was dump Amy because she was no use to me. And there was no point in starting a relationship with her because she was also a cheater. So the last thing I did was actually ask Stacey, the ex on a date, and we actually now live together. And we have a dog.
My dad married my friend and I'm disgusted. My dad got remarried to one of my friends who was also the daughter of one of his closest friends who passed away a while ago. She was only 23 and dad is 52. Mom and dad got divorced 8 years ago after mom cheated on him with her now husband. And I've always felt sad for dad about it because back then he was the best. He loved me and I loved him. But back in August, he quietly got remarried, not only to one of my friends, but the daughter of one of his closest friends who died back in 2021. Her dad was like an uncle to us, and we used to call him uncle, and dad went and married his damn daughter. My dad is a rich and successful guy, so I see why a young woman would marry him. But that's so disgusting. Like, I knew women closer to his age that would kill for him, and instead he married my friend who's the same age as me, and is the daughter of one of his closest friends. He's been trying to talk to me ever since then, but I'm so disgusted I can't even look at him right now. Yeah, no, I would never talk to my dad again. That's disgusting and weird. That's disgusting and weird. Especially because you definitely knew her when she was a literal child. And that's not sitting right with me, girl. It's never going to sit right with me. Because you knew her when she was probably a baby. Hella. No, I'm good.
Am I the asshole for breaking up with my boyfriend after he made a very inappropriate comment to my sister? Quick PSA, they are doing construction behind my house. Like, they are literally building houses on the other side of my fence. So the noise in the background is the fucking construction. Listen, if y'all want stories, sometimes we gotta bend a little. I'm gonna start by saying I don't think I am the asshole. But my now ex-boyfriend claims I've been overreacting and exaggerating. I've been dating this guy for 3 years, and I really thought that he was the one. But today, he made me quickly change my mind. I have a half-sister, 16. I'm 22. We have the same dad and different moms, and we don't look much alike. 2 years ago, my dad developed a severe form of leukemia. He passed away within a couple of months. Needless to say, it was the hardest thing that my sister and I had to face in life. My sister took it particularly hard. She used to love going to the gym and working out, and she stopped doing so. She also started eating much more junk food and ended up gaining a lot of weight. Today, my boyfriend and I went to my sister's house as her mom had invited all of us over for lunch. We were eating homemade pizza. My sister ended up asking her mom if she could have another slice. That's when my boyfriend said, "Are you sure you want another one looking like that?" No, you're not the asshole. You're not the asshole. Like, honestly, I get why you gave us the background onto why she's gained so much weight, but honestly, baby, that's fucking irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Your sister could just be a big girl. Your boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend, excuse me, your ex-boyfriend doesn't have the right to comment on anything that she's fucking eating. It's not his place to say a goddamn fucking thing about how much food she wants to eat. No, you're not wrong. My sister got up from the table and ran to her room. I was in shock, and I wasn't able to tell him anything or follow my sister to her room, which I deeply regret. Thankfully, my boyfriend and I don't live together, so before he dropped me off at home, I told him that it was over, because he can't disrespect my sister like that, especially because he had been there when my dad died, and he knew how it made us both feel. I tried to call my sister and she won't answer. I texted her mom to ask if she was okay. She said that she's okay and that she's not mad at me, but she just doesn't want to talk to anybody right now. I'm gonna go over to her mom's house after she's done with school tomorrow and bring her some flowers. I know I'm not the one who said anything, but I hope that she can forgive me for not stepping up. I was in shock and I hope that she understands. No, baby, I don't think you're the asshole. I think you did the right thing. You broke up with your boyfriend immediately. You let him know that shit is not gonna fly around here. I don't know what the fuck you thought this was, but it's not that. Yes, I get that you feel like you should have jumped up in the moment and followed your sister, and 100% a lot of us would have done that. But not everyone has the same reaction time, and I don't think you're a bad guy for being in shock for a second because you still handled business before the end of the night. This is not like 3 weeks later you decided to break up with your boyfriend. No, you knew in that moment that what the fuck he said was not okay and you were not interested in having a relationship with him after that moment. I do think you going to check on your sister is absolutely the right thing to do. Let her know that you do not agree with any of the things that came out of his fucking mouth. Let her know that she's beautiful regardless of what the number on the fucking scale says. Let her know that you were standing with her. The moment that you got him away from them, you kicked his ass to the curb because you don't agree and you don't support the bullshit that he was spouting out. Let your sister know that you are standing with her. You said in the beginning of the story that you truly thought this person was the one. And honestly, I can't be more grateful for you that this happened right now. Because could you imagine if you had children with this man? And God forbid something happened to you and your daughters are left with this sorry sack of shit. That they react to the loss of their mother the same way that your sister is reacting to the loss of her father. And the only person around them is that sack of shit. Could you imagine, baby, this could not have happened at a better time. 3 years in, the next step was hopefully coming eventually. But I'm glad that you've cut that shit off because this person, I can't even call him a man. This animal is gross. Listen, violence is not the answer, but sometimes people need to be beat the fuck up. This is a grown-ass man in at least his early 20s, commenting on the weight of a 16-year-old girl. Are you sure you want another slice looking like that? Looking like what, bitch? You shouldn't be looking at my 16-year-old little sister hard enough to form any kind of opinion. On your bike, bitch. Get the fuck out because if I have to keep talking to you, I'm gonna end up hitting you. Violence is not the answer, but sometimes it's the perfect fucking solution.
Am I the asshole for telling my wife to stop being so jealous of my friend's fiance? My wife, 35 female, and I, 36 male, are good friends with another couple, my best friend Matt, 36 male, and his fiance, Rachel, 24 female. Rachel models and is very attractive. My wife is less conventionally attractive, but I fell in love with her for her humor and good spirit, which I personally find more attractive than good looks. Recently, I've noticed my wife making a lot of comments about Rachel, calling her an airhead and just being kind of mean. When my wife makes these comments in private, I'm able to stand up for Rachel, but when they're made in public, I obviously don't want to embarrass my wife by calling her out. My wife and I went on a trip away with Matt and Rachel last week, which we had been planning for a while and really looking forward to. At dinner one night, my wife made a really mean comment after we started talking about the economy. She remarked, "Don't worry, Rachel, you can join in the conversation once the smart people are done." She was the only one who laughed. I was completely embarrassed, and once we were alone, I told my wife she had been really rude and I was ashamed of her. I told her she needs to stop making nasty comments, and she agreed. However, the next night, we all went out to a bar. Rachel was getting a lot of attention from guys who were sending over drinks. My wife was looking visibly annoyed that she wasn't receiving the same attention, so I tried to lift her spirits by paying for all of her drinks and making a fuss of her. One guy came over and said that Rachel looked just like the model Zendaya. My wife let out a massive laugh and said, "Did you mean to say Whoopi Goldberg?" I turned to my wife and straight up said, "You really are so jealous, aren't you?" She looked hurt, but didn't have time to respond as Rachel had left the table in tears. I followed Matt and told Rachel directly that I was so sorry for my wife's words and that I was ashamed of her behavior. When I reunited with my wife, she told me I was horrible for calling her jealous in front of everyone and embarrassing her. I told her straight up that she was jealous of Rachel as Rachel is more attractive than her. I realize in hindsight that this was a very heavy thing to say, and I can see why she would be hurt by it. However, I stand by the fact that it was said in anger. Am I the asshole? I think that was obviously messed up to say, that last part, but honestly, that was valid. Like, she's being such an asshole. You can dish it, but you can't take it. Like,
Am I wrong for making homemade food for everyone except for my brother's stepdaughter? I, 27 female, am not a professional chef, but I've taken a bunch of cooking classes and love making elaborate meals for friends and family. About 2 years ago, my brother Greg, 25 male, married Cheryl, 34 female. Cheryl has a daughter from a previous relationship, Becca, 9 female, who has several health conditions, including celiac and a severe dairy allergy that requires her to carry an EpiPen. Last weekend, I hosted a dinner at my house for my parents' wedding anniversary. I made a fancy 5-course dinner, and in addition to my parents, I invited our close family friends, Greg, Cheryl, and Becca, and my sister, her boyfriend, and their twins, both 8. Because of Becca's food restrictions, I found a restaurant in town that specializes in gluten-free, dairy-free, as well as other allergen-free food and arranged for them to make a full meal for Becca that I could pick up in advance of the party. I have made a variety of specialty meals in the past. For example, keto meals when my friend was following that diet, and I liked the challenge, but knowing how serious Becca's restrictions were, I didn't trust myself to make her meal. I have ADHD and get easily distracted, and if I even used the wrong spoon or didn't completely wash some flour off a bowl, it could make her incredibly sick. I thought the takeout solution was fine, but when I served the food, I saw Cheryl looking at Becca's plate with a stony face. For her part, Becca started eating and seemed fine. Cheryl whispered to Greg, and Greg asked if he could talk to me in the kitchen. When we got there, he said that it was unbelievable that I couldn't be bothered to make something for Becca, that they've been bragging about what a great cook I am to her, and that he knew I'd made keto, vegan, and other complicated kind of foods in the past. Now she would feel left out because she didn't get to eat what the rest of the family was eating. He said that it was obvious that I didn't care about making his stepdaughter feel like a part of the family and that they were leaving. Greg, Cheryl, and Becca then left, which put a damper on the rest of the party. I feel like I did my best at the time, but in hindsight, I wonder if I should have tried harder to make Becca feel included since she was a relatively new addition to our family. So, am I the asshole? I feel like guys, when a girl tells them something, they don't use their own brain to think and they just like, okay, yeah, you're right, and they just he didn't step back to think like, wow, that's actually really considerate of her to go get my stepdaughter a meal and still continue to feed everyone else. You don't have to do shit, realistically, right? And especially when you have a food allergy, it's your job to take care of that person. I broke up with my boyfriend over the Tubi Super Bowl commercial. I, 23 female, broke up with my boyfriend, 25 male, over the reaction he had to me over the commercial. For those of you who are unaware, during the Super Bowl commercials, Tubi, a streaming app, played a prank where they made it look like someone was changing the TV over to their app. I'm sure that in many households it caused chaos and was a funny event, but not in mine. My boyfriend thought I was the one changing the channel and began screaming at me violently, calling me things that I don't even want to write down. Even as I told him it was a commercial, he ignored me and kept blowing up at me and punched a hole in our living room wall. He eventually realized what actually happened and awkwardly apologized, but I was so disgusted over his reaction to a 15-second commercial. I feel like if you can't keep your anger in check and get that violent over something so small, I don't want to be around for it. We'd been together for over a year, living together for the past 2 months, and I've known him to get angry at things sometimes, but this really took me off guard, and I can't forget how unsafe I felt around him during this. In the morning, I took some of my things and I'm now staying at my parents' house. I left him a note telling him how I felt and that I didn't think we were going to work out long term. He's been messaging me and calling me repeatedly. My parents told me that I'm overreacting since he had a bit to drink and the Super Bowl gets everyone riled up, but I don't feel that I am. I don't think it's normal to be that angry. Oh my god, good for you for getting out of that when you can. When people show you who they are, listen to them. Who would have thought Tubi would be saving people's lives long term? What a relationship test.
Am I the asshole for calling off the wedding after my fiance got an abortion? My fiance and I have been together since we were in high school, class of 2011. We met freshman year, and I told her right off the bat I wanted kids. Being a father meant so much to me, and I was not willing to be with anybody who didn't see themselves being a mom. She told me she didn't want kids, so we stopped talking. She came back into my life about a year after graduation, saying that she had matured and wanted kids, and she wanted to start over. After that, we were together and happy. We got engaged July 2021. We were very excited about the wedding and became even more excited when she told me that she was pregnant. She seemed very happy and excited about it. When we went to her first official appointment, she asked the doctor about abortions, terminations, etc. This rubbed me the wrong way, so when we got into the car, I asked her about it, and she claimed that she was asking out of curiosity. Half of the wedding was already paid for, and it was a lot of money into it, so I let it go. 3 days after the appointment, my fiance approached me and told me she didn't want the baby. I laughed at first because I thought she was kidding, but she was dead serious. She told me she was only carrying the baby to make me happy, and she never wanted to be a parent. I was livid. I told her that she should have never come back into my life and said she wanted a baby if that isn't what she wanted. I told her that I was fine without her and I'm doing good for myself. I told her if she gets an abortion, I'm leaving and I won't look back. She used the my body, my choice shirt too. Am I the asshole for calling off my wedding after my fiance got an abortion? I told her if she gets an abortion, I'm leaving and I won't look back. She used the my body, my choice shit. And I told her that's not fair. We are a partnership and those decisions we make together. After that argument, she told me she was getting an abortion and there was nothing I could do about it. She told me she wanted me to be there with her when she got it done, but I told her no. Still thinking she was kidding. But she returned with a sheet of paper after she got it done. I was so upset I just wanted to scream and yell at her. But I just took my ring, sat it on the table gently. I told her I had a business trip and she had until I returned home from my trip to have her shit out of my house. While I was on my trip, I got my deposits and money back for everything, including her dress and the venue. She was so upset she called me crying, saying I was an asshole for leaving her and exceeding her medical right to choose. I told her if she thinks that's why I'm leaving, then she's as dumb as a bag of bricks, and I blocked her. So, am I the asshole for calling off my wedding after my fiance got an abortion? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Am I the asshole for not catering to my ex and his fiance's needs? My ex-husband and I have split custody of my son. I get him half the week. My ex got engaged to someone before our divorce was finalized, and soon after she was pregnant. She already had a child from a previous relationship, so that tallies my ex's kids to a total of 3. Ever since having the baby, they've had many struggles financially, on top of them being exhausted and having complicated schedules due to work. They've dropped hints that they need help with money and are using me as a way of getting a break by having me take my child on days they are feeling overwhelmed. I don't mind having him extra, but knowing why they are giving me more time with him is disrespectful in my opinion. Not only that, but they have their other child wearing clothes that I bought for mine. I feel like they are taking advantage of me, and they also ask if their child can stay over because he's jealous mine gets to be here. I want to have a talk with them, but I fear I may be overreacting. My boyfriend agrees, but my family thinks I shouldn't say anything. I've never been in a situation like this. So, am I the asshole for not catering to my ex and his fiance's needs? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Am I the asshole for sleeping with my dead wife's best friend after her funeral? I, 36 male, have been married to my now deceased wife, 35 female, for 7 years. We are your typical high school sweethearts. We were each other's first everything. We met in 10th grade and it was like an instant spark. However, when my wife went to college, she met her best friend, 34 female. We got on like a house on fire. Fast forward 9 years, me and my wife are happily married. Right after my 30th birthday, we started trying for a baby. We were struggling to get pregnant and we blamed it on ovulation. A year later, we went to a fertility clinic where they referred us to the hospital where my wife was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. This came as a shock and she was declining quickly. After the first 5 months of her diagnosis, she was already bedbound. Her best friend would come by every day to see her without fail. I admired how caring she was. Her best friend and I took great comfort in one another. We were both losing our best friend. She started coming by the house to check on me. I would see her more than my own family. One night, shortly before my wife died, we were drinking and one thing led to another. I didn't realize what I had done until the next. Part 2. Am I the asshole for sleeping with my dead wife's best friend after her funeral? One night, shortly before my wife died, we were drinking and one thing led to another. I didn't realize what I had done until the next morning. We both agreed that it was a mistake and it would never happen again. A short while later, my wife sadly passed away. It destroyed me, but I planned her funeral as quick as possible. The ceremony was beautiful. All of her favorite things were there. I honestly couldn't contain myself for the whole funeral. While everyone was making their speeches, I had to go outside. It was too overwhelming. She quickly followed me and I went to the bathroom for a tissue. She followed me in and one thing led to another. I couldn't stop thinking about how my wife would have felt the whole time. People were getting suspicion and questioning us both on where we were. Ever since the funeral, we've been secretly hooking up. My family and my wife's family have confronted me on how close me and my wife's best friend are. Her brother saw that my wife's best friend was sending me flirty text messages. He confronted me about it and her family won't speak to me. I miss my wife. However, I want to make it official. But at what cost? So am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for canceling my girlfriend's tattoo appointment? My girlfriend has OCD and one symptom she experiences is her doing everything in 5 seconds. For context, her mother passed away in March of 2018. Well, in January, she brought up getting a tattoo for the 5th anniversary of her mother's death. I suggested she talk to her therapist about it, and after doing so, her therapist said it wasn't a good idea. She believed that the drive behind her wanting to get the tattoo was her OCD rather than actually wanting it. However, my girlfriend still went ahead and booked the appointment. After talking with a couple of friends, they agreed it wasn't a good idea to make such a permanent decision. Am I the asshole for canceling my girlfriend's tattoo appointment? If she had somewhat recovered from her OCD, I wouldn't be so hesitant, but she hasn't made any progress. I emailed the tattooist and canceled her appointment. I told her an hour before the appointment and she had booked the last slot for the day. So she was unable to get it done and I knew she was going to be upset, but I didn't realize how upset she was going to be. It's been a couple weeks and it's crazy how she reacted, but I'm more than certain that she will be happy in the future. It's clear that it was OCD influenced as it has flared up a bit because of it and she's aware of that too. And she said not being able to get it on that anniversary makes her physically sick. Am I the asshole for lying that my dad was having an affair to prove that my stepmom reads my diary? My 16 female stepmom, 40 female Ariel is very immature and honestly acts like a 9-year-old. She's the type who makes fun of someone for wearing glasses or having a hearing aid. And to top it off, she also says bigoted things. Well, I found out that she's been reading my diary because she said that I wrote rude things about her cousin Loretta and tried to punish me over it. My dad just told me to respect adults and said nothing about reading my diary. I've also moved it multiple times, but she keeps finding it and reading it. And I know she's doing it because she says things she'd only know if she was actively reading my diary. Am I the asshole for lying that my dad was having an affair to prove that my stepmom reads my diary? I've told my dad that she's reading my diary and he won't do a thing. He just says, "Oh, you don't know that Ariel reads your diary," when she clearly does. I got fed up, so I tried talking to Ariel one more time about respecting my privacy. I then wrote in my diary that I caught my dad having an affair with our neighbor Michael. She read my diary the next day and freaked out and yelled at my dad, went to Michael's house, yelled at Michael, and then drove off. My family on my mom and stepdad's side of the family thinks it's super funny and told me I taught Ariel an overdue lesson. But on my dad's side, they're furious. Am I the asshole for not letting a mom with a baby in front of me and telling an elderly lady to F off? I went to a shop today and service there was really slow and only one register was open. There was a really long line of people with majority of them having full carts of items, but I only had one item. Behind me was an elderly lady and a mom with a baby. The older lady started telling the mom to skip the queue and go in front because she's with the child. I turned to her and asked her to speak for herself and that I do not agree that the mom skips in front of me. So of course we argue and I say that she should wait like everybody else. And if she's unable because of the baby, she shouldn't have brought the baby to the store. Am I the asshole for not letting a mom with a baby in front of me and telling an elderly lady to F off? The elderly lady said she never saw behavior like this and I'll understand when I have my own kids. I corrected her and said if, then she started telling me that my life will be horrible if I don't and how I lack empathy. So I told her to F off and the older woman and her mom kept talking about me and my behavior. The mom then complained how she feels uncomfortable existing in a public space because of people like me. I have no problem with kids. But in this situation, why should she have a privilege to skip a line just because the baby popped out?
Ran over my mother-in-law the day before my baby shower. This is not my story time. It was sent in by a follower. After she accused me of being a controlling bitch because she would invite my husband over to her house for dinner, but he would take me even though she didn't want me to go. I was 2 months pregnant at this point. I thought that being pregnant would bring us closer, but no. The thing is, I think she was trying to make me believe that it would, but here's how things played out. Mom, my sisters, and I decided to start planning my baby shower. I wanted a cottagecore theme. Mother-in-law had the perfect backyard for that because she accepted to have the baby shower at her place. She then became in charge of catering some of the decorations. The day before my baby shower, mind you, I had 75 guests, the caterer calls me and starts yelling at me. Apparently, my mother-in-law refused to pay the deposit, so they threatened to not show up the next day. Not only that, we canceled the charcuterie board designer that I hired. I changed most of the colors of the decorations, and I was shocked. I thought that she was trying to make things easier for me considering I was pregnant. I called my husband and told him. As I was driving up to my mother-in-law's, she was standing in the driveway with him. That's when I made the decision. I drove up slowly but as close as I could to her, and I ran over her foot. When I got out of the car, I pretended like I had no idea that I did it. Kept apologizing, but it was the most satisfying thing ever. She showed up in a cast of the baby shower. She deserved it, right? I ran my mother-in-law over a day before my baby shower. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent in by a follower. The day I met this woman, she asked me the most inappropriate questions. She asked me in front of my then boyfriend and her husband if I was a virgin, if I was on birth control, if her son and I had ever done anything sexual. By the third question, I had to stop her. And she was shocked. She said that it was disrespectful that I interrupt her line of questioning. Turns out, she's a judge. Something that my boyfriend had told me, but I forgot. All I told her was that her questions were making me uncomfortable. That's when my boyfriend, thank God, spoke up and told
told her that she had no right to ask me that. And ever since then, our relationship has never been warm. Especially after I married her son, relationship became even more strained. It's not like we would go over there and have dinner with them, even though we lived 3 minutes from their house. But because we stayed away from them generally, there was never really any big issue. It was just she didn't like me and I don't like her. But the issue came when I got pregnant. It's like this switch inside of her flipped. She became so territorial over my husband. She would invite him to dinner and not me because he would bring me along. To my face, she told me that I was a controlling bitch. Part 3 is up. I ran over my mother-in-law the day before my baby shower. This is not my story time. It was sent in by a follower. After she accused me of being a controlling bitch because she would invite my husband over to her house for dinner, but he would take me even though she didn't want me to go. I was 2 months pregnant at this point. I thought that being pregnant would bring us closer, but no. The thing is, I think she was trying to make me believe that it would, but here's how things played out. Mom, my sisters, and I decided to start planning my baby shower. I wanted a cottagecore theme. Mother-in-law had the perfect backyard for that because she accepted to have the baby shower at her place. She then became in charge of catering some of the decorations. The day before my baby shower, mind you, I had 75 guests. The caterer calls me and starts yelling at me. Apparently, my mother-in-law refused to pay the deposit, so they threatened to not show up the next day. Not only that, she canceled the charcuterie board designer that I hired. She changed most of the colors of the decorations, and I was shocked. I thought that she was trying to make things easier for me considering I was pregnant. I called my husband and told him, and as I was driving up to my mother-in-law's, she was standing in the driveway with him. That's when I made the decision. I drove up slowly but as close as I could to her, and I ran over her foot. When I got out of the car, I pretended like I had no idea that I did it. Kept apologizing, but it was the most satisfying thing ever. She showed up in a cast of the baby shower. She deserved it, right?
Am I the asshole for not sending my niece's dad updates after he kicked her out? My niece Amy has been living with me for 4 years. Her mom left when she was 2. Her dad and grandparents gave her a very good life. Private schools, competitive sports, things like that. Then her grandparents passed away when she was 7 and 9. Her dad married Grace when Amy was 10. Grace had 3 kids, 2 older than Amy and 1 younger. Amy never got along with Grace or her kids. Grace had no intention of being a mother to Amy, but still insisted that her father treat all of the kids equally, leading to Amy getting pulled out of her school and activities because he couldn't afford it for everyone, which caused Amy to act out. After a year, Grace gave Amy's dad an ultimatum. Either Amy goes or she does. Next thing I know, Amy's getting shipped across the country to my place. No, you're not the asshole. Amy was 11 when her father sent her away so he could keep Punani in the house. She was 2 when her mother left, 7 when one of her grandparents passed away, and 9 when the other one passed away. She's lost so much in her young life, and she's left with a father that could care less about her. It was rough at first, but after a lot of therapy and me doing everything I can to prove that I won't leave, Amy's doing great. She does well in school, and I got her back in her sports. Contact with her dad has been minimal. He calls around Christmas and her birthday, and he's only visited twice. Amy has been with her for 4 years. This man calls her twice a year, and he's only made a trip to her twice in 4 years. 8 months ago, Amy was diagnosed with a serious life-threatening illness. We ended up moving to be closer to some of the top specialists, and as of now, things are getting under control. I never told her dad about her illness because he never asked. Her dad found out that Amy was sick through a family member's Facebook post. He's been calling and texting me furious that I never told him about Amy's illness. Whose fucking fault is that? This is your daughter. If you called her more often than her birthday and fucking Christmas, you would know. If you actually bothered to come and see her, you would fucking know. There's a reason you didn't know. Everyone that's important, they knew. There's a reason you weren't told fucking details. Amy's dad asked me if I know how bad it is to find out that his kid is severely ill from Facebook. That's your fault. That's your fucking fault. He's threatening to take me to court to get my custody revoked. Good luck. Losing custody is highly unlikely, but I plan to talk to Amy about pursuing adoption just in case. When I talk to some of my friends about the situation, they all think I should have at least texted Amy's dad and gave him a chance to visit Amy when she was so sick, especially back when we didn't know what was going to happen. If this man had a relationship with his daughter, he would know. If this man called more often than Christmas and her birthday, he would know. If the man had came to see his daughter more than twice over the course of 4 years, he would know. This is all his fucking fault. Now I'm wondering if I was being too petty by not telling him that she was sick. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. This man doesn't give 3 fucks about Amy or her condition or the fact that things are finally getting better under control. He does not care about any of that. All he cares about is the fact that he looks bad. If someone would have walked up to him and asked him how his daughter was doing, he would have assumed everything was good because he's never fucking around, because he has no relationship with her, because he doesn't bother to try to talk to her. He looks bad because of his shit fucking actions, and he doesn't want people to know that. He doesn't give a fuck how Amy's actually doing. Listen, I know legally and biologically he's Amy's dad, but personally, I feel like you even referring to him as her dad is a courtesy to him, and it's not one that he deserves. This man gave in to his warm holes ultimatum. Either you send your daughter away or I'm going to leave. He did that. Sent his 11-year-old away. 11. She has already lost way too many people in her young life, and you shipped her away because the bitch that you're currently sticking it in doesn't want her around. Are you fucking kidding me? You lost the right to demand any type of fucking information when you sent your 11-year-old away. You lost the right to demand anything when you decided that 2 phone calls a year was just fine. You lost the right to demand anything when you decided 2 trips over the course of 4 years to see your now 15-year-old is okay. Fuck this man. He makes my ass itch. I've never been so upset. Fuck that. I'm still mad. This man reached out to OP, called and messaged her to bitch at her for not telling him something that he found out on the fucking internet, but still does not come and see his fucking daughter. No, I'm just going to tell you how mad I am that you're not playing messenger giving me fucking information. OP's not wrong for offering up information that he clearly doesn't fucking care about. This man is only worried about being a dad when it makes him look good. Fuck him.
My 35 male friend, 36 male, loyalty tested my wife, 40 female, without my knowledge. She failed. I feel done with both of them. What to do? I've been with my wife 10 years, married for 6. I thought we were really happy. She's got a kid from a previous relationship, dad not in the picture. I have taken on the role. We both work, me full-time, her part-time. We live a good life, holiday abroad every few months, no real financial worries. Both in pretty good shape and plenty of love and affection and sex between us. I thought that we would be together forever. On to my friend. His wife left him in horrific circumstances last year. He came home one day to find her gone with their 2-year-old. She's left him for a drug dealer that she met on Instagram who ended up assaulting them both, and it's a massive legal issue that has absolutely destroyed him. Since then, he's become very anti-women, despite having a great family full of women. He's constantly telling us how all women are the same, etc. Well, last week, he sent me a load of screenshots. It must have been over 100 of them, going back to November last year and finishing on January 15th. He got another phone and started messaging my wife pretending to be a man from a couple of hours away who got the wrong number. Within a week, he was getting nudes from her, sexting, etc. By Christmas, she was telling him that she loves him, and the final one was a photo of her walking into a hotel to meet him, and then angry messages from her asking where he was. My 35 male friend, 36 male, loyalty tested my wife, 40 female, without my knowledge. She failed. I feel done with both of them. I went around to his house and was distraught, let me tell you. He told me he had done this to another 6 friends of ours. Only my wife failed. He had the phone with him, and as I was there, she messaged him asking where he'd gone and saying how much she misses him. He showed me that she'd been sending stuff like that the past week with no response from him. I left there without really saying anything and went home, and once me and my wife were alone, I confronted her with the evidence that I have. She started crying and saying she doesn't know why she did it, and it just started off as a bit of fun at work, and then she got carried away. She said she feels like she loves us both, and she doesn't want to lose me. I didn't know what to do, so I just left and went to a hotel. I'm still here now and unsure of what my next steps should be. I want to cut them both off, but I'll miss my stepdaughter so much, and my friends are saying I can't be mad at my friend as he did me a favor. That's crazy of your friend to do that, especially because it's like, why are you trying to bring other people down with you? Like, I mean, obviously misery loves company, but the craziest thing is that your wife fell for that. Like, that's, I don't know. I feel like I don't know if I would be mad. I'm trying to put myself in that situation and think about, like, if my friend randomly came to me and was like, I wanted to see what would happen if I did this to all of our friends, significant others, and then my significant other was the only one that happen to fall for that and have like a full-blown affair with this person, with this fake-ass person.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna ruin his life. Storytime. So I've been with my boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, for 3 years now. And of course, we had planned on settling down with each other when our lives were in a bit of a different place. I love this guy more than anything else in the world, and I have sacrificed so much for him. I would literally do anything for this man. Looking back kind of gives me the ick. I've literally sacrificed so much. I moved away from home for him. I stood by him when he decided that he wanted to go back to school. I actually don't think I can stress to you enough how much of my world I gave to this man. And then this idiot goes and cheats on me. Also, side note, this is one of the best slick prep brushes I've ever used. So I found out about this over a month ago now. I think that he thought he was going to get away with this forever. But of course, the scumbag got cocky. I found out that he had been cheating on me with not one, but 2 different women. One of them is a teaching assistant at his uni, and the other one is our best friend's girlfriend. The way I gave everything to this man, and now I'm about to take it all away. I'm going to make sure that this man's world burns. So, like I said earlier, Steve quit his job to go and do school more. And since then, I have been paying for everything. And I was more than happy to help. I'm a successful woman. I make enough to support us both. And you know, it will definitely hurt to push this scumbag out to sea. But I'm sure I'll survive. And I've been holding out for a month now. I've been putting a plan together, you see. The plan is called The Day His World Burns. Yes, we love a subtle name. And all of his family will be in attendance. And as far as Steve goes, my family were invited, but unfortunately they just couldn't make it. Shocker that really, isn't it? So I've packed up all my valuable belongings. The suitcase is already in the back of my car ready to go. I have my brother for backup if I need it, and he's coming around the event tomorrow to pick up my car. Notice there how I said my car. This is the car that my boyfriend has been borrowing to go to school in. Even though, like I said, this car is in my name, the joint account has been sufficiently cleared, and it's all legal anyway because the idiot hasn't been working, so it was all my money as it was. Thank you. He believes that this party is to announce our engagement to his family. What will actually happen is this. I will announce my departure from his life. We really have an amazing job lined up in a completely different city. I'm going to start by showing him all of the screenshots he has said to this other women. A booklet of all of these things will then be passed around the room. All of his friends and family can see what he has done. I will then hand the notice to vacate the property because I've already taken the liberty of breaking our lease and we need to be out of the property by the end of the week. I will then end off by saying that I've reported him to his school for sleeping with one of the TAs and that I'm really sad that I won't see the fallout of this situation. Oh, and his friend whose girlfriend he's been sleeping with, he's got a little message too. This will inform him that his friendship group never want anything to do with him again. And with that, I will leave and never look back. Hello guys, we have been nominated for Podcast of the Year. If you'd like to vote for Tea and Two Sugars, check the comments to see how you can vote for me. Mwah! Love you in advance!
Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend I don't like the way our baby looks?
Whew.
My 22 male girlfriend, 23 female, gave birth to our daughter yesterday. The baby was ugly, to be perfectly candid. She's mine and I love her, but she was not a pretty baby. My girlfriend and I were casually chatting before bed and I brought this up, telling her our daughter wasn't exactly easy on the eyes. She was upset, which I find odd. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. I was just telling her how I felt about our kid. Truth be told, the baby is interracial, half Chinese, half Punjabi. So it was always a possibility that a potential child would be kind of goofy looking. I don't think she had to be offended. Not every child can be cute. My girlfriend hasn't spoken to me since. However, I don't know what to do. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for reporting my daughter's car missing after her stepbrother took it without permission? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I got my daughter 17 a new car 2 months ago. Her stepbrother 19 has gone crazy about it ever since and has been attempting to drive it, but my daughter made it clear she doesn't want him to. He kept referring to it as our car and would get mad when my daughter decorates it with pink and adds teddy bears and necklaces as decoration. He would also get angry and say that she was ruining their car and embarrassing him in front of his friends, although she never let him get inside of it. I asked my husband to talk to his son, but he said my daughter and I need to chill. Fast forward to this past Friday. My daughter called me while I was at work saying her stepbrother took her car while she was upstairs after he demanded the keys and she refused. I called his phone, but he didn't respond. I then called my husband and told him what happened. I told him that he needed to go bring the car back or I'd have to call the police. He called his son, then called me back and said that his son was just taking it to go to the movies with his friends and will bring it back by 9 p.m. Am I the asshole for reporting my daughter's car missing after her stepbrother took it without permission? Disclaimer, this is not my story. He called his son, then called me back saying his son was just taking it to go to the movies with his friends and will bring it back by 9 p.m. I couldn't wait. I warned him one more time to bring it back, but he stalled. I called the police and reported it stolen. My stepson was picked up from his location and brought into the local police station. We got the car back, but it was a mess. The decorations and toys in it were gone. My daughter didn't stop crying about it. My husband blew up at me on the phone for calling the police on his son and causing him to spend the night there. They both came home the next day and a huge argument started with my husband saying I made a mistake reporting the car missing. He said that I escalated the situation and that I was the one who created it and I should have got his son a similar car or at least told my daughter to share. And otherwise we wouldn't have to be dealing with his son's temper tantrums. The house has been full of tension since then and everyone is just mad at each other. I didn't want to involve the police, but seeing my daughter cry, I couldn't take it. Am I the asshole for telling my sister she overreacted when she screamed at me for entering her and her husband's room? Disclaimer, this is not my story. So I, female 23, am a full-time college student. Right now I'm living with my sister Claire and her husband Thomas while I get through my current semester. I don't work, so I don't have everything I need for my daily skin or hair routine, so I borrow stuff from Claire. Claire didn't have an issue in the beginning, but then she started complaining about me randomly walking into her room, but I go in there looking for stuff I asked for. She gave me a hard time just because I walked in on Thomas half naked to get the eyeshadow I borrowed from her, and then that other time that I walked in late at night. She told me I needed to get her permission to enter the room before I take anything, but I figured this would make things complicated. It's already enough that I have to ask to borrow an item. So last night at around 10 p.m. I went upstairs and into the bedroom to grab the hairdryer. I walked in and accidentally saw them in an intimate position together in bed. I had no idea they were doing that, especially since Claire had told me that Thomas has been feeling sick the past 2 days. Am I the asshole for telling my sister that she overreacted when she screamed at me for entering her and her husband's room? Disclaimer, this is not my story. She lashed out at me yelling for me to get out. I quickly grabbed the hairdryer, then walked out and shut the door. Minutes later, she came downstairs in her robe and went off on me, saying that she was done with me repeatedly disrespecting and violating her and her husband's privacy. I told her it was fine and it was no big deal and that I needed the hairdryer but didn't have time to ask for permission. She got even louder, saying I had no business barging into her marital space and embarrassing her and her husband like that. I told her that I was sorry, but she really overreacted to this whole thing. This made her more pissed. She went on about how I'm living here rent-free and yet not being respectful enough. I stopped arguing with her and went into my room. This morning, Thomas left the house early and Claire ignored me during breakfast. She's still upset and said that I don't get to say whether she overreacted or not and that my behavior was inappropriate. She wants me to apologize to her husband for making last night awkward. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my husband pull $14,000 out of my account without signing a contract? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, female 36, have been married to my husband, male 42, for 2 years. I've never been married before him, but he was married twice and has 6 kids. He requested our finances be split up, which was fine with me because seeing how he blows through his money is so frustrating. He says he has kids, commitments, and has to provide, but I don't think the kids would need that much money to live like the other kids. His bank account is always almost empty while mine has over $20,000 in it. We take turns paying for daily expenses and stuff. Lately, he's been struggling with money. He borrowed from a number of people, including my own brother, about $4,000 from him just a week ago. He just seems really desperate for money. I asked him what the deal was, and he said that he needed the money for the kids, which seemed fishy since kids don't really need that much money for their expenses. His oldest kid is 16. He then came and asked me to borrow $14,000. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my husband pull $14,000 out of my account without signing a contract? Disclaimer, this is not my story. He came and asked to borrow $14,000 from me, pull it from my account, and put it into his. I tried asking him what he needed the money for, but he said it was none of my business, then insisted that he'll return it ASAP. I said okay, but under the condition that he'll sign a contract stating he'll return the money in full. He acted all shocked and offended, then went on about how I don't trust him and his word. I told him that's all I got and this was my one and only condition. He kept ranting about how I'm refusing to help and making the situation more difficult for him instead of cooperating. I insisted on a contract to be signed before he even pulls a penny, and this morning I told him this one more time. He blew up and said that we're family and that I should be ashamed for involving courts and lawyers between family things. He left the house and was so upset he hasn't responded to any of my calls yet. So am I the asshole?
She says, I'm a 22-year-old woman with 2 daughters, ages 4 and 2, and currently pregnant with my baby boy due in 2 months. My childhood was tough because of my mom. When I was 6, we left my home country and my biological father after my parents separated. My mom moved on with another man who isn't legally my stepdad and had 6 kids with him. From a young age, I felt like an outsider in my family because I knew my stepdad wasn't my real dad and his son was only my half-brother. Things got worse as I grew up. My mom always sided with my stepdad and left me to fend for myself. Starting at 9 years old, I was forced to take care of my siblings while my mom and stepdad went out like a carefree couple. This continued until I was 16. When I was a teenager, things became unbearable. My stepdad tried to initiate an inappropriate relationship with me when I was around 15. I turned him down and told my mom, hoping she'd protect me. Instead, he claimed he was drunk and didn't know what he was doing. My mom forgave him and brushed it off. When I exposed him again after he made another attempt, she still didn't take my side. Instead, my stepdad began punishing me, cursing at me, hitting me, spitting on me, and kicking me out of the house. He destroyed my belongings and my mom stood by silently. At 18, I finally moved out with my husband, who was 28. We've built a family together and have been trying to live peacefully. However, my relationship with my mom remained strained. When I found out I was pregnant again, my husband and I kept it private. But by 5 months, my mom noticed and forced me to confirm it. Ever since, she's been awful, making fun of my body, calling me fat, saggy, and deformed, and even criticizing my daughters. A few days ago, I found out my mom was pregnant again at almost 40. My stepdad called to tell me, laughing, and I told him I didn't care. My siblings aren't happy either, especially since she's only focused on having another boy, even though it's too early to know the gender. She's been making nasty comments, claiming her baby will look better than mine because she's whiter than me. I lost my temper and yelled at her in front of my siblings. I told her she was putting her life at risk because doctors have warned her about the dangers of having more children after so many C-sections. I also pointed out how unfair it is to her kids, and there's no one to care for them if something happens to her. My stepdad doesn't take care of his kids, and her choices leave everyone else to pick up the pieces. I know I could have handled things better, but I feel so much resentment and frustration after everything she's done. Am I the asshole for yelling at her and telling her the truth about her situation? I want to say thank you. I always feel some sort of heartwarmed that you guys feel comfortable enough to reach out to me, and you guys always leave sweet comments for me, and I really do appreciate it. And I'm sorry, it's clear that you've endured an incredible amount of pain, and I'm sorry that you've had to go through this.
Real estate agent and friend won't let me see my dream home. I'm torn. I've been looking for a new home, and my good friend is a real estate agent, so I signed an exclusive buyer agent's agreement with him. It seemed the right thing to do since we're friends, and I trusted him to have my back. The problem is that the perfect house just came on the market. It checks every box on my list, and I'm honestly almost ready to put in an offer without even seeing it. But he completely shut me down. He got angry and told me that he won't let me see it and that I shouldn't even consider it. Sir, that's not what the fuck I'm paying you for. I love that you think you can stop me from seeing a house, but that's not what the fuck I'm paying you for. After pushing, he told me that because the listing agent is his ex, which I already knew, we're friends, I know his ex. I never liked him, but that was his choice. It would be too complicated and not worth the drama for him. So you can't put your personal feelings to the side for business. Girl, I be trying to get the fuck out of this contract real fast, because what do you mean? I'm in a tough spot because I signed a contract, but it feels like a massive breach of his duty to me. He's prioritizing his personal feelings over my best interest, preventing me from seeing what could be my future home. Exactly. And that alone is reason enough for you to try to get out of this contract because, bro, what are my options here? Can I legally break our contract? Should I try to find a different agent? But then, how do I handle this without ruining our friendship? Any advice on how to navigate this would be huge. I personally feel like you should be able to legally break your contract because, like you said, he's breaching your contract by not upholding his end of it because of his personal feelings. That's a big problem for me. And honestly, I don't know how much of your friendship will actually be salvageable after you having to essentially fire your friend because they refused to do their job because of their personal feelings that had absolutely nothing to do with the business that you guys were trying to do. I don't know if I could personally stay friends with somebody who put their personal feelings over what I needed to be done for me. What I hired them to do for me. I don't know if I would be able to do that. Update number 1. I slept on it and I woke up to all of your advice, which reiterated what I was thinking. I sent out an email to him first, telling him that I'm ending the contract effective immediately, since he isn't willing to put his personal effects aside in order to fulfill his duties as my agent, period, bro. I can't continue to work with you if you're going to continuously allow your feelings to stop what the fuck I need to happen. That's all you needed to tell him. I kept what I thought was a friendship out of it. I'm hoping that if he is a friend like he says, he will respect my decision and not let it affect it. But if it does, maybe I'll get my dream home and get rid of a false friend. A win-win. I reached out to a new agent and I'm hoping to hear back soon and be able to do a walkthrough. I'm hoping this is it. Wish me luck. Update 2. The house I think is perfect for me has an open house tomorrow. I haven't signed with the new agent yet, but I'm gonna go and see it, and I'm sure the ex will be there, but that's not an issue for me. My now ex-friend returned my message, being condescending and saying that I'm going to regret it. He didn't even bother to reply to the friend email that I sent him. So that's done, and I have to admit I am relieved. I was trying to see a friendship where there really wasn't one. Just hope tomorrow goes as good as I hope. Final update. After I told my ex-friend that I was ending our contract, he got snarky and told me that I would regret it. I went to see my dream house at the open house yesterday. I was nervous because the pictures were amazing and the house was exactly what I wanted. When I got there, the house was everything I dreamed of and more. It's my style, the perfect size, and I loved it. I also ran into the ex. While I didn't care for him when they were together, I kept things civil. He never did anything to me. But then he said something that I was definitely not expecting. He asked me why my ex-friend wasn't representing me. When I told him that we parted ways, he asked, oh, because of his sister and her offer? Get the fuck out of here. Really? I did not expect that. I was confused and I asked what he meant. No, for real, what you mean? He told me that my ex-friend asked him for a private viewing with his sister when the house was listed. His sister and her husband loved the house and put in an offer, but it was way below the asking price. When the ex told my ex-friend the offer wouldn't work, he tried to argue that the house would never sell for the asking price. This man is just fucked up all the way around. All the way around. So he refused to show you the house because his sister was interested in the house, but they couldn't afford the house. So he was hell-bent on trying to stop people from buying the house so that his ex would have no choice but to cave and give his sister the house way below asking price. Get the fuck out. This man is terrible. He was never your friend. I wanted to run and find my ex-friend and punch him in the face. He knows this house is well within my budget and that I have a pre-approved loan. As some of you remember, his excuse was that he wouldn't show me the house because he didn't want to deal with his ex. But now I know that all along he was trying to get his sister a house that she couldn't even afford. After the open house, I had a long chat with the ex, and what he shared from his point of view about their breakup and other things made so much sense. Now it's clear my ex-friend was a master at manipulating stories to make himself sound like the victim. I can't believe I was friends with him for so long and I fell for all of his lies. I'm looking for legal advice already. I have a couple of lawyers lined up, none of whom are friends. The ex said that he's willing to share whatever he can legally disclose to help me if I decide to sue. I'm not looking for anything from my ex-friend. I just don't want anyone else to fall for his lies and deceiving practices. As for the house, it's perfect. I'm going to work with the ex's office to use one of their brokers to put in an offer. The ex said there is a way to skip the commission my agent would get. I really don't understand how all these things work, which is probably why I am where I am now. Thank you for everyone who read my drama. I've definitely learned a few things. No business with friends, don't hire someone I can't fire, and don't be so naive. Here's to incoming pictures of my closing day with a pepperoni pizza. Edit. When I said I was seeking legal advice, I meant for me to report my ex-friend. I want to make sure everything is lined up and done properly, especially if he tries to fight back somehow. The lawsuit part was what ex told me. He somehow thought that I could, but I don't want anything, even if I had grounds for a lawsuit. I just don't want him to do to others what he did to me. I did not see that coming. Normally, I can guess, and I'm not always as shocked by, the big reveal or the aha moment or whatever the case may be when it comes to these stories. But that one I did not see coming. This man is evil. He's working double time, triple time, trying to control everything. He wants to make sure that his sister gets the house that she wants with her lowball ass offer. He's trying to stop his ex from selling the house for the price that he wants. And he's also trying to stop his other friend from getting the house that she can afford, that she's absolutely in love with. This man is terrible. Fucking terrible. I think my favorite part about this entire story is the fact that OP is hell-bent on reporting their ex-friend. And not only that, they want to make sure they're doing it the correct way so it can actually be effective. They're seeking legal advice to make sure all their T's are crossed, all their I's are dotted, and all their ducks are in a row. So if bro tries to fight back, they're just going to continuously hand him his evidence and ask him to dig himself out of the hole that he put himself in. Baby said, you almost got over on me, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay, but you won't do it to anybody else. Am I the asshole for protesting my parents having more kids by not doing as many chores as I did before? My parents have 8 kids, including me, 17 male. In order of age, it goes me, Amy 13, B 11, Cal 9, Dex 8, Ava 7, Finn 6, and Gwen 2. Dex and Ava aren't even my parents' bio kids. Their bio mom was my mom's best friend. She passed away and my mom and dad adopted them like my mom's best friend wanted. It's been a couple of years since my parents adopted them. Last month, my parents told me and my siblings they were having another baby. This will be kid 9 for them, and the bedrooms are already split between a boys' room and a girls' room. And I'm relied upon for a lot of stuff, and my parents consider it all my chores. A boys' room and a girls' room, so they've got 4 kids apiece per bedroom, and they want to have another one? That's insane. I don't drive or have a car, but the siblings who go to school, I walk them to school and then walk them home. I help with homework and any school projects that need to be done. Twice a week, I walk them to the free activity center for kids under 14. My parents want them to have extracurriculars and they can't afford the paid ones, and they don't want them in school activities. That's not weird at all. If any of them need to go somewhere after school, it's my job to get them there. No, you're not the asshole. This is not okay. You're 17 years old. You're 17 years old. This is not okay. When we don't have school, I have to make lunch and dinner Monday through Friday and babysit all the kids. I have to keep the house clean, which means vacuuming, dusting, cleaning both bathrooms, taking out the trash, and picking up after my siblings and putting things back that they take out. This is an everyday thing. Most of the time, I do everyone's laundry too. Mom used to do it more, but she started leaving that for me more and more. That fucking sucks. Parentification is 100% a thing, and that's exactly what the fuck is happening here. This is why your parents don't have a problem with taking on more kids, because they're not the ones that are actually fucking taking care of them. Baby, I am so sorry. When mom and dad want to grocery shop, I either have to babysit or go along to make sure my siblings behave for my parents. My parents make me update the weekly schedule so they know what's going on. They never tell me if things change. It's all supposed to be on me to keep track of. I have to tell my parents if my siblings need something for school or if we need cleaning supplies at home. If we order takeout and they don't want to pay for delivery, they'll have me go and pick it up. We get takeout a lot unless I'm off school. Remember, this baby does not drive and does not have a car. So if they choose to not pay for delivery, he's got to walk and go and get their food. These are all things my parents consider to be my chores. Not all of them are all the time, but more of this stuff gets dumped on me than before. And when one of my parents does something off this list, they'll complain that I'm stressing them out worse. Whenever my mom does laundry now, she makes it seem like I had all the kids and I'm expecting her to clean up after them. They get really angry when we're late to school and they get calls, but I have to walk everyone and not all my siblings behave good. My parents were angry at me last year for telling my school what was going on when I was quizzed about college and other stuff. I told the guidance counselor and the school counselor everything, and they called my parents. My parents told me I was ungrateful for fucking what? All of the nothing? All of the extra stress that you are putting on this 17-year-old baby, I'm supposed to be fucking grateful? My parents said they provide so much more for me than other kids my age have in poor countries. So I should be thankful I get to take care of my family for them. No, that's not how that fucking works, babe. That's manipulation, and do not fall for it. It is your parents' responsibility to take care of the fucking kids they chose to have and adopt, not on you. You are 17 years old. By the looks of it, you don't have a moment of fucking time to yourself. You don't get a moment of peace to yourself. You're 17 years old. 17 years old, and all of your time is being spent taking care of children that are not yours. No, baby, this is not something you should be thankful or grateful for. Your parents fucking suck. All that stuff made me explode when my mom said that she was pregnant again. I was in a total what the fuck state of mind because what the fuck? We don't have enough room for all of us as it is, but they want to add another kid, and they expect me to step up more and have 2 kids not going to school that I take care of. They're expecting you not to go to college. That's what they're expecting you to do. To not go to college. To stay home and continue raising their children. So all they have to do is lay up in the fucking bed all goddamn day and hunch on each other, pop out babies, and ignore their responsibilities. That's what the fuck they're expecting of you. It made me feel like they kept having kids because they had me. So I stopped. They tried to punish me, but I stopped. I protested them having more kids by not doing anything. I walk to school alone. I walk home from school alone. I do my own homework. I don't clean up or make food or do anything. My parents tried to punish me for it, and I just didn't care, so they dropped it. I talked to my guidance counselor more. We talked about community college or trades since I won't get the grades for a scholarship and I don't have the money for other college options. My parents ended up really fucking pissed off at me because my siblings' behavior got worse when I stopped doing everything. None of them ever did chores, and they don't want to now, and my parents don't want to fight, so they're stuck doing everything, and they complain so much. I'm enjoying this, but they saw, and they told me I should be ashamed for doing this. They said my new sibling will feel like shit when they realize I didn't want them this much, and my siblings are the people who'll suffer the most for me doing this. They said I'm supposed to look out for them as the elder sibling. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. I do want to tell you that I am so fucking proud of you because your parents tried. They tried extremely hard to get you to truly believe and think that it is your responsibility to raise their children. And despite the way that you've grown up, despite that you have been doing this longer than you can probably fucking remember, you still think otherwise. You still know otherwise. You told your counselor, both of the counselors at the school, exactly what the fuck was going on. You are still speaking to your counselor right now, looking for options so that you can further your education. I am so proud of you. I am so fucking proud of you. Your parents are so fucking full of shit. I can smell them from here. They're telling you that you are horrible for doing the exact same thing that they are choosing to do. It's just even worse on their side because they are choosing to lay up and hunch on each other, knowing good and goddamn well, one, we can't afford no more goddamn kids. Two, we can't afford the goddamn kids that we have, and we're also not taking care of the ones that we have. Girl, chop, babe, no. You ain't got no friends you can go and stay with. You ain't got no grandparents you can go and stay with until you turn 18, baby, because the way I would stay in a box in somebody's alleyway before I continue to live in this house, no. I am so sorry, my love.
Am I the arsehole for refusing to give my terminally ill sister the wedding dress I designed? So for a little bit of context here, I am a fashion designer and I've recently just launched my first ever bridal collection. And there is one dress that is just incredibly special to me. It is this gorgeous, sleek, modern design. It's got celestial motifs embroidered all over it. And it recently went viral after a celebrity wore it in a photo shoot. And it basically launched my career. I designed it whilst I was going through a horrific breakup, so its success just feels like really good karma to me. Now onto the hard stuff. My sister, who we'll call Amy, recently got diagnosed with a really, really rare illness that is terminal. But she has just absolutely blown us all away with how brave she's been. Quick interlude, because I know someone may comment, my ear is so red because I had to re-pierce this the other day. That's why she looks like she has a heartbeat. It's because she does. It hurts. Now, Amy has recently got engaged to her long-term boyfriend and they're planning a small wedding in like 3 months' time. And she has asked me if she can wear the dress. The viral one. Now here's the thing, I bet you're thinking, God, don't be such a cold-hearted bitch. But there is context here. I already promised the dress to a museum. It's this brand new exhibit that is showcasing emerging designers. It's going to be displayed alongside some iconic pieces and it's going to be an amazing career highlight for me. I gently told Amy that that was not going to be possible because it was not available at the time. But I did offer to make her and design her custom wedding dress, a one-time piece that no one had ever worn before. I said it can be as elaborate or as chic and classy as you want, completely tailored to her body. Unfortunately, this did not go down the way I really hoped it would. She got really, really down and said that she just wanted to feel like the star for one day. Now, my parents have recently got involved and have been calling me heartless, cold, callous. They berated me for putting my career over family. My aunt has started posting the most cryptic things on Facebook like, ugh, people who care more about fame than family. And even my fiance thinks I should reconsider. But at the end of the day, I feel like I offered a very, very fair compromise here. What do you think? Am I the arsehole?
I caught my coworker cheating with her husband during a work trip, and then her husband messaged me. So this happened last year when my job sent me and a few coworkers to Chicago for a big annual conference. Now, I work in corporate events, which means I basically live out of a suitcase part of the year. These trips are usually pretty chill. Set up, network, make sure nothing catches fire, go to bed. But this trip was not chill. It was me, my manager, and 2 coworkers, Sarah and Jason. Sarah's been at the company for a while. She's one of those I got it all together women. Super polished, always shows up early, and constantly talks about her husband. Like, constantly. Every day it was, oh, my husband made us banana pancakes for breakfast. Or, my husband and I are renovating our bathroom. Or, we just got back from wine tasting in Napa. And to be fair, it was cute. She showed us photos of their golden retriever. They looked like one of those Pinterest perfect couples. Like if Crate and Barrel had a reality show. Jason was newer. Quiet, kind of awkward, but really helpful. He stayed late, always volunteered to run errands. The kind of guy you barely notice. Until you do. Anyway, we get to Chicago and everything's fine the first day. Long meetings, tired feet, group dinner, the usual. That night, we all went out to a steakhouse as a team. We're sitting in one of those half-booth setups, and I noticed Sarah and Jason are sharing one side. Kind of odd, since we usually split by seniority or who we're closer to. But whatever. Then I started noticing the vibe. She's leaning into him, laughing just a little too hard. She kept playfully hitting his arm when he said something funny, which, to be clear, it wasn't. He's not that funny. And when dessert came, they accidentally shared it. I'm sitting there like, am I the only one clocking this? But I kept my mouth shut. We head back to the hotel after dinner. It's around 10 p.m. I go up to my room, kick off my heels, throw on sweats, and crash. Then around midnight, I realized that I left my charger in the prep room we were using at the hotel. Annoyed, but whatever. I needed it for the next day, so I throw on a hoodie and head downstairs. Now listen, I'm walking past the business center hallway, not expecting to see anything, and that's when I see them. Sarah and Jason full on making out. Not a flirty hug, not a whispery conversation, lips locked, hands all over each other, in the middle of the hallway like it was their honeymoon. I froze, like full-on deer in headlights. They didn't see me, thank God, and I dipped out so fast I almost forgot my charger again. The next morning, I'm sipping my coffee at the hotel breakfast, acting like nothing happened. But inside, I'm screaming. Sarah's sitting across from me, talking about how she missed her husband and can't wait to get home. Jason's sitting next to her, acting like he didn't just risk his job and his reputation for a 2 a.m. hotel hallway hookup. So now I'm like, do I say something? Do I confront them? But realistically, it's not my business. I kept it to myself. Now, here's where the plot thickens. A couple weeks after we got back, Sarah posts a baby announcement on Instagram. Oh, shit. Like ultrasound photo on the fridge captioned, "We can't wait to meet you." And she tags her husband. Everyone's congratulating her. My jaw still on the floor because the math was mathing. Then about a week later, I get a DM on Instagram from her husband. He goes, "Hey, sorry to message you out of nowhere. You work with Sarah, right? Did anything weird happen during the Chicago trip? She's been really distant lately and I just don't know what's going on." I sat with the message for hours. I didn't reply. Not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't know what to say. But apparently I didn't need to say anything. A week later, Sarah is suddenly on leave. No explanation, just gone. Jason puts in his 2-week notice, also without explanation. Then corporate sends out this mass email with a new HR policy update. Professional conduct while traveling for business. Real subtle. To this day, I don't know what her husband figured out, but I know what I saw, and I'm still not over the fact that I unintentionally might have been the reason it was all unraveled. What? We don't get to know what happened? Is it his baby? Whose baby is it? You left us on a cliffhanger? What the heck? Damn. That's why I say work trips are dangerous. This is where a majority of people cheat. It's stupid, but it happens all the time. I have seen it with my own eyes. People who are like I've gone on like golf trips for work, and like the first time I ever went, I didn't know like there's girls who like drive around on like to like get drinks and stuff to people. These men, full on married ass men and women were there too. These men would flirt so hard with these girls who would have the drinks. And then I remember who were like, I've never golfed before, so everyone hated me because I would just swing. I just like, let me drive the golf cart. This is really fun. Okay, I had like some big shots who were like in my group, and it was a guy and a girl, and she was like, they're both married. They're both like in their mid to late 50s, and she was like, "Can I sit on your lap? It's like way more comfortable here." And so we drive around the car. I would drive around, and she'd be sitting on his lap in the back. I'm like, this is so awkward. This is weird. What is wrong with you? And they have a whole happy family back home, and I'm like, this makes like, does it make you happy to do this kind of stuff? I don't understand. It's just unfortunate.
Am I the asshole for showing no sympathy for my brother and my soon-to-be ex-wife after the loss of their baby and for refusing to let my parents talk to me about it? No. I don't want to talk to my parents about the fact that my soon-to-be ex-wife, meaning we're still married, and my brother were having a baby together and unfortunately lost it. No. Why would you expect me to sympathize with you for that? Why? Like, I'm the last person that you should be expecting sympathy from. As you can tell clearly from the title, this story mentions child loss, and if it's not something you want to listen to, or if it's just not something you can hear right now, feel free to scroll past, and we'll see you in the next story. I'm getting divorced from my wife, and I'll call her my wife in this post for clarity of a decade. We have 3 kids together, 2 school-aged and 1 preschool-aged child. The last 2 years of our marriage were rough, and I had no idea why. She pretended things were all good when talking to me, but complained about me to her family and friends nonstop. When I told her that she could talk to me, she kept saying her family and friends were just trying to stir up some shit, and she wouldn't say that I was lazy and ignored her, which is a lot of what I was told. She said that we'd get back to normal once all 3 kids were in school and we had more time for us. Then I found out she was having an affair with my brother. I found out because his ex-girlfriend sent me a photo of them kissing outside of my brother's place. He broke up with her before the affair was revealed, but he said a lot of shit about her and how she was paranoid and didn't trust him. She was proven to be right. That's fucked up. Your brother and your wife fucking suck. Kudos to the ex-girlfriend for sending you the proof. When my wife said she was pregnant, I knew the baby was my brother's, and there was zero way for me to be the father. She tried to tell everyone she didn't know, but the 3 of us knew. She knew we hadn't been intimate in years. She was using the baby to try and make me more agreeable, but I told her our marriage was over and I filed for divorce. She moved in with my brother and tried to take the kids, but I stopped her because he lived 2.5 hours away and our school-age children were not going to be able to make a 3-hour each-way drive to school. Temporary custody was granted to me, with visitation being granted to her. My parents were shocked and angry at my brother when I told them. He tried giving me shit for making them go after him and her when she was pregnant. Absolutely not. This is the consequences of your fucking actions. I didn't send nobody after anybody. I explained what the fuck was happening to me. It's not my fault that you guys are the bad guys in the fucking situation. Her being pregnant is not an excuse for you to hear the shit that people have to say about you because of what the fuck you're doing. I muted him. I just didn't want to hear the BS. I also wanted to make sure everything in the divorce and custody went smoothly, and I hope to maintain primary custody, so I'll need to show they're better off with me. My parents did end up accepting them as a couple. Your parents fucking suck. That's it, that's all. I told them I could understand them not giving up a child and a grandchild, but I don't want to hear about them. They said they would respect this. A few weeks ago, my wife had a stillborn. She and my brother blamed me for all the stress I put her under. No. You guys put yourselves underneath this stress by choosing to get into a relationship while one of you was fucking married and the other had a fucking girlfriend. You are the cause of all your fucking stress. You're not going to take the easy way out trying to blame it on somebody else. Fuck you. She said being apart from our kids as much as she is was the biggest cause of her miscarriage, and she sent a lot of vile messages. I replied to none of them. My brother also sent a number of messages, which I documented with hers. My parents came over to tell me about what happened and were shocked that I knew what happened, to respecting the fact that you did not want to talk about this. Your parents fucking suck. Just wanted to throw that out there again. They asked what I had said to my brother and wife. I told them nothing. What the fuck are you expecting me to say to my brother and my soon-to-be ex-wife over their baby passing away? What the fuck are you expecting me to say to these people? I told them I wasn't going to offer any sympathy to either of them after they did the dirty on me and fucked up mine and my kids' lives. My parents tried to talk about the loss and the baby and everything surrounding it, but I shut it down. I told them I wasn't going to be their shoulder to cry on or listening ear, period. I'm the wrong person to come to talk about this because you're not going to find any type of sympathy or grace over here coming from me. I told my parents that my wish to not hear anything about my brother or wife had not changed because they lost a baby. No, for real. No, I would never wish for anything like this to happen to anybody. But it happening to them does not change how I feel about the situation. Point blank, period. My parents left my house angry, and it took a couple of weeks for them to reach out to me again. They asked if I would be so rude to them again. I said if they tried to talk about this again, then yes. They asked if I had reached out to my brother and wife. What the fuck happened to you respecting the fact that I don't want to talk about this? You can accept the fact that these two dirty, nasty, disgusting motherfuckers decide they want to be together, but I'm not going to. So stop trying to force me to speak to them. I don't give a fuck what's going on with either of them. They asked if I had reached out to my brother and wife. I said no. They told me they had hoped to see me at the service, and I told them it wouldn't happen. They said I didn't need to become such a cold-hearted monster, and times like this is where you need to put away the hate. Absolutely not. I don't agree, but I'm willing to entertain that maybe I'm wrong. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. Don't even bother to entertain the thought that you could possibly be wrong. You are entitled to not want to extend any grace and sympathy towards two people, the two people closest to you that hurt you the way that they did. Your wife, the mother of your children, chose to sleep with your brother. Your brother, one of the only people in the world that knows what your mother's heartbeat sounds like from the inside. He chose to sleep with your wife, the mother of your children. No, I don't think you're wrong at all. Now listen, I completely understand you wanting to give your parents grace and make them feel like they don't have to choose one son over the other. I completely get that, and it's perfectly understandable not wanting them to feel like they have to make that choice. But the choice they do have to make is being fucking respectful. Because if they can't be respectful about your wishes, about a situation that is affecting you directly, they're going to lose one of their fucking children. My suggestion to you, OP, would be to get yourself into some type of counseling or some type of therapy or something, because a betrayal like this is gut-wrenching. It's heartbreaking. I can only imagine the type of pain that you're in right now, and it really doesn't seem like you have much of a support system around you. This kind of hurt can have you turn into the very cold-hearted monsters that your parents are accusing you of being right now. This hurt can have you holding on to a lot of resentment, and you can turn into someone that you don't even recognize. I suggest you get some type of counseling or therapy.
Am I the asshole for giving my ex-fiance a fake engagement ring? It was an honest-to-God marriage proposal. I very much wanted to marry her. She is just a klutz, and I didn't trust her with the real thing. I took her to Coachella for the second weekend and to propose. It was a great time, and she got to see No Doubt, who she loves because her dad used to listen with her when she was a baby. Anyways, I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. She loved the ring. I had it sized, but it was the brass and moissanite copy I had made so she would not lose or damage the real one at the concert, which she promptly did. And then she pretended not to. She said it was too tight and that she had put it away until we got back to Phoenix. When we got back, she asked me where I got the ring. I told her, and she tried to replace it until they told her how much it cost. She came to my place crying to tell me she lost the ring and to beg for my forgiveness. I told her right away that it was no big deal because I had the real one with me and we could go get it sized perfectly so that she wouldn't lose it.
Yeah, perfect.
My mistake, because she fucking lost it. She went off on me for making her not enjoy the weekend because she was worried sick that she had lost her ring. If she had told me she had lost it, I would have just told her the truth.
Yeah.
That I didn't want to take any chances with her ring at that massive venue. She screamed at me that I was a complete asshole to make her worry like that. She said a lot of stuff that I guess had been building for a while, and she said things she could not take back. I told her to get out. She asked for her real ring. I said, nope. I am not marrying someone who thinks this is a way to behave towards me. I told her she had to leave or I would get the security guys to get her out. She is only signed in as a guest, so it is not a big deal for me to get her out. I feel like I dodged a bullet.
Yep, I was just about to say it.
But also kind of feel bad that I didn't tell her at the concert that it was fake so she wouldn't worry. My parents are wondering why we broke up, and I really don't know what to say.
No, you can tell them.
I think that was definitely something up there.
That was a sign.
Baby.
That was a universe. Yeah. That was a moment that the universe created as a test, and it wasn't even that crazy of a test.
This is insane, though.
It was insane. For her to be upset with him for her losing a fake wedding ring is absolutely insane. And you didn't tell him that you lost it, so it's like he couldn't help you out in any way. But you know what? You did lose that ring, and when it came down, she lost it.
So he was right.
So he was right.
He was right.
And
he was justified.
And he was just doing it for you. In the end of the day, it's your ring, and he didn't want you to lose it. It's very special.
Which, how thoughtful is that?
Yeah.
To get you, not only do you have a real one waiting for you at home, but he got you a fake copy so that you can have fun and not worry about it. Be carefree.
Went out of his way to do a fake one. That's spent more money to make a fake ring. Extra money.
Am I the asshole for refusing to attend my sister's wedding after she secretly dated and got engaged to my ex-fiance? I was engaged to my ex-fiance Mike for 2 years, and we had been together for 5 years previous to that. We were supposed to get married last summer. About 3 months before we were supposed to get married, I found out that he had actually been cheating on me with someone else, so I immediately called off the wedding. It was so devastating. Mike moved away shortly after we broke up, and I thought that was the end of it. Fast forward to last month, I get a call from my little sister, who is 25 years old, and her name is Lily, and she tells me that she has really exciting news to share, and she wants me to come over to my parents' house for dinner. When I arrived, Lily and my parents were all smiles, and that's when she dropped the bombshell that she is engaged to Mike. My head was literally spinning. I felt like I was about to pass out. I guess Lily and Mike have been dating in secret for the past year, and now they're engaged. My parents had known about this for months, but decided to keep it a secret as well, just to protect my feelings.
They actually thought that I would be happy for them eventually, and Lily tried to justify it, saying that her and Mike fell in love after our breakup and that their relationship was meant to be. She insisted that they didn't start dating until our relationship was officially over, but I felt betrayed in so many ways. I told them that I wanted absolutely nothing to do with their wedding, and I stormed out, and since then I've been receiving a bombardment of text messages and calls from Lily and my parents. They're saying that I'm selfish and that I'm overreacting. They're also saying that true love is rare and that I should be supportive of Lily's new relationship with Mike. Now, the wedding is in a few months and the pressure is on. My parents have even threatened to cut me off financially if I don't attend the wedding. Some of my friends think that I should keep the peace and just show that I'm over it by attending the wedding, and then my other friends think that that is absolutely insane. They are actually appalled and they think that I have every right to be upset and run away from the whole scenario. And to add insult to the injury, Lily recently asked me if I would be her maid of honor and claims that she wants to try to mend our relationship. Honestly, the request has made me feel a little bit torn because I really don't want to ruin our whole family dynamic over this, but I just genuinely cannot shake the hurt and betrayal of this whole situation. So, am I the asshole for refusing to attend my sister's wedding?
Am I the asshole for asking a stranger why they were touching me? No. Nope. Hell no. Fuck no. So I was at a bar with my friends, having a conversation, when I suddenly felt two hands grab my shoulders. The person whispered in my ear something along the lines of, "Stay youthful and you'll always feel free," or something like that. I turned around and realized it was a complete stranger around his 30s. I'm in my 20s. My first reaction was to say, "Okay, but why are you grabbing me like that?" His response was, "I don't know. I just saw you looking at me earlier." Not creepy at all. So you seen me look at you, that gives you the right to put your fucking hands on me? Bro would have pulled back a nub. Fucking with me, he would have pulled back a nub. I then explained that I turned around once because me and my friends were talking about something private and I wanted to check if anyone was listening. He then said, "Oh, maybe I mistook you for someone else." Okay, bitch, which one is it then? Either I looked at you or you thought I was somebody else. Either way, don't put your fucking hands on me again. At that point, I felt really uncomfortable. The whole mood shifted for me, and my friend sitting next to me noticed and asked if I was okay. She later said, "Maybe you could have been more gentle in how you responded." No, we are not gentle, we are not kind, we are not caring about the fucking feelings of people who creep us out. That's out. No, you're not the asshole. You're not wrong. Hell no, your fucking friend needs to get her shit together because that is not the appropriate fucking response. I told her that I felt violated. He invaded my personal space and crossed a boundary. I also explained that when someone does something inappropriate, I trust my instincts and I respond firmly. I believe that if you call people out in a way that humbles them, they're less likely to do the same thing to someone else. Also, if he had just said hello and introduced himself, I would have reacted very differently. I'm almost sure you would have, because he came up acting like a complete fucking creep, so he was treated like one. Even though I stood up for myself, I felt awkward and weird afterwards. I couldn't shake the discomfort and I really just wanted to leave. Now I'm questioning if I was too aggressive or if there's a better way to handle situations like this. Was I wrong for how I reacted? Absolutely not. Like I said before, we do not care about the fucking feelings of people that creep us out. There was no reason for you to be more gentle, that you were too aggressive. Honestly, in my opinion, I think you kind of underreacted. I do. I don't like being touched from behind by anybody, whether it's someone that I know or someone that I don't know. If I don't know you coming, don't walk up to me and fucking touch me. If a random stranger would have touched me in a goddamn bar, I would have snapped. I would have snapped and caused an entire fucking scene. So no, I truly think you did very, very well communicating your issue and your fucking boundaries. Very well done. Not even just the fact that he walked up behind her and touched her. It's the fact that bro was all right here in her shit. He was whispering in her fucking ear and then some weird ass shit. "Stay youthful." Get the bitch back the fuck up. No. I'm sorry. I snapped for a second. No. Baby, you're not the asshole. Not at all. I just want to add again that sometimes we get put in situations where we have to act out. because we don't feel safe. And then later on, sometimes guilt starts to roll in because, maybe I shouldn't have reacted like that. But no, I'm going to tell you right now to squash all of that. If you ever feel uncomfortable or afraid or anything that is not just safe, secure, and happy, get loud, get rude, be fucking weird, get that attention from other people around you to make this person back the fuck off. Do not ever feel bad for making a creep feel like a fucking creep, for calling out a creep and their creep like goddamn behavior. Do not ever feel bad for it. It might just keep you alive.
My male 33 wife, female 27 of 3 years is snapping a male coworker and keeping it from me. I don't know if I believe her answers. I'm so lost. Can't be sure my wife is being honest about her male coworker. I'm an attorney, male 33, and my wife, female 27, is a group fitness instructor at a sort of posh gym. We've been together for 7 years, married for 3, and I've never once questioned her about men or trust. She followed me all through college and law school, and we, until last night, have the relationship everyone seems to want. She and I have always been head over heels in love. Our honeymoon phase never really ended. But something happened last night that threw me for a loop, and I can't tell if I'm in my head or if something else is going on. There's a fellow trainer that she works with. He's a decent looking guy. Perhaps you could say he's a knockoff Liam Hemsworth. I always had a somewhat weird feeling, but because I always trusted her, it was always fleeting. Here are the facts. Last night, she left her phone on the couch to go get a water. I was still seated. I saw it light up with a Snapchat notification. I had no idea that she had downloaded it. It was from the coworker. It was just an emoji of a monkey covering his eyes, and it disappeared. I said, I didn't know that you snapped that coworker, and she responded that she snaps all of her coworkers. Lie number 1. My gut tells me something, so I asked to see it. She reluctantly hands it over, and I see in her snap history that she snaps him, her sister, and then the next names were all snaps from like 75 weeks ago. My red flags go off, and I start asking questions. Very calmly, I might add. She responds to everything with, I don't know. I ask, what is he responding to? And she says, I don't know. I say, how often do you snap him? She says, I don't know. You said you Snapchat your other coworkers, yet they aren't here. What's going on? She said, I don't know. She's purposely being evasive. Lies, lies, lies. How do you not know these answers? After more prodding, she says he hit on her a month ago and that she shut it down and didn't tell me because she loves her job and didn't want to jeopardize it. None of these explanations satisfy me. I'm not a fool. I mean, even if we take everything she says as true, the way I see it is that she's continuing to snap a guy who once hit on her on a medium designed to disappear your communications. I left the house and she called me crying and said that she was scared and that nothing happened and she should have told me and that she deleted Snapchat. She said she loved me with all of her heart, that I'm her puzzle piece, and that she would do absolutely anything to make everything better. She said that she's lost without our love, etc., etc. I can't get over this. Please offer help and advice. I never thought that I would experience this. Thanks. The I don't knows are so frustrating. I don't know how he didn't overreact at that point, because me, I would have. I probably would be getting so frustrated because what do you mean I don't know? My male 33 wife, female 27 of 3 years is snapping a male coworker and keeping it from me. I don't know if I believe her answers. I'm so lost. Okay, there's an update and it says, we've been talking and I've illustrated some new boundaries. Even though I won't babysit her, she volunteered access to all of her accounts and social media, etc. I highly doubt I'll look, and I know that if she really was engaging in something, she could have deleted stuff, but it's a start. Second, she reached out to him and I saw a text exchange with him. Again, I realize this all could have been orchestrated, but here's how it went down. Quote, why'd you send the monkey? Quote, I was replying to your story, making the class do 50 burpees. Quote, my husband saw it and started asking questions. He's upset. Quote, tell him I'm sorry, I won't snap you anymore. I've always liked him. Quote, I don't think that you should talk to me on social media anymore. Quote, I agree. I apologize if it caused any problems. Who knows if I can trust this or not. Okay, so that's what the previous comments were talking about, which I'm kind of annoyed because I was confused about the comment that says those text messages look scripted. My male 33 wife, female 27, of 3 years, is snapping a male coworker and keeping it from me. I don't know if I believe her answers. I'm so lost. OP added in the comments, I cannot tell you all how much I appreciate your responses. Thank you. There was an update that I put at the bottom of the original post and would love to get people's thoughts on it. I'm leaning towards a trust but verify approach right now. This girl really does love me, and if you see my responses to people's questions, you'll see that aside from this, we have a very affectionate and strong relationship. My trust is shaken and I'm not dumb. I'm going to proceed with sharp eyes and extra caution. Divorce is not easy for legal and emotional reasons, and I'm just not ready to go there over this, especially at this point. And then someone said, this trust but verify idea is just another way of saying don't trust. Having full access to your partner's social media is a level of surveillance and control typically only found in abusive relationships. I think there's clearly some stuff going on between you two which you need to talk about, but I would consider this move far worse than flirting with a coworker. You need to find a way to rebuild trust instead of making trust unnecessary. Otherwise, you won't have a relationship with your wife, just a woman in a box. My male 33, wife, female 27, of 3 years, is snapping a male coworker and keeping it from me. I don't know if I believe her answers. I'm so lost. Okay, update 2. Tonight I'm going to have her put her money where her mouth is. I have complete access to your stuff. Okay, I'm going to ask her to re-download Snapchat. People keep telling me there are lots of emoji types that show up if you frequently snap someone. I'll open the app and see if any of these appear by his name. Hopefully that will resolve some of this crap. If there are fire or heart emojis or whatever, then divorce is probably the answer, or counseling or whatever. If there are no emojis, I can definitely move forward or at least start to. Update 3, she came home last night and I asked her to re-download Snapchat and show me his name. She did, and there were no emojis by his name, but there was emojis by her sister's name. This means she and her coworker don't snap frequently. This issue is not fixed, but that's the update right now. My male 33, wife, female 27, of 3 years, is snapping a male coworker and keeping it from me. I don't know if I believe her answers. I'm so lost. Alright, here's another update. I exported the data and it checks out with her story. She and him had barely had contact. Also, I had her re-download 20 hours after his original snap, the app, and there were no emojis by his name. I also checked the phone records and she's never called him. We've talked extensively, and I'm pretty convinced that she felt like something looked bad and sort of shut down when I started asking questions. Getting nervous. Hence the parade of I don't knows. Her cheating just didn't add up. She was always affectionate and loving. Plus, and this might be TMI, she had hairy as F legs. People when they're cheating or sleeping with someone new tend to exhibit behavior like grooming or making themselves up more than they used to. I seriously doubt that she would have been sleeping with someone new yet, not shaving her legs for like a while. We're both so busy, we just have been go, go, go. She works 2 jobs and I started working as an attorney just a couple of months ago. It's been hard and we've been romantic, but sex has been less than normal. We're going on a romantic date this weekend to respice things up. Also, to those being dicks about me being an attorney, I'm a corporate lawyer. I don't make a living cross-examining people. Still, I think I handled things quite logically. The main advice I do wish that I took from commenters is that I should have not acted immediately when I saw the snap. It would have been more beneficial, especially if there was cheating, for me to watch and wait and let her know I noticed something. Sometimes emotions get the better of the judgment. Again, thank you to those that gave thoughtful and helpful comments about how to proceed. I'm grateful. It was much ado about nothing. Obviously, she should have told me that the guy hit on her in the past, but we're working past that. I think if she hadn't shut down and been elusive with the I don't knows, this would have been resolved pretty easily. It's not like I become angry or super interrogative. I asked some questions and her elusiveness caused things to accelerate. It was a spark that kindled a fire of suspicion. Thanks everyone who has measured in their responses to posts in this community. Guys, I don't like it. It's giving like it's not healthy. It's really toxic for him to be being that that freaked out about a Snapchat coming up.
My boyfriend said that we're done if I move to New York City for my job that I commute to every day. Is it bad if I still move anyway? My boyfriend, 26 male, and I, 26 female, have been dating for 6 months. A couple months ago, I got a job in New York City, while he's been unemployed for about 7 months. I commute into the city every day, and while the train ride isn't awful, the time, cost, and overall exhaustion are really starting to wear on me. Living in the city would make my life significantly easier. My lease ends in a couple months, and one of my best friends from home, we've been close for 15 years, has also been planning to move to New York City. So we decided to get a place together. She's single, social, and enjoys going out, which feels pretty normal for people in their mid to late 20s. My boyfriend keeps saying that since we're almost 30, we should be settling down and be done with going out. He also told me that if I keep going out, I'll never find my husband. For context, I have a close group of girlfriends and always have. I used to go out more, but now it's usually just for drinks once or twice a week, nothing extreme. I'm really conflicted. If I stay where I am, it's not like my boyfriend and I would be moving in together anyway. He lives with his parents and doesn't currently have the money to get his own place. Staying would basically just mean we don't break up. If I move to the city, he insists that I'll be out at 4 a.m. every night partying and hanging out with guys because of my roommate. Even though I repeatedly said that's not who I am and not what I want. He doesn't believe me and has openly said that he doesn't trust me, even though I've never cheated on him nor have I come close to doing so. I've even offered for him to move with me and continue applying for jobs in New York City, but he said no because he doesn't want to live there. I feel really stuck and unsure how to handle the situation. I genuinely do love him, but I also feel as though this is the only time in my life where I could move to the city as I'm not tied down to anything except for him. Any advice, perspectives, or personal experiences would be greatly appreciated.
Am I the asshole for telling my friend that she's the reason her relationship is failing? My friend, 22 female, has been married for almost a year now. About 3 months after the wedding, she brought up the idea of an open marriage. She used the term swinging, saying that it would be a group thing, not just a her thing. Well, it didn't take long for her to start bringing men into the house when her husband was at work and he knew about it. She brought this new guy in 2 months ago, and it's very obvious that her husband is jealous of it. Since he's been brought in, they fight constantly. She came to me asking for advice, and I'm a very brutally honest person. Oh, I can't fucking wait to hear this. I let her know that most swingers swap couples, and they don't just bring in one man for themselves. I told her if she wanted to openly cheat on her spouse in their house while her husband was at work, then she was gonna have to deal with how her marriage would suffer from it. Ooh, I like you. Ooh, I like you. I told her that she's not looking at how her husband feels, and it's sad that me and my partner can see that he's obviously not happy. When I said that, she told me that I was judging her for what she was doing, and her marriage was gonna be fine as long as we find someone for her husband. Are you serious? Then why did you come over here to talk to me if you're just gonna claim that I'm fucking judging you about a subject you brought to me to speak about? Go home. Fucking go home. Since you're so fucking right, go home and try it then. I told her that the reason he hasn't brought anyone home is because he's uncomfortable with it and she needs to sit down and talk to him. She said it was unnecessary and for me to keep my nose in my business. Did you not come to me and ask me advice on the situation? You just wanted me to tell you that what you were doing was absolutely okay. You expected me to co-sign the bullshit with you to help you feel better about your terrible fucking actions and the way that you're treating your husband. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not gonna lie to you to make you fucking feel better. Don't come to me if you don't want the truth. I like you, OP. I like you. I then said, okay, but don't come to me with this topic again when I told you my opinion, which you asked for. We've now stopped communicating, and I wonder if I was too harsh. No, baby, not at all. You weren't harsh. Like I said, she was expecting you to co-sign the bullshit, to tell her that everything was okay and that her husband was the problem. She didn't want you to tell her the fucking truth. She wanted you to tell her what she wanted to hear, and you didn't do that. So, of course, in typical fashion, she has to claim that you're judging her and that you need to mind your business. The same business you would not have spoke on had she not asked you about it. You were absolutely spot on in everything that you told her. She was not interested in being a swinger. She wanted to cheat on her husband and have him know about it so she can feel better about fucking cheating on her husband. You're not a fucking swinger if you're only bringing in one person for one person in the couple. That's not how it fucking works. Bitch, you're a cheater. Your friend is going to lose her husband. And honestly, I can't say that she doesn't deserve to. All right, listen, I feel like this might be a bit of a reach, but I just need you guys to follow me, okay? OP's friend brought up the idea to have an open marriage 3 months after she got married. 90 days, the damn ink on the marriage license wasn't even dry yet, and she was already trying to bring someone else into their marriage. Honestly, the fact that this woman almost immediately started bringing men to the house while her husband was at work and they're supposed to be swingers tells me that she's been doing this for a while. She's probably been cheating on this man for the entire duration of their relationship. Her lies were probably starting to get a bit too hard for her to keep track of. So she thought this would be an easier solution for her to say that they were swingers so she can sleep with whoever the fuck she wants and it wouldn't be called cheating. The fact that you called her out on her bullshit pissed her off because she wanted you to approve of what she was doing. This woman fucking sucks. She does.
Am I wrong for telling my cousin that nobody cares she's pregnant? Story time. So my cousin, who we'll call Amy, unfortunately lost her husband and 3 children in a car crash. And as I'm sure you can imagine, her and her 5-year-old daughter are absolutely heartbroken. So today was a funeral and my brother's wife, who we'll call Amy, walked in and announced she was pregnant straight away. And we were like, okay, congratulations, I guess, but shut the fuck up. Keep it on the down low. When we were at the church, she kept gagging and rubbing her tummy and being like, oh, can't imagine as a mum what she must be experiencing right now. And just to add here, this is her first child. She has never experienced motherhood before. And whenever people were talking about the children that had recently passed, Amy would take the opportunity to talk about her child. And then afterwards, when we got to the wake at my aunt's house, my sister-in-law just kept making everything about her. Whenever she needed to go to the bathroom, she'd be like, sorry everybody, pregnant lady needs to pee. I had tried to ignore her all day. Up until she walks up to my grieving friend, sticks out her flat belly, might I add, and says, me and Steve are just beside ourselves that something like this could happen to us. And at this point, quite rightly so, Amy broke down. At that point, I snapped. I'm sorry, who even says that to a woman that has just lost pretty much all of her family? I ended up saying quite loudly, no one gives an F that you are pregnant. I said, sit down, Amy. There is not 1 but 2 children's funerals, let alone the love of her life. Listen, babe, I know you're an attention seeker, but I'm not being funny. You took the test 4 days ago, so shut up. I told her I think it's best that you leave now. Now, she ended up leaving, but my brother did end up calling me a fat bit of bitch. So my brother and her family ended up calling me a whole heap of names afterwards. Said I was a horrible person because I made a pregnant woman cry. Now, my sister-in-law did thank me, but I do feel kind of bad for making a scene, so what do you think? Am I wrong? Hi, I'm just jumping at the end here. My podcast, TNT Sugars, has been nominated for Podcast of the Year at the National Influencer Awards. Check the comments to see how you can vote for us. Love you in advance.
I'm in a new relationship and I woke up to his girl best friend standing in his bedroom at 2 a.m. How do I navigate this? I, 40 female, am in a new relationship, and my boyfriend, 45 male, did tell me that he and his girl best friend briefly dated a few years ago and slept together once, but realized that they're better off as friends. I felt a bit worried, but I'm also aware that I have friendships with men who I've been with, and there's truly nothing there, for me at least. I do believe when he says it's totally platonic for him, though he has mentioned his most recent ex. They were together for 1.5 years. Wasn't the girl best friend's biggest fan, but to each their own. The girl best friend sounded cool, and he mentioned we have a lot of things in common, and he could see us becoming good friends. Exes have requested some distance between girl best friend and boyfriend as it made them uncomfortable, but I decided not to worry about it until I met her and judged for myself. The other night I was spending the night at my boyfriend's when I woke up to a woman who had entered the apartment and came straight to his bedroom doorway and just fucking stared at us in bed. When I first heard the sound of the door unlocking and a light click on, I was sleeping and thought it was part of a dream until I realized it was real. He was sleeping super soundly, and I was trying to wake him up by patting his arm, rubbing his chest, touching his face, talking to him, and I was frantic because I didn't know who she was, how she got in, and why she was there at 2 a.m. She just stared for a few minutes, and he was having a hard time waking up. By the time I finally was able to wake him up, she was gone. The only thing she said was, sorry for disturbing you. Understandably, it takes him a few minutes to get his bearings. I describe the woman, and he states who it sounds like, then shows me a pic. It's his girl best friend. He checked his calls and texts, and the last time she texted him was the day before. A few minutes later, she was blowing up his phone, and he finally answered, and she said something about being scared and needing to talk to him. He told her off and ended the call, but she continued to call and text for the next hour and was pissed that he wouldn't come out and talk with her. I'm in a new relationship, and I woke up to his girl best friend standing in his bedroom at 2 a.m. How do I navigate this? She has a boyfriend, and she obviously knows about me. My boyfriend and I live about 1.5 hours apart, so I was there for about an hour after this happened. When I told him I was going home, I wanted to make sure I was okay to drive, and I was just stunned and trying to process this, and I didn't know where she was, and I was scared to run into her. He reached out to me the next day, in the late morning and early afternoon. Not sure if I wanted to talk to him or not. As it turns out, she let herself in, for the first time ever, having not called or texted first, to tell him she's in love with him and wanted him to choose her over me. He was shocked, but laid his boundaries out, and she said that she can't be just friends with him, so their friendship is over. He's had a lot of loss in his life, and she was a big part of his support system over the last few years, so he's grieving the loss of the friendship because this is fresh, and I don't know how to process any of this. He really does seem blindsided and never imagined that she would do that. Yeah, I listen to and watch a lot of true crime. I'm the one who locked the door before we went to bed, so I know it was locked. But at first, I thought maybe a neighbor entered the wrong apartment, and then while she stared for a few minutes while I was panicking and trying to wake me up, I was like, oh, F, she might be a crazy ex and she might hurt us. I've never thought about what I'd do in this situation because I never in a million years thought that I would be in it. But holy F. His apartment is keyless entry. She knew the access codes because they were good friends for several years and he travels internationally for work a few weeks at a time and needed someone to water plants / grab mail. He's planning on connecting with apartment management to change both of the codes. I don't know what I think or need, but it's very clear that he doesn't understand how truly unhinged and traumatic this was for me. Validate me or give me perspective. What the actual F?
I found out he cheated because of a water bottle. Story time. Some would describe it as a good eye, some would describe it as OCD. However, I can notice when blank in my house is out of place. Now, I know all stories say this, but I thought me and my husband were solid. To be fair, I didn't have any suspicion until he started coming home really late from work and wouldn't tell me why. Absolutely no explanation, and just kind of said that he needed a little bit of alone time, decided to do some extra work every night and earn some money. Now, I went on a girls' trip away, and when I came home, I noticed that the water bottle I accidentally left on my bedside table was moved. It weren't moved and in the kitchen because he washed it for me. Like, it was moved almost like it's been knocked over. I didn't go crazy straight away because things get knocked over. It's not the end of the world. And to be honest, I actually didn't even, oh my god, it's out. I didn't even bring this up to my husband. Just didn't feel needed. Like, it just felt stupid to bring it up. However, a few weeks later, I actually had a concert to go to. I left my water bottle by my bedside table because I'm not going to take it away with me. And then once again, when I came home, it had moved. And I just thought, okay, no, this is a bit strange. So I said to my husband, I was like, obviously as a joke, I was like, what the hell are you doing whilst I'm away? My water bottle is always moved. Like, do you drink out of it? Like, what's... Fill me in, because this is weird. And this man got so edgy and suspicious and just weird. Obviously, that made me very suspicious. So the next time I went away for my mum's birthday, and I literally took a photo of my water bottle because I was like, I know it's moving. Like, I didn't know if I was being crazy. And you guessed it, when I came home, the water bottle had moved. So I fully confronted my husband this time and I said, what are you doing? Cheating didn't even come to my head at this point. I just thought he was being a weirdo. That's when he confessed that he's been having women over and sleeping with them in our bed whilst I am away. I can't tell you how unexpected what came out of his mouth was, and I would have had no idea if it weren't for this water bottle.
Am I wrong for telling my friend that it's not my problem she married a useless man? She said she would have loved to not worry about losing her home and how she doesn't have a couple $100s in her saving account, let alone a whole year's worth of living expenses like me. I usually ignore it or brush it off because I can't understand where she's coming from. Well, starting about 10 days ago, she started hinting at not being able to afford daycare, and any mention of her husband taking care of the kid is brushed off. Then she started making remarks on how much free time that I must have, which I deflected by saying truthfully that being a single mom to a baby and a small kid left me none. But last night she asked me to watch them while she's at work and I told her I couldn't, and that's when she started almost begging me. And when I brought up her husband, she said he's not good with kids. She kept pushing, even calling me heartless, so I said it's not my problem you married a useless man.
Why is nobody supportive anymore? A while back, I stepped into the elevator at school and there was this beautiful girl standing beside me. She wore this amazing black dress and a cute slick back bun. She looked perfect. I have one rule with myself. If I see a woman being pretty, if she wears something nice, I have to tell her. This girl is standing next to me in the elevator and I tell her, you look gorgeous. That dress looks amazing on you. You're never gonna believe what you did. You're just not gonna believe it. I still don't. She looks at me and she literally goes, and she didn't say anything. She didn't say thanks. She didn't say anything. I know you're pretty, but that doesn't mean a thank you at least will do. I give you a compliment. I'm being super nice to you. You don't have to tell me I'm pretty back, but you could at least say thank you, right? I just don't understand.
Am I wrong for telling my fiance I don't want my female engagement ring? So my fiance proposed to me a few weeks ago and it caught me completely by surprise. We've been together for 3 years and things were going really well. So obviously I was so excited to say yes. I really liked the ring when I first saw it. It's oval cut and it has diamonds all around the band. I asked him where he got my ring from and he wouldn't tell me. But he did tell me that he got a really great deal on it. And honestly, I didn't really think much of it until last night. We were in bed and I got a little curious, so I asked him if the stones were moissanite or if they were diamond. Now, I don't have a preference. I just wanted to know. He let me know that he didn't know and he would have to look it up. Anyways, when I glanced over at him, I saw that he was on the Temu app. I asked him if that's where he got my ring from, and he didn't say anything. So I asked him again, and his only response to me was, "Does it really matter?" Anyways, he left the room and ended up sleeping on the couch that night. I spent all night confused, and I finally decided to download the app. Lo and behold, I found the exact ring that he got me, and it was only $38. And now I'm pissed. He makes great money, about $200,000 a year, and I feel like he could have shelled out some money for a ring better than something on Temu. Am I wrong for telling him I don't want it?
My husband badmouthed me to his ex, so I ruined his life. Story time. So recently, my husband got in contact with his ex. And what makes this even worse, it gets worse, is that they were high school sweethearts. Not gonna lie to you, when we first started dating, I was so jealous of this woman. I was really protective of my husband, boyfriend at the time, because the two had been together for like 10 years. Like, it was a hard relationship to compare. However, I got so much reassurance from my husband, let's call him Mark. However, a few months ago, my husband changed his job, and it just so happened that his ex-girlfriend worked at the same place he moved to. However, me and Mark have been married for quite a while now, so I didn't think this would be an issue. However, the other day it was brought to my attention that he had badmouthed me to his ex. And not only that, but apparently they have daily catch-up sessions just to bitch about me. But see, when I found this out, I was fuming and I wanted to say something straight away. However, it was actually my mum's idea to not say anything and get my own back. So I played the perfect wife role for a good few months. Cooked him the best dinners ever. My mum helped and looked after the kids so I could prepare stuff. Took him on so many trips. I gave him the best present. We slept together 10 times more than we normally do because my mum had the kids. And then I left him. I picked the kids up. I wrote a note. And that's all I said and all I've said since.
Am I wrong for telling my friend it's not my problem that she married a useless man? I, 32 female, am a single mother of 2 kids, 6 male and 5 male. I'm a single mother by choice and my kids are donor conceived. I am lucky enough to have a good job as a French teacher in a private school and a paid off house from parents' life insurance and inheritance. Before having my kids, I made sure to have a year's living expenses saved. Then I would take a sabbatical to recover from birth and also to bond with my kids. While on the sabbatical, I still tutor some kids for extra income. Well, my friend, 34 female, had a baby 2 months ago. She is the breadwinner in her household, and her husband has been unemployed since he was laid off during COVID. It was so nice to be pregnant at the same time, as well as having a friend with a newborn, but it's recently turned sour. Because now she's been jealous that I'm able to take a year off of work.
My husband used my house savings to buy a yacht. Story time. I am a nurse and I've been married to my husband Steve for coming up 2 years now. Recently we bought a very small house for quite a decent price actually, but it needed a lot of work doing. Going far as to say it's in bad shape would be the biggest understatement. It is in the worst shape. At the moment, I'm currently saving up for the bathroom renovation. The bathroom is a mess, and so far I've managed to save up like 2,500 quid. Steve doesn't earn as much as I do, so he chips in a little bit every month. And when I say a little bit, I mean like 20 quid. So now on to the issue. He asked me if he could use some of our bathroom renovation money for, wait for it, his friend's welcome home party. I was like, listen hon, it's kind of an urgent situation here, so no, that bathroom money is fixed, you won't be getting any of it. And he said that he understood. But yesterday I was going through our emails and found out that Steve has rented a yacht for the day as part of our friend's welcome home party, and it cost him £2,000. I confronted Steve about this and he says that it's a joint account, which means that it's also part of his money and he can do what he wants with it. But bearing in mind that Steve actually hadn't put any money into that joint savings account for a very, very long time.
and all of the money in it at this moment in time was mine. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole here, or am I just overreacting?
I, 27 female, husband, 30 male, posted on here to cry about the open marriage he asked for. I'm pretty sure my husband has been posting on here about our marriage, and since he wants strangers all up in our business, let's do it. Oh, he talked about how he asked for an open marriage because I never wanted to have sex with him, but didn't mention that this was not even a year after we lost our baby, and my body had gone through the worst experience of my life. I had to deliver our lifeless baby and then almost died. I felt like a failure for losing our baby, and here he was telling me I was failing as a wife too. I told him he could do whatever he wanted. The first weekend after I agreed to this open marriage, he left me with the kids for 3 nights and came back with a $700 charge on our bank account and said if I don't want him to spend so much, I should let him bring girls to the basement, and I ended up saying okay. I would be upstairs crying myself to sleep, feeling like a failure, hoping this would only last a couple months, while he was downstairs with I don't know who. He mentioned that I met another guy, but didn't talk about how I went through this whole period where I'd try to have sex with him more than a couple of times a month, and he'd say, not now, I have someone coming, or no, I'm tired, I just had sex with XYZ. I'd already met someone, but I wanted to put our relationship first and didn't want to start seeing someone else. I kept trying, but it seemed like to him, I was just a babysitter, maid, co-parent, and roommate. I decided to let the other guy in because I wanted to hurt my husband and remind him that I exist. But honestly, being treated like I'm the most amazing person on earth feels good. He puts me first and treats me so well. Now that my husband is realizing that, he's throwing temper tantrums and trying to make me feel bad. He knew I was going to be gone this weekend. I told him that weeks ago, but apparently since he told me that he's closing the marriage on his side and wanting to reconnect with me, he'd expected me to do the same. Now he's saying I abandoned him and the kids when I didn't. I'm finally feeling like a human being again, and I'm not going to ghost the guy who's helped me get to this point just because my husband is paying attention to me again. Since we're asking strangers for opinions, I'm curious. What would you do in my situation if the person you loved treated you the way he treated me? Leave. Run. I reported my sexist team to HR, and now they're doing a much bigger investigation than I wanted. I work with about 10 men, and I'm the only woman on my team. Over the course of about 2.5 months, I've accumulated some experiences of sexism. A lot of it has been jokes or comments that are generally inappropriate or sexual in nature, and other times it's a difference in treatment from other colleagues that I think has to be because I'm a woman. My feelings of discontentment have been getting greater and greater these past couple months, and I've come to a breaking point last Friday. I felt unwelcomed and belittled. I ended up having to leave my desk for 30 minutes and crying in the bathroom. I felt like I either needed to leave this job because I wasn't respected or that I needed to do something about that feeling. I didn't feel like having a personal conversation with some of the guys was an appropriate course of action because I didn't really feel like I'd be taken seriously. Instead, I set up a meeting on Monday with someone who works for my company who is a representative between us and the company that we work for. We work as contractors for a larger company. Let's call him M. I came in prepared with notes on my phone about all the instances I've experienced. M was super responsive to all of my complaints. I was surprised and optimistic about this, and afterwards he asked me to send him an email with a list of situations that I had mentioned. I compiled and wrote a brief email about it. We met up again a couple of days later when he said that he had spoken with his manager and had been escalated to HR within the contracting company, and that they would be conducting a formal investigation. He reiterated that they would like to protect me, and to do that, they would need me to send them another email with every possible description of each situation I had previously listed. Things like who was around and who might have witnessed it, when and where, what did I reply to the comment/behavior, etc. M said that they would need to speak with every person on the team, starting with people who I didn't list as making any harassing remarks or behaviors, to corroborate my claims. I immediately felt uneasy about this. Not only is there 100% transparency about these complaints coming from me, but everyone in the office is going to be made aware of the situation and every situation that I listed. I listed situations with people I'm actually friends with too. M said that they need to conduct this formal investigation so that if anything further happens in the future, they can take appropriate action, which may mean termination from assignment.
I reported my sexist team to HR, and now they're doing a much bigger investigation than I wanted. I've become so distraught imagining how people, friends or not, are going to react to knowing that their job security is now up for debate, and how I am going to be able to function in an environment where people are going to be treating me differently following the investigation. I told M that it took a lot for me to even approach him about this issue, and that I feel like I'm going to be pushed into a corner by people either being bitter or overly sensitive about interacting with me, and that this in turn is going to affect how I function in my workplace. I don't feel unsafe, and I do enjoy my office, but the inequality was getting to me. I asked if we could do a general office training / education about our company's sexual harassment policy instead of an investigation, because frankly, we should already be doing that, and I also think that option could help reiterate that behavior needs to change. I'm just so nervous that I'll be further pushed out of my office space and ultimately forced to leave because I'm unhappy with the situation. I was told that M's higher up said an investigation is how we need to proceed, and that I need to provide the descriptions of each instance. I feel like my needs of a comfortable workplace are being jeopardized, and while they say they want to protect me, it's doing the opposite. I want to try and speak to M's manager because I'm not sure if my concerns are being portrayed properly, and I'm uncomfortable with this. Am I just being spineless and need to follow through with this investigation and hope for the best that my work environment doesn't change? Do I have any kind of recourse? What if I don't provide them with any more details to aid the investigation? I'm legitimately freaking out about this, and it's giving me so much anxiety on top of an already shitty work situation. Girl, I feel you 100%. I would be flipping out. And I feel like it's just crazy that I don't know, because I don't work in HR, so I don't know what the, deal is. But I also have heard, I always felt before, at least what I thought HR was, for the people. But I've heard, HR is actually for the company, and they don't really give a shit about the people.
Would I be the asshole for suing my friend because she didn't come to my wedding? I, 25 female, recently got married to my husband, 25 male, in Bali in January. It was a destination wedding, but my parents and his parents paid for their own plane tickets and hotel. We paid for our friends' plane tickets and hotel stays. Each ticket was about $2,000. Oh, hell no. The hotel was about $150 to $300 a week. My friend Gemma brought along her newlywed husband, John, but paid for his ticket. The problem is that Gemma and John did not show up to my wedding. Gemma took the free plane ticket to Bali and the hotel room. When I asked her why she didn't show up, she said because they couldn't afford their own honeymoon, this was a perfect opportunity, and that her husband didn't feel like going. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. I was really hurt by this because Gemma and I have been friends for over 10 years. Would I be the asshole if I took her to small claims court for the money that I spent on the plane ticket and for the hotel? No, you're absolutely not the asshole. Gemma knew exactly what the fuck you were paying for. They knew you were paying for them to come be guests at your wedding, not for them to take an impromptu honeymoon that they couldn't fucking afford in the first place. Nah, baby. I do have a question, though. When you confronted her and asked her, why weren't you here, was it via text message? Because if so, that's a slam dunk. Go to court, get your money back, babe. Update. I messaged Gemma. Multiple comments advised me to invoice her for the plane ticket and for the hotel room, but I did something a little bit better. I wanted to get proof. In case I had to go to court, it would be easier to win, okay? Okay, so you sent her a text message after you confronted her the first time, but that's okay. That's okay. I messaged her this. Hey, sorry for being so distant, but I just wanted to talk to you about Bali. I'm hurt that you didn't show up to the ceremony. I pulled a lot of strings to ensure that you could come and you didn't show up. Do you think I paid for the trip just so you could honeymoon with your husband? She replied, I've missed you a lot, and I know the trip was for your wedding, but John didn't want to go because he felt like your wedding ruined the illusion of the trip being our honeymoon, and that you'd understand. What? John didn't want to go because he felt like your wedding ruined the illusion of the trip being our honeymoon, and that you'd understand. John didn't want to go because he felt like your wedding ruined the illusion of the trip being our honeymoon, and that you'd understand. I know you paid for us to come to your wedding. John knows you paid for us to come to your wedding. But he didn't want to go because he wanted that trip to be seen like it was our honeymoon, and us going to the very reason you paid for the trip in the first place ruined the illusion that we were trying to make up in our head. And we figured you would just understand that you paid over $2,000 for us to have the illusion of a honeymoon. The way I would have skippity-papped the fuck out of both John and Gemma, are you kidding me? I replied, no, I don't understand. You took advantage of me, and that's not what real friends do. So I'm sending you an invoice of $2,387.53 for the cost of the plane ticket and hotel room. I will give you 30 days, and after that, I'll be taking legal action. I received no response, but she's been posting subliminal quotes on Instagram that are along the lines of entitled friends and having snakes in your life. The fucking projection. The projection is real. How the fuck am I entitled? I paid $2,400 for you and your ugly ass husband to come to my wedding. You took advantage of what I paid for and then decided to act like I was paying for you a trip to go to a fucking honeymoon that just so happened to be at the exact location where I'm getting married. How the fuck am I the snake? Because I want my $2,400 back because you lied and took advantage of me. The goddamn projection is real. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. Based on the title, I was fully ready to tell OP that she was 100% the asshole because you can't sue somebody for not wanting to come to your wedding. Y'all know how I feel about wedding invitations. It's not a summons, it's a request. If I say no, I say fucking no. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume, I don't like to assume, but assume that Gemma RSVP'd yes to coming to this wedding, which is the only reason why OP even paid the money for them to have a ticket and a hotel room. $2,400. Also, don't forget, the plane ticket only cost $2,000. OP herself said the hotel room cost $150 to $300 for a week. For a week. So the extra $400, they were there for about a week. All they had to show up to was this ceremony. One event. All OP asked was, you didn't come to the ceremony, and I just want to know why. You guys had time, a week, an entire week to be there, but still didn't show up. No, I don't think OP's wrong at all. This is fucked up.
My 30 male, wife, 31 female, of 5 years, built a secret Facebook/Instagram page of me, befriended as many of my exes she could find to get dirt on past relationships. Is it time to leave? Things got really weird last week when a girl that I had been on a few dates with when I was 21 or 22 contacted me through one of my business pages. At first, it was a little weird because I honestly hadn't thought about her in almost a decade, but she was friendly and said something like she was sorry to come at me out of the blue and had gotten my contact info from a mutual friend, but she told me that she thought someone was running a fake Facebook profile with my name. I searched for my name, and sure enough, there was one. Same for Instagram. I looked through the friends list, and there were a few friends from high school, an aunt I never talked to, but as I looked closer, I would say 30 out of the 44 friends this profile had were either ex-girlfriends, former friends with benefits, flings, and girls that had crushes on me in high school. The page was not active, but did have some very recent pics from our house, vacations, and whatnot. It could not have been more clear that my wife set up the account because I had seen her take some of these photos from her phone. So an elaborate hacking was next to impossible. I confronted her about it, and at first, she denied it. And then she tried to accuse me of having the account to get in touch with exes. She then went to, it must be hacking. I said I wasn't buying any of it. And she actually walked out on me and was gone for basically the entire weekend. I was so angry, I didn't even bother trying to find out where she went. She showed up on Sunday and basically confessed to everything. What she claims happens is she found out that I had slept with one of her friends, which is absolutely not true, and was overcome with jealousy and decided that she had to figure out details of my past. So she created the account and searched out girls she knew I had dated, contacted friends and family to see if she missed any, and then would try to start conversations with them. I demanded to see the account and conversations, but she had deleted the account and everything was gone forever. I must look like a total stalker asshole to so many people in my hometown and region. I told her what really bothered me is that I never slept with her friend. And even if I did, the rational thing would have been to just talk to me, not go fucking crazy. In my present state of mind, I can't imagine staying with her, but I've never been a rash person. Is it time to leave?
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for demanding that my niece or her parent pay me back for the hundreds of dollars of perfume she stole from me? Note that I'm not involving the police, suing anyone. Please don't try to argue with me about this or convince me why I should. I have a perfume collection that I started when I was a teenager, slinging burritos as my first job. I have over 400 bottles at this point. I take great pride in my collection and I use it. I'm also happy to give people samples of most of my bottles. Let them sample a spray or two or give some bottles as gifts. What I have a huge issue with is my 17-year-old niece coming into my home under the guise of walking my dog, decanting bottles on her own and selling the samples to her little friends. She thinks that because I have so many bottles, I wouldn't notice some missing or getting massive dents in them. Well, little Miss Entrepreneur failed to realize that her private Instagram wasn't friends only, or whatever, and I saw each and every freaking story with each price and sample she had. I tallied that shit up and got a pretty good estimate based on cost per ounce. Thankfully, she mostly packed the TikTok famous perfumes like Bianco Latte or Escapade Gourmand and didn't go for the most rare niche perfumes. Though she did snatch an entire 2.5 ounce bottle of Baccarat Rouge, which runs 300 plus at most retailers, as well as a bottle of perfumes you can buy at Sephora like Marc Jacobs, Daisy, Burberry Her Elixir, Flower Bomb, etc. Petty or not, I printed out the entire list of what she'd taken, price estimate, and handed it off to my sister, her mom. I said that I expect to be paid back in full. And of course, her freaking sneaky little ass is never allowed in my home again. My sister got super pissy with me going on about how my niece is just a kid, kids make mistakes, etc. I said, yes, kids make mistakes, and this is a great way for my niece to learn from hers. The argument is that now the money she was going to use for a car has to go towards paying me back. I don't care. She is lucky that I have no interest in involving the police, small claims, or any of that. But am I the asshole because she is a teenager? Okay, so someone, before I give my 2 cents, someone asked, did your niece steal entire bottles or did she take some perfume out of the bottles while leaving some behind? And she responds, she did both. She walked off with a few full sizes and filled decants as well. Okay, so I think it really depends. Okay, she's not just a kid. She's 17. She's still relatively young. I get that. She is younger, but I do think she should be reprimanded for her actions. I don't think I would never go to my sister for it. I'd go to my niece and be like, hey, go get a job. You owe me all this shit. And if that was my sister who came to me and my daughter did that, I would do the same thing. I was like, you need to get a job. You need to pay your aunt back. Why would you do that? I don't think she let it go because she's a kid and then you're going to buy her a car. You don't deserve the car right now. Look what she did. I think you should have some leeway with family if you are close to them. I have nieces and nephews. I have siblings I'm close to. They've done a lot of shit to mess up my stuff, but they are children, not teenagers, almost 18, almost adults. I do think she should pay you back, but I don't think it's on her. You should blame your sister for it, but I don't think her sister should get defensive either. I'd be like, oh, your aunt's gonna beat your ass. What did you do to her? Why would you do that? Like, I would not pick my daughter's side for that either. So I do think you're entitled to get recompensated from it, but I do think that it should come from your niece. She's old enough to understand her actions have consequences and she needs to get a job.
Am I the asshole for not wanting my fiance to dance to a love song dedicated to her late fiance at our wedding? Before we met, my fiance Kayla was engaged to a man she had dated for 3 years who died in a traffic accident. I had never dated a woman who had that kind of loss before, so I've been learning as I go, but I've tried to respect that he will always be a part of her story, and I've accepted her relationship with her late fiance's parents with open arms. They've stayed very close, and by the time we started dating, they were basically like a second set of parents to her. Kayla's real parents and her late fiance's parents are all amazing people, so I consider myself pretty lucky to have 2 sets of great in-laws.
That's cool.
Our wedding is coming up in May, and Kayla told me that after her father-daughter dance, she would like to have a second dance with her late fiance's father to the song Vanilla Twilight. She asked me if I was comfortable with that, and I didn't want to be that guy and say no. So I said yes. But really, it makes me uncomfortable that she would be dancing to a love song dedicated to another man at our wedding. I'm happy to make space in our lives for his memory. A photo of him is on our mantle at home. We make it a point to commemorate his birthday, the anniversary of his death, and I feel like I'm understanding and supportive when she has bad days. And I'm 100% fine with having his parents at the wedding because, like I said, we're all family. But I also feel like our wedding day is one day that is all about our relationship. Am I the asshole if I ask her to reconsider this dance? What are the best compromises here?
The day is also equally hers as much as it's yours. And if she wants one dance to commemorate the guy that made her life so special for a certain amount of time, who she was going to marry, then let her have the one goddamn dance. What really is that taking away from you?
For the update. 2 months ago, I married the love of my life. I was thinking about this thread the other day, how it went, and where my head was at when I made it, and I thought you guys might like an update. A little anticlimactically, the thing I was stressing about was a bit of a miscommunication, which probably happens a lot here. Kayla wanted to dance with her late fiance's, I'll go ahead and just call him Luke from now on, father at our wedding. And Vanilla Twilight was an example of a song along the lines of what she wanted, not the set-in-stone top choice like I had thought. I, and a lot of the commenters in the original thread, spent a lot of time over-analyzing the lyrics to that song, looking for a hidden meaning in every word. While it turns out, she hadn't put much more thought into the suggestion than, this is kind of a sad song that I like. We got together that night, and she had made several playlists of possible first dance songs for us, songs for when she walks down the aisle, music to play at the reception, and song choices for her dance with Luke's father. We spent hours listening to them all and talking about the wedding. We even made a tournament-style bracket for our first dance song in her journal and put songs head-to-head against each other until the victor emerged. At the end, we talked about the wedding and our relationship, Luke and their relationship, and grief. What it was like when she lost him, and what it was like for me. I lost my mom at a young age, what a family is, and all the things we're hopeful for the future. We stayed up until 3 a.m, just talking and planning and laughing and crying a little. I'm so glad for all of it. After getting bombarded by dozens of different opinions from dozens of different people earlier that day, I had been worried that I was going to have a conflict with my fiance shortly before our wedding. But there was no conflict, just a pure memory. After that night, I started putting in more effort to be involved with the wedding planning process and actually asked for the things I wanted, which Kayla actually really appreciated. We also took a long weekend a couple of weeks before the wedding to go on a camping trip together, just the two of us, which I highly recommend to anyone who is getting married. Overall, there was a complete flip in my feelings leading up to the wedding, from being somewhat insecure and excited but nervous to being completely at ease, excited, and feeling stronger about my relationship than ever. The wedding day itself was really wonderful and worth the wait. Kayla and Luke's father had their dance to lean on me, and I also had a dance with Kayla's mom, and it was very emotional in a good way. I've really felt that the day was a celebration of our love, and I was genuinely happy that Luke's parents were there to celebrate along with us, because they are very much members of our family, and I wish I had the space to describe all the ways they've been there for us through the years. My amazing wife, who is who she is because of all of the experiences that she has had in her life. And I don't want to be the kind of man who asks her to pretend that she has never loved before me, or pretend that her grief is something that is or should be done with forever now that she has me. I just want to say how glad I am that we shared that night together and that the wedding was nothing but love and celebration. I never thought I could be so happy. Top comment on the Best of Redditor update post. This made me cry. Same.
Storytime about how his side chick showed up to my house only to find out that I was also a side chick. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. Finding out there was a second side chick made me vomit. You might just hate me by the time this story time is over, but hear me out. I'm 27 years old and I live with my parents. When I was 19 years old, I was SA'd. More specifically, I was raped. This basically turned me into a hermit. In other words, I could not leave my house and I could not be alone. My parents did their best to help me out. They even got me therapy, even though they actually don't believe in therapy. And thankfully, therapy did help. After about 3 years, I was able to go out on my own, and I was able to get a job. I started hanging out with my friends again, and I even decided to go back to school. This meant I was constantly busy.
I actually landed a pretty good job, which meant that I was making some money, and my parents asked me if I wanted to move out. This to me was like my worst nightmare. There was no way I wanted to live by myself, but I appreciated the fact that my parents knew it would be the best thing for me. I actually did end up moving out for like 2 months, but I ran straight back home after one night I heard somebody knock on my door and then they were gone. My parents of course accepted me back into their house, and since then I haven't left. A few years after that I graduated from school and I wanted to open up my own little business. My best friend and I went ahead and started our own business, and it was pretty successful. We were making cakes and a whole bunch of different things, and we basically catered to private parties. During this time I started meeting a lot more people. And I also started getting hit on by a few of my clients, but I never went for anybody. My parents tried to convince me to open up to somebody, but I just couldn't. It was almost physically impossible for me to do that. Obviously because of my history, but also because a lot of these guys were super forward. They didn't care I was catering for their party. They just wanted to get my number right away. It obviously turned me off, so that was not going to happen. But one day I show up to a catering job and I meet him. And he is so polite, so sweet, and such a gentleman. But there was only one problem. He was married. Now, I'd love to tell you that his wife was a bitch, or that she was mean to him, or something like that. But nope, she was perfectly sweet and really beautiful too. After catering the party, he actually got my number because he needed to pay me. And this is when things just started happening. He asked me a question about some of the cupcakes that we served. I shared a recipe with him, and after that it was almost on a weekly basis that he would reach out and ask me something. Eventually it went from him asking me things to asking about me, and at first I was definitely questioning why he would ask me things, but my mom told me that he was probably interested in me. And as bad as it sounds, yes, he was married, my mom was encouraging me to talk to him. I think at this point my parents were just so desperate for me to find somebody that they didn't care if he was a married man. His wife and him actually used my catering service again, and I was able to see him after a few months. During the catering event, he took it upon himself to help me and my friend. He helped us unload the car and helped us in the setup. It was after this that he reached out and asked me if I wanted to get a coffee. I went, and then my life changed. He basically opened up to me and told me that he was really unhappy in his marriage, and that for the first time he was feeling something for somebody. Me. I know it sounds terrible because he's married, but for the first time I was feeling something for somebody after so long. I didn't want to just let it go. When he asked me if he could see me again, I said yes, and we became friends. And after that, we became lovers. He also became my best friend, and he also gave me the confidence to start doing more things on my own. Other than my parents, I never had anybody encourage me to do anything on my own. It made me feel like he had my best interest at heart. Months are going by, and I'm falling more and more in love with him. After a while, I asked him if he wanted to be honest with his wife about our relationship, and he said no. He said that if they ever were to divorce, that he would lose a lot of money. And he also had kids and he didn't want to hurt them, so I just let it go. This is when I started noticing that he was acting strange, and he stopped trying to see me every single day. He started seeing me about 3 times a week. Then one day, a girl shows up to my house. Young and pretty like me. In fact, she looked a lot like me. He obviously has a type. She knocks on my door, and as soon as I open, she starts yelling. Then she tells me that she's seeing my boyfriend and that I need to break up with him because she's in love with him. At first, I thought she was confused. I was convinced she had the wrong house. That is until she pulled out her phone and started showing me pictures of them together. Pictures in compromising positions. My stomach started to hurt so bad I actually had to sit down on the floor. This is when she realized that I had no idea what she was talking about. But that's when I let her know that I was also a side chick. She simply walked away and said nothing to me. I obviously grabbed my phone and called him right away, but he didn't answer. And she asked me if I want to go with her to talk to him. I was like, sure. I couldn't believe he had a second side chick. I wasn't special anymore, because it meant that everything he was doing with me, he was also doing with her. We show up to his place, but nobody was home. He finally messaged me 3 days later. He said he went on vacation with his wife and forgot to tell me. When I confronted him about the second side chick, he said that she was lying. Then I told him I saw all the pictures. Then he said that he would break up with her and stay with me. He even promised that he would leave his wife. At this point, I don't believe anything he says. But I'm so in love with him, and because of my history, there's no way I could ever be interested in anyone else. Should I take him back? I feel like I have no other choice.
This has got to be one of the most embarrassing things that's ever happened to me. Story time. So 3 years ago, I started to rent a spare room in my best friend's house, and it was like their family home. And this house only had 1 bathroom, which was never really an issue up until this night. About 4 a.m, I wake up, it hits me. Fire in the belly, bubbly stomach, it's all about to go horribly wrong. I run to the bathroom, and I'm thinking no one's going to be in the bathroom at this time. This is going to be easy, in, out, drop the bomb, go. No, No, 4 a.m, bathroom's occupied. Guess who's in it? Best friend's dad. We'll call him Steve. I'm thinking, Steve, man, don't break my heart, Steve, get out. And I was not about to knock. There was no way I was knocking. The embarrassment would be too much. So I turn back. I think I'll just wait it out. I go back to my bedroom, sit on the edge of the bed. My legs are quivering. The pain is getting so bad. I went from legs shaking to now wanting to vomit. It was going one or the other. So that was when I looked out the window and just saw the back garden. So I got out to the back garden, but there's dogs out there, and I was so scared that I was going to go out, pants down, doing my business. The dogs were going to start barking, and then someone was going to come out to the garden to see what was going on and just see me like in a compromised position. And then I thought, well, I'll have to go to the front of the house. It was dark and scary out there in like their front garden, but they had a porch. And they had a porch swing. And I was like, that's my location. X marks the spot. I practically ran at the porch swing, pulling my trousers down as I went. Now listen, when I say I have never felt as much relief as I did in that moment, I mean it. It was like I could see in HD again. There would be no worries in my life ever again. So I'd taken some paper towels with me. I sorted myself out and I was like, I'll water it down in the morning because I didn't want to turn the water on and then again make some noise and someone come out seeing me flushing. So the next morning rolls around. Let's play a game of guess what I forgot to do. So the next morning I go to work without a care in the world. And then at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, whilst I was on my lunch break, it hit me. I couldn't stop thinking about it all day. I was hoping and praying all day that no one had noticed it. I was thinking about as soon as I get home, it's all right, I can just wash it away, not a problem. No one would ever know. I walk over to where I left the crime scene. It was gone. I was mortified. I just walked straight to my room, looking no one in the eye. So then I get a text from my best friend whose house I'm living in. And she's like, do you want to come join us on the porch? We're having a couple of drinks. The porch. I go down to meet them and I sit on the bench right next to my best friend. We're all chatting, we're all having a couple of drinks. And all of a sudden my best friend Amy's like, oh my God, you will not guess what's happened today. And my heart dropped. I instantly knew what she was going to say. No, I didn't, because what came out of her mouth next shook me to my core. So she tells me that her and her partner had gone out to have breakfast on the porch swing that morning. And she tells me that as they are eating breakfast, they're playing fetch with the dog. So she's got a puppy, and you know when puppies are quiet for a little bit too long, that it's probably something mischievous that's happening. Their puppy had gone quiet, and she turns around to see her puppy under the porch swing. She realised that the puppy was smelling something. Before she could even get to say to her dog to get away from it, the dog started to roll in it. Grabbed the dog as quick as she could, and her boyfriend Steve went to go grab the water hose to spray the dog down. Then her boyfriend goes, something took a poop in their yard and it didn't smell like animal poop. A human had done one on the porch, which was news to me. They both went on for the best part of half an hour, telling me all about the situation, and even added the details that whilst they were washing the dog down, the dog began to shake and all of the poop water went all over them, all up their arms. She's showing me how much of her arm is spread with shit. Mum, I'm so sorry if you're watching this. At this point, I was pretty much dead inside. I was holding the best poker face I've ever held in my life, trying not to make any suspicious facial expressions. I'm like, yeah, no way, that's so disgusting, who would do that? And I'm sat there like, it's me, I'm the animal. It has been years since this happened, and I'm not gonna lie, it kind of feels good to get it off my chest.
Me, 24 female with my boyfriend, 28 male. He flipped out when I stayed over at my friend's, 24 female, during a girls' night in. Hey Reddit, me and Gavin have been together for 8 months now. We met because he lives in the same building as my best friend Tammy. They're 10 floors apart. There was an instant connection, and he's honestly the sweetest, most thoughtful person I've ever dated. Which makes the following problem so confusing to me. Tammy and I went to university together and have a lot of mutual friends. As Tammy has an extra bedroom in her condo as well as a sizable pull-out couch, her pad is the go-to place for our visiting friends to stay. Our 2 other best friends live a few hours away by train, so every few months since graduation, they've come down to the city and we have a girls' night. We've done weekend trips for special occasions, but as we're all fairly busy, I get to see them maybe 3 times a year. We do typical things that we did when we were teenagers. Talk about boys, periods, have pizza eating contests, face masks, etc. We usually pass out from food comas early in the morning and make brunch when we wake up. It's a ton of fun and reminds me of our uni days. The first time I had a girls' night was Gavin and I had just reached 3 months of dating. I shared Tammy's guest room with my friend, and we went about our normal routine. Gavin asked how my night was. I said it was great. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Last weekend, I had another girls' night and stayed over again as usual. When I woke up in the morning, I had a text from Gavin that asked why I didn't come home with a bunch of question marks. After our friends left, I went upstairs to talk to Gavin, and he seemed super pissed. He said he hoped that I had a good time with my friends, and if I wanted space from him, I should just tell him. I asked what he was going on about, and he just had this weird outburst about how it's immature of me to have a little girl sleep over with my friends, and that as my boyfriend, he was supposed to come first. I asked him why it was such a big deal if I wanted to stay at Tammy's for the night, and he just kind of snapped that if I cared about him, I would have come home to him, and that I was picking my friends over him. He said that he thought that last time maybe I got too drunk to come upstairs to be with him, and that was all right. But this time was unacceptable. I told him before that I would be staying at Tammy's, but he said he didn't think that I was serious. Am I the only one not seeing the big deal here? I spend 3 to 4 nights a week at his place and see my friends once every few months. Am I overreacting? Is he? Help me. He hasn't brought it up since, but I can tell he's still annoyed. I just have to address the fact that it sounds like a man wrote this, the way that she said, we did the usual things, talk about boys, periods, and have pizza eating contests. Like a boy that literally thinks that like girls that have sleepovers just talk about their periods constantly. Like me, 24 female with my boyfriend, 28 male. He flipped out when I stayed over at my friend's, 24 female, during a girls' night in. Update 10 days later. Hi everyone, just wanted to provide an update for everyone who thoughtfully commented and messaged me about my previous post. I read each and every one, and I'm grateful for everyone who offered their advice and shared similar stories. Reading all of your comments really helped me to open my eyes. Gavin's behavior was controlling and immature, and the way that he shut down my attempt to have a discussion with him is not promising. This is our first actual argument, and I don't like the side that he shows when he feels when he's in a disagreement. For days after the sleepover, he was very cold and unaffectionate, which I see now is very manipulative. I decided to give him one more chance and sat him down for a discussion about what happened that weekend and why he was so bothered by it. I asked him politely but firmly why he had such a problem with me hanging out overnight with my college friends, and what he expected me to do in the future when we planned another girls' weekend. He got very quiet and said that he didn't want to talk about it and that I should just drop the subject. I told him that I wanted to get to the root of the issue, as it obviously upset him and frustrated me since I didn't think that I did anything wrong. He finally said that he thought that since we're in a serious relationship, if I'm in close enough proximity to come sleep with him, I should do it, as he's my partner and therefore my priority. He repeated that last bit a few times and then added that he didn't get why I wanted to spend so much time with my friends anyways. Shouldn't he be enough? That really put things into perspective for me. I ended up telling him that while he was very important to me, he wasn't the only person in the world that I wanted to spend time with, and I didn't appreciate being policed about how much time I spent with them. And if he wasn't alright with that, then maybe it was best that we go our separate ways. Reddit, he effing exploded. He literally leapt up from his chair and started yelling about how he knew this was going to happen, how those bitches were poisoning me against him all along, and all of this other nonsense. I got the F out of there as fast as possible. I've never seen a turnaround like that before, and it was terrifying. I've already blocked and deleted him off social media and let Tammy know what happened. Since he said some pretty awful things about my friends and they live in the same building, I just wanted to warn her just in case that he does something insane, like go to her apartment to scream at her. He doesn't know her apartment number, just that she lives a few floors below him. I feel horrible that I might have dragged her into this. She's staying at her boyfriend's for a few days, and my roommate's boyfriend will be staying at our place for the next week, just in case. Thanks to everyone for helping me out before the relationship progressed any further. We've been talking about getting a place together after our anniversary, which gives me chills to think about now. Always get in a fight with your partner before deciding to do any big steps like that. Genuinely. Always, always, always get in a fight. I discovered he hired an escort while I was in the hospital. Me, 29 female, with my husband, 32 male. This is the update, and it's 5 days later. I was going to update last night, but then I got drunk and forgot. I thought I should address some questions and concerns before moving on with the update. For those of you talking about bro code, it wouldn't apply here. Greg and Emily were my friends before I even met my husband. I knew them both in college. I was actually a bridesmaid at their wedding and the godmother of their newest baby. And the reason I didn't go out for drinks with them was because I was watching their 2 other children. So it would be like breaking bro code if Greg didn't tell me, kind of. On to the update. I stopped by the car repair place that we always go to, and the one he said he used when I was in the hospital. They had no record of working on our car at that time, not even a tire change or oil change or axle adjustment or anything. So my husband was definitely lying about it because they said at that price they would always have some sort of record. I went to confront him the other night. And long story short, he didn't deny any of it. He wasn't sorry about it either. He fessed up to hiring the escort and having sex with her. He said it wasn't cheating because it was a service. It's not like he fell in love with another woman. It was just sex to him. I also asked him about STIs and he said he didn't even think of that. So off I go to get tested because of my husband's stupidity and cheating. I should say my future ex-husband though. I cannot trust him, and the fact that he didn't even think he did anything wrong disgusts me. Once he knew that I knew, he wasn't even defensive anymore. He wasn't sad or angry. He just seemed like he didn't even care. Like he was apathetic about our whole marriage. Everything I thought I knew about him was wrong, and I'm trying to figure out how he tricked me so well. I called a divorce lawyer, and I'm currently staying in our guest room because I don't even want to look at him. I'm gonna see the lawyer next Wednesday and figure out where to go from there. Oh, also, I got Greg a thank you gift. He's now subscribed to Meat of the Month for a whole year. Thanks for all of your support through this, guys. Wow, that's disgusting. For him to be making excuses like that, like it's not cheating because it was a service, is crazy.
My dad cheated on me, so now I'm going to make sure that he regrets it. Story time. So me and my dad have what we'll call a complicated relationship. I have never seen him as a dad, and he has also never seen me as a daughter. We didn't have contact for the longest time, and we just never had that father-daughter relationship. However, we did build a relationship. So we'll call my dad Steve so I can stop calling him my dad because he's not. So me and Steve actually met when I was 16 years old, and when I say we had no contact up until then, I mean it. And we absolutely hit it off straight away. But still to this day, he will not admit to me whether or not he knew I was his daughter when he approached me. Even though I was 16, we may or may not have met outside a club. This story gets worse and worse as it goes on. And after we had met, we went for breakfast, then we went for lunch, and then we went for dinner. And as time went on, things just kept progressing between us. It honestly felt like a whirlwind romance. And because of this, obviously I wanted him to meet my mum. And when she opened the door, she gasped because obviously she knew that that was my dad, even though he isn't. Now, personally, I could look past all of this because I did not see him as my dad. And he felt the same, so we continued seeing each other in secret. And to be honest, things were going absolutely amazing right up until he cheated on me. Whoa, no way, Steve being a cheater news to me. So it actually all came out through my mum, who informed me that Steve had a wife and children. When I first confronted Steve on this, I thought that my mum was lying because Steve denied everything. So of course, I believe Steve, not my bitter mum. So I decided I'm going to surprise him at his house. Bearing in mind, I've never been to his house before. And guess who opens the door? His wife! So I realised that my mum was telling the truth and that my boyfriend, my dad, had been cheating on me or cheating on his wife with me this whole entire time. Now I don't quite know how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to get the best revenge. Now, my stepmom was actually so excited to open the door to me because she thought we were rekindling our relationship with my dad. So I guess this whole time my dad did know who I was, and he had literally been talking about me to his wife. Oh my god, I've literally just thought of the best revenge. Just jumping in here, guys, if you've made it this far. We've been nominated for Podcast of the Year at the National Influencer Awards, and it would mean the world if you could vote for us. Check the comments to see how you can vote, and thank you so much.
Am I wrong for asking my future in-laws for money? My fiance's parents are loaded, old money loaded. They can afford what I'm asking, no problem. I make very good money at my job. I'm currently 27 and earn over $170,000 a year. Tim is a teacher. He doesn't make as much as me, but he has a trust fund, so he works sort of as a public service. It's big in his family. Recently, I had a weird conversation with him and his folks. They think after the wedding, I should quit working and be a stay-at-home mom. I thought they were joking and kind of laughed. They are perfectly serious. They think it's emasculating that I earn more than Tim. Oh God, why do they even know how much you make? Over the course of my career, I will earn much more than him, but his trust fund is low 7 figures. He could afford to pay me what I earn yearly, but he can't due to the stipulations of his trust. His mom, on the other hand, has lots of interest built up in her trust. So I offered a solution I thought was fair. They set up an unrecoverable trust for me. They must contribute my gross earnings yearly with bumps from anticipated raises and promotions. The deposits would be for the next 35 years. That was if I'm to be a stay-at-home mom. Tim is the breadwinner and I'm protected in the case of a divorce. They went f***ing nuts. Apparently, I'm ridiculous for thinking they will give me money. I offered a compromise. I signed a prenup where I'm entitled to half of Tim's trust fund in case of a divorce, or I give up my career. Also, not acceptable to them. I'm kind of at a loss. Do they honestly think I would give up my career with zero safety net? My mom says I'm being kind of rude putting everything in such stark monetary terms. I think I'm being reasonable. What do you think? I highly dislike when couples are getting married or whatever, and the spouses or soon-to-be spouses' parents chime in on what you should be doing with your life. No offense. You have no right to tell me I should quit my job to be a stay-at-home wife. Are you going to pay me then? Are you going to buy the luxury things that I like to buy and the finer things in life that I want to do? Like, people like to say stuff and then not back it up. It's like, okay, I sit home and do what? I have no kids. I'm going to get bored out of my mind. But then if I use my husband's money, I'm a gold digger. $170,000 is a lot of money. You can do a lot of cool, fun stuff with that because it's emasculating. Again, we cater to how people think of the man. He chose that kind of career because he didn't have to worry about money. Not everyone has that luxury, right? And then I feel like your husband should be stepping up, be like, guys, back up. Do not tell her that stuff. She wants to work. She's more than welcome to. I don't feel emasculated that she works. Why should you guys care? And you're right. If, God forbid, something happens, you're stuck. What? He cheats on you, walks away, does something. What are you going to do? You don't have a job. You can't do anything. You have no safety net, like you said. Yeah, butting into your business, that is what appalls me. It's like, why are you even talking to me about this? Why do they know that you make more money than him? I would have been like, I'm so sorry, but that's between me and my husband. AB conversation, see your way out. Get out of here.
Storytime about how my boyfriend tried to use me for TikTok views. Keyword, tried. A little background information. I was 22 years old and I was tired of being single. The last year, I've been going on dates with guys from Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. And I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to men who are walking red flags, I have zero survival skills. Fast forward, I go on a date with this guy, Luke. And as soon as we sat down, he started asking me really personal questions. He was like, how many exes have you had? Why did you guys break up? And I was honest. I was like, well, both of my exes cheated on me. And he was like, wow, isn't that convenient? And I'm like, excuse me? And he was like, well, I just think that it's weird that both of your exes were the bad guy in the relationship. Yeah, as you could imagine, that date ended very quickly after that. Well, fast forward a week, he apologizes and told me that he was just afraid of getting hurt. So we go on another date. And that date ended up being so good that he asked me to be his girlfriend and we started dating. 4 months go by, our relationship is great until the one night I'm over my friend's house and she's scrolling on TikTok and I hear Luke's voice coming from her phone. And this should have been a main red flag for me, the fact that he wouldn't let me see his TikTok or his Instagram. He always said that he would only use it to send memes. So yeah, obviously that was a lie. Anyways, like I said, I hear his voice coming from her phone, but to make it even better, first sentence that I hear is, just went on a date with this girl last night. Girls are getting crazier and crazier. So I run over to her phone and we go on his account. This man had a whole series called Dating Psycho Chicks Until I Find the One. There were 17 parts. And yes, he made a part about me after our first date. Then I realized in my head, he made me seem crazy on that date so he could make a TikTok video about it. Most of the videos that he would make would get like maybe 100 views. And when I was checking his page, I realized that back in 2021, he made a video trashing his ex and it got like 3 million views. And so I guess that he built his whole page on trashing women after that. And yes, he was cheating on me, because the last video that he posted just happened to be on the same night that he said that we couldn't go on a date because he had to go to work. I take a video of this off of my phone and I send it to him, and guess what? Instead of responding, he blocks me. And then he has the audacity to post another video saying, ladies, if you don't make it clear you want a relationship, don't be mad if a guy dates around. Stay safe, kings. I'm like, wait, is he fucking serious? I've met his parents. We've been on vacation together. We've been talking about getting an apartment together for the last month. So even though I knew that nobody in this world gave a shit, I made a video about it. Because TikTok always has a way of getting to its target audience, and I needed other girls to know that there were videos potentially being posted about them. And the video got like 50,000 views within like 3 hours. Fast forward 6 hours later, guess who shows up at my apartment? Yeah, Luke. And the apartment that I lived in was super old, and we have a buzzard system where we can talk through this intercom. So he starts blowing up my buzzer. And I go over to it and I hear him saying, I don't even know why you would post that about me. You know I love you. Please just come outside. Please unblock me. Please take it down. And let's just say that I took the video down, but I also called the police on him because he was threatening to spread around my pictures. Pictures that I didn't even know that he had of me. And after that, we didn't talk for like 2 years. Until last week when he sent me an apology and said that he was in a really bad place in his life and he wants another chance. And I literally said, F no, and blocked him.
My boyfriend uninvited me from his sister's wedding so that he could bring his girl best friend, but I'm going anyway. For starters, I love my boyfriend's family. I do not love his girl best friend. My boyfriend's been friends with this girl since childhood, and he admits that for years he was in love with her, but she just kept leading him on. She would flirt with him, say things like, oh, but like, could you ever imagine if we were together? Maybe that would be amazing. Making marriage pacts, things like that. But then she would always get a boyfriend and friend zone him. And this cycle of flirting with him when she was single and acting like they were just friends when she had a boyfriend continued all the way into college, until he met me. Now, I've only met his girl best friend a few times because she lives in a different state than us, but every time has been far less than enjoyable. The girl is awful, and she thinks everything between us is a competition. Who knows him best? Who would be a better wife? Who would be a better wife? Like, why? That's so weird. But for some reason, it always comes back to who's closer with his family. And she always talks about how his mom is like a second mom to her, and she just really feels like she's a part of their family. Okay. Cool flex. Like, don't know what to tell you about that one. About a week ago, my boyfriend's sister's wedding invitation came in the mail. And it was addressed to him, but included a +1. Obviously, that +1 was meant for me. Like, we've been dating for years. It was just assumed. Or so I thought. Now, the first few days after getting the invitation, he was talking to me about plans, plane flights to go to the wedding, things like that. But after a few days, he stopped mentioning the wedding. And if I brought it up, he would change the subject. So 2 days ago, I get home and my boyfriend's in the bedroom on the phone on speaker with somebody. And I would know that nasally, whiny little voice anywhere. It was this girl best friend. And she was talking about what she should wear to the wedding, which I didn't think was weird. She always talks about how close she is to his family, so obviously she'd be invited, right? So I walk into the bedroom and say hi to his girl best friend on the phone, and he looks startled, which is weird because I've said hi to her on speaker before and he didn't seem to have a problem with it. And I tell her that I look forward to seeing her at the wedding, which is a lie, but I'm nice, okay? I'm trying to be nice. Tell me why this girl says, oh, I'm so glad you got an individual invitation. I was starting to feel a little bad about taking your +1. Taking my +1? Who's taking my +1? So my boyfriend really quickly tells this girl that he has to go. And I'm like, yeah, you better hang up the phone because you have some explaining to do. And I stand there, my arms crossed, and I'm like, okay, what is she talking about? And he tells me that she didn't receive an invitation to the wedding. Shocking, considering how close she says. Like part of the family, that's what she said. And he said that she called him distraught, saying that it would mean everything to her to go to this wedding and to celebrate with the people that she loved the most. People that you love the most. You didn't get invited to the wedding. So I tell him, I'm like, I think that that's really strange to make your +1 not your girlfriend at your immediate family's wedding. And he was like, you know, they've known her forever. I don't think it'd be that weird. And I was like, well, she didn't get invited. So, and he has the nerve to go, well, neither did you. I'm floored, honestly. The fact that he said that, I was like, yes, I was invited. That +1 was meant for me. I've literally talked to your sister about her wedding multiple times. That +1, just because it didn't have my name on it, did not mean that it wasn't meant for me. And he said, well, you know what? Your name isn't on it. I can choose who I want as my +1, and I'm taking my friend. So I storm out, go to my best friend's place, and proceed to just cry and tell her what happened. Honestly, I was just feeling so embarrassed. I know I shouldn't feel embarrassed, but it's just like, how could he not even want me there? But that is when I got an unexpected call from my boyfriend's sister. She told me that my boyfriend just called her to tell her the situation, and she was livid. She said that clearly the +1 in that invitation was me. She apologized. She was like, you know, I was just trying to save some customization costs, but if I would have known he was going to pull this, I should have just put your name on it. Like, that was clearly intended for you. I'm so sorry if it came across that I didn't want you at my wedding or that you weren't invited. You're 100% invited. I want you there. The best part, though, is she starts talking about my boyfriend's girl best friend. And she says, there's absolutely no way I'm letting that little leech at my wedding. My boyfriend's sister goes on to tell me that his entire family despises this girl because she led on my boyfriend for years. He's rude, selfish, ungrateful. Every time she was over at their house, she would leave a mess, never clean it up. Basically, she said that she was just not a nice girl. And it was intentional that she didn't get an invitation to the wedding. So even though his girl best friend was saying that, she was like family to that was a lie. They don't talk. She tries to reach out apparently, and they all ignore her. Then she tells me that she has revoked her brother's +1 and will be mailing me my individual invitation. She even told me that even if I make the decision to dump my boyfriend over this, she would still love to have me at the wedding because she feels like I've become part of the family at this point. I'm part of the family. Oh my, how the tables have turned. So I know for a fact that I'm gonna be at that wedding. Now, will I be attending with my boyfriend or not? That's to be decided.
Mom and my sister because of something my mother said, but everyone around me feels that I'm overreacting. Please be brutally honest in telling me if I'm being insecure or if my mom and my husband are wrong in this. Let me give you a little bit of backstory. My husband, James, 34 male, and I, 29 female, were neighbors growing up. My sister, Fran, 34 female, was in the same grade as my husband growing up. Everyone knew my sister in school because she is very smart and beautiful. James had a huge crush on her, and all of us knew about it. He asked her out for senior prom, and Fran shot him down in front of the whole school. They still remained friends, but he moved to a different state for college, and we didn't hear much from him, except to see him when he came back for holidays. James and I were never friends growing up. Since I was in middle school when this happened, in fact, I was much younger than both of them, and they would actively avoid me or involving me in their hangouts and activities. I went to a good college and got my first job in the same city as James. My mom suggested that I should contact James since I didn't know anyone there. We became friends, and 3 years later, we got married. We both have high-paying jobs, and we love our life. We moved back to our hometown during COVID as James' mom had some health issues and our jobs allowed us to work remotely. Fran also had a pretty good life. She married when she was 23 and her husband was pretty well off. 2 years ago, Fran discovered that he was cheating on her for almost the entire duration of their marriage with multiple partners, and she decided to break things off. Fran moved back in with my mom. She had not worked for the entire duration of their marriage and was expecting to gain significant alimony from the divorce. However, due to complications regarding their prenup, she barely got anything and is struggling financially. She got a job but is barely able to afford her own place and continues living with my mom. James and I were very supportive of her during the whole process. Since James and Fran were friends growing up, they both have a special bond. They have their inside jokes and stories, and sometimes I feel like a third wheel when we all meet. However, James keeps his distance and has never given me any reason to believe that he has lingering feelings for her. Am I the asshole? My mom feels like my sister should have married my husband instead of me. Fran, on the other hand, constantly visits us like 2 to 3 times a week and ends up staying for dinner and sleeping in our guest room. I don't mind her coming over, but I do not like the fact that she talks more to James than me. Also, she always comes over when I'm not home, and I often find them sitting next to each other on the sofa and watching TV when I get home. It sort of reminds me of my childhood, where I was locked out of our basement when Fran had friends over, and I would feel left out. Fran is also too comfortable around James, and walks around the house in just a towel after his shower when James is around, or sleeps in her underwear in the guest room without locking the door. I have voiced my concerns to her, but she says that we're family and she does not care. I have also voiced my concerns to James, and he does make efforts now to explain stories and inside jokes if Fran makes them. The main issue happened this weekend. I was hanging out with my mom and Fran last weekend, and Fran was recollecting stories about how James would do her homework and do chores for her growing up. She said he was so much in love with me, and I felt guilty taking advantage of him. My mom jokingly said to her that I wish you had the wits to marry James than your loser husband, and you would not have been in this situation. Fran smiled after hearing that and nodded, but I was hurt by the comment. I protested to my mom that James is my husband, and I don't want her to make such comments about him. My mom doubled down and said that she feels like it because both James and I are high earners, while Fran is struggling. So it would make sense if Fran was married to James, and I would be fine since I don't need James to support me financially. She kept on saying that it was a hypothetical and just wants both of her daughters to be happy. I did not like those comments and told them to not speak like that about James and my marriage in general. Fran chimed in and told me that I should not take the comments so personally and I'm being sensitive. However, I had a fight with both of them and I left. When I came home and told James, he also sided with my mom and Fran and told me that her mom just made a harmless joke. I also raised the issue of Fran's behavior around our house, and he told me that this is between me and my sister, and he is not going to tell Fran about what she can or cannot wear in our house. However, I'm just feeling really bad since the situation, and despite everyone apologizing to me, things just don't feel right. Am I wrong here in acting the way I did, or does everyone else have a point and I should be more secure about my relationship with James? Update. Am I the asshole? My mom feels like my sister should have married my husband instead of me. The comments really made me paranoid, and I did see everyone's point that James may just have married me because he has a crush on Fran. This really shot up my anxiety, and I started to snoop around. My husband literally makes me check his phone for new messages when he's not around, so I knew there was nothing to hide there. However, I was spooked by how my sister always knows when I'm not home, and why James and Fran are always sitting on the same couch when I come home. I tried talking to my husband, and he told me that my feelings were valid. However, he also said that Fran is going through a tough time and refused to say anything bad about my mom and Fran. Last Friday, I went to the gym as usual in the evening, and when I came home, Fran was sitting in the living room while James was cooking dinner. I got a bit angry and asked her what she's doing here. She said she had no plans for the night, and she came to hang out with us. It really annoyed me, and I told her that I wanted to spend a quiet weekend with my husband, and if she could come some other time. She could see that I was upset. She started saying how our mom was just being silly and I need to let it go. It was just a joke. I told her I didn't find it funny, and we got into a fight. She said that I am always an insecure, annoying kid, and no wonder no one liked me. It really hurt me, but James stepped in and told Fran that she needs to leave. I've never seen James be so forceful with Fran. Fran muttered some unpleasant things to James and then left. I was in tears by the end of the whole thing, and James was consoling me. I was really upset and spent the night in our room alone. In the morning, I prepared notes on all the things I wanted to ask James. Your comments really helped me get my thoughts straight. I know I was being insecure, but after reading the comments, I really started questioning if James really married me for me, or just because I was Fran's sister and looks like her. People called me Dollar Store Fran in high school. James and I had a long conversation, and I told him my anxieties and insecurities, and I told him how it makes me feel that he spends so much time with Fran when she visits us, and they have their own inside jokes. I asked him if he still has feelings for her. He was calm and smiling the whole time. He told me that he will tell me the truth, but does not want me to hate him for it later. He said that he knows Fran used him all through their days in school because she knew he liked her. When he went to college, Fran still tried to keep in touch with him, but putting distance between them made him realize how badly she treated him, and he decided to cut contact with her so that he could work on himself. That was the reason he rarely visited us when he used to come home for holidays and stopped being friends with Fran. I told him that it bothered me that he chose Fran before me and ignored me during our childhood. That was the reason I always had that doubt if I was his second choice. He said that I was 13 when he went to college, and if he would have liked me instead of Fran at that age, we would be having a different problem. Update. Am I the asshole? My mom feels like my sister should have married my husband instead of me. He told me that when I contacted him, he thought that I must be like Fran and was not very enthusiastic to meet me. However, after we hung out for a few times, he realized I'm nothing like Fran. We soon became close, started dating, and got married after a few years. He told me that Fran was married by then, and he saw that I was always putting Fran on a pedestal and would get jealous when Fran posted vacation pictures or the new shiny things her husband bought for her. That was the reason he never told me that he does not like hanging around Fran, as he feels that for me, Fran was always the North Star. He told me that he has always kept his distance from Fran, and she was a non-issue since we would only meet her a few times every year. However, after her divorce, he did not know how to act. He said that he was grateful to me for uprooting our lives and moving back to our hometown for his mom's health. He wanted to do the same and take care of my family. When Fran got divorced, he supported her in every way he could for me, even though he realized it meant spending a lot of time with her and listening to her bring up all the memories from high school that he wants to forget. I told him it bothered me that Fran came to our house as often as she does, and generally in evenings when I go to the gym. He told me that he also finds it odd that she knows my gym routine and always comes on evenings when I'm not home. However, he told me that he always kept his distance from her, and if she did anything that would raise an alarm, he would have told me immediately. She just makes him watch all the movies or TV shows they watched growing up and gossips endlessly about their high school friends. He told me I need to trust him, and if I want to be the bad guy and ask Fran to not visit us often, he can do that for me. However, he knows that I will eventually make up with my mom and Fran and does not want to blame him for being mean to Fran. However, he told me he will not tell Fran what to wear around the house, as it would be creepy if it came from him. I felt that I got all of the reassurance that I needed from James, and I will never doubt how amazing of a husband he has been. My mom and Fran visited us on on Sunday, and my mom profusely apologized to me. She told me she does not want me to feel bad for her comment, and she would never wish anything bad on my marriage. She meant to say that James was a great guy, and she hopes Fran can find someone like him one day. Fran was a bit sour, but apologized to us for all the name-calling on Friday and told us that it's just her hormones. She said that she likes hanging out with her sister and her best friend, and hence she comes to our house. I told her that she's welcome to come anytime she wants, but to call ahead of time in case James and I have plans for the evening, and she agreed. I really want to move past this issue, but I do want to put some firm boundaries on when Fran can come to our house and hang out with James alone, as I know it bothers him too. Overall, I feel things are good now. I am glad my worst fears did not come true, but I do feel I need some therapy in order to deal with my insecurities.